1112. Venerable Maha Pankhaka and Venerable Ka Pankhaka. Aspiration in the past. 100,000 eons ago, during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara, two householder brothers, who were native of Hasavat city, having profound faith in the three treasures, constantly went to the Buddha to listen to the Dhamma. One day, the younger of the two saw a monk being declared foremost etad aga in two qualities. 1. Among those who created mind-made images, and 2. Those who were skillful in form absorption, rupa vacarajana. It then occurred to him thus: great indeed is this monk. Despite his being such, he roams about practicing two things. It would be nice if I too should roam about practicing these two things in the dispensation of a future Buddha. The younger brother invited the Buddha and performed a grand alms giving to him for 7 days. Then he expressed his wish to the Buddha, saying, Venerable Sir, 7 days ago, you declared a certain monk foremost, etad aga, in the dispensation by virtue of his two qualities: the ability of creating mind-made images and skill in form absorption, rupa vacarajana. As a result of this specially performed act of merit, may I be foremost with those two qualities also. When the Buddha surveyed the future, he saw that this householder's wish would be fulfilled and said, in the future, 100,000 eons from now, there will arise the Buddha Gautama. That Buddha will declare you as the foremost concerning these two qualities. And after giving an appreciative discourse, the Buddha departed. This was the wish expressed by the younger brother. As for the older householder brother, one day he saw a certain monk being declared by the Buddha the foremost, etad aga, in the field of having skill in developing formless absorption, arupa vacarajana. And like his younger brother, he too performed special deeds of merit and, thereafter, expressed his wish, may I be the foremost, etad aga, in the field of formless absorption, arupa vacarajana. Your wish will be fulfilled, predicted the Buddha. Both householder brothers did good works during the lifetime of the Buddha, and when the Buddha attained parinibbana, they did homage by offering gold at the shrine which was built for the Buddha's bodily relics. Upon their death, they were reborn in the abode of Devas. While they were being reborn either in the divine or human worlds only, and 100,000 eons elapsed. Of the two brothers, an account of the meritorious deed done by the elder brother, Maha Pankhaka, in that interval, was not given particularly in the great commentary Maha Kotthita. As for the younger brother, Ka Pankhaka, he became a monk in the dispensation of Buddha Kassapa, and for 20,000 years he practiced meditation on a white meditation device, Odadakesha, and was reborn again in a Deva realm. Later, our Buddha attained awakening, and, after teaching the Dhamma wheel Dhammacakka discourse, he went to stay in the Vavana at Rajagaha. Ascetic life in his final existence. The daughter of Danasahi, a wealthy merchant in the city of Rajagaha, fell in love with her male servant, and fearing that others would come to know about their affair, she discussed with her lover, we shall no longer live here. If my parents were to know of this affair of ours, they would kill me and cut me into pieces. Let us go and live elsewhere. They agreed with each other, and secretly taking her jewelry, she went out through the door that was left open. They then fled to live in another place where they were unknown to others. While the two were living in this unknown place, the lady became pregnant owing to their intimacy. When her pregnancy reached maturity, she consulted with her husband, saying, Sir, my pregnancy is now mature. It is too miserable for both of us if I give birth at a place away from our relatives or friends. Let us return to our parents' house. Her husband delayed the decision by saying, just to please his wife, we shall go today, or we shall travel tomorrow. Then the lady thought, this stupid man dares not go, for his guilt is so serious. Parents certainly desire the welfare of their children. Whether the stupid man follows me or not, I should go. So thinking, while her husband was out, the lady departed alone after storing up her belongings and leaving a message with her next-door neighbor that she was going to her parents. When her husband returned later and found that his wife had left for her parents' residence, he followed her in haste and eventually caught up with her midway. At the very spot of their meeting, the lady gave birth to a child. Asked by her husband, "What is this, dear?" The lady answered, "Sir, A son has been born. What shall we do now? They discussed between themselves and decided, saying, We were going to our parents' home to deliver the child. Now the delivery of the child has taken place in the middle of the journey. What is the use of going to our parents' place? Let us go home. So the two agreed and went home, and they named the baby Pankhaka Highway, as he was born along the highway. Before long, the lady conceived again. When the second son was nearing his birth, he too was born on the way to the home of his mother's parents. Hence the first son was renamed Maha Pankhaka, Big Highway, and the second named Ka Pankhaka, Small Highway. The husband and wife then returned home, each carrying a son. While they were living there, hearing such terms as younger uncle, older uncle, grandfather, grandmother, etc. in the conversation of other children, the older son, Maha Pankhaka, asked his mother, Mother, other children mention, grandfather, grandmother, and so forth. Do we also have relatives? The mother said, Well, you are right, dear son. You have no relatives here. But in Rajagaha, however, your grandfather is a great merchant of wealth. Your relatives are many in that city. Mother, why do we not go to Rajagaha? Asked Maha Pankhaka. The mother did not give her son the reason for not going to the city of Rajagaha. When she was repeatedly asked by her sons, she said to her husband, Sir, the children are troubling me very much. On seeing us, our parents will not cut our flesh and eat us. Let us go. Let us show our sons their grandparents' house. Let us send them there. Madam, I dare not go to your parents' house, said the husband. But I shall manage to send you so that you will certainly get there. All right, sir, said the wife. The house of their grandparents should be shown to the children in one way or another. The couple then headed for Rajagaha, carrying their boys, and in due course they arrived in the city. They lodged at a rest house near the city gate. The mother took the boys and informed her parents through somebody of their visit. When the grandparents received the information, they considered as follows. For those who roamed in Sasra, there is none who has not been their son or their daughter. These two, however, have committed a great offense against us. They cannot live in our presence. They do not deserve to be with us. But let them take this much of money and live in a comfortable place, and let them send the two boys to us. Then they sent a messenger. The lady took the money sent by her parents and handed over the two little sons to the messengers, to be taken to their grandparents. The two brothers, Maha Pankhaka and Ka Pankhaka, grew up in comfort in the house of their grandparents. Their ordinations. Of the two brothers, Ka Pankhaka was very young and tender, while Maha Pankhaka always went along with his grandfather to the Buddha to listen to his discourses. As he had always been listening to the discourses in the presence of the Buddha, he was inclined to become a monk. Therefore, he sought permission from his grandfather, Danasahi, saying, Grandfather, if you will permit me, I would like to become a monk. What a wonderful thing you have said, replied the wealthy merchant. For me, your becoming a monk is far better than the whole world. Go ahead, as you wish, grandson. Replying thus gladly, the merchant accepted Maha Pankhaka's request and took him to the Buddha. Merchant addressed the Buddha. How is it? Have you brought a boy? Yes, exalted Buddha, answered the merchant. This boy is my older grandson. He is asking me to make him a monk under you. Then the Buddha ordered a nearby monk who used to go on alms round, have the boy ordained. After explaining the meditation on the 5 component parts of the body, with skin as the 5th, Taka Pankhaka Kamana, to the boy, the monk made him a novice. After he became a novice, Maha Pankhaka learnt the words of the Buddha, and having completed 20 years of age, he took higher ordination upon himself. After becoming a monk, he engaged seriously in meditation that led him to mastery over the 4 formless absorptions, Arapavakara jhana. Having emerged from the absorptions, jhana, he assiduously devoted himself to insight, vipassana, meditation, and finally became an arahat. In this way, the arahat Maha Pankhaka became foremost among those monastics who were extremely skillful in engaging in formless meditation. Venerable Maha Pankhaka spent his time enjoying the bliss of fruition. One day, after considering whether it would be possible for him to give his younger brother such wonderful bliss, He went to the wealthy merchant, his grandfather, and requested, "Dear sir, if you agree, I would like to make Pankhaka a novice." When the grandfather gave his consent, saying, "Do as you wish, you may make him a novice," Venerable Maha Pankhaka had him initiated and established in the 10 precepts. Novice Pankhaka tried to learn from his older brother the following verse, SN 3.12. Paduma Yatha Koka Nada Suganda, Padosia Fulam Aftiganda. Agrasa Passa Virakamna, Tapantam Adikam Ivantalik. Just as the lotus flower named Kakanada, because of its many petals and beauty, and pervading sweet smell, is lovely with splendor and ever-present fragrance as it opens at daybreak, even so, the Buddha's fragrance, by his body and his personal virtue, shining by his glory, splendid whenever one sees him, emanates radiance of light from his body, resembling the round sun that rises and appears in the sky during the season of Sarada in November. Whatever words he had been learnt previously disappeared from his memory whenever he proceeded to learn the next one. For 4 months, he was still trying to commit the verse to memory, but although 4 months had passed, he still could not learn it by heart. It is explained in the commentary to the collection of the numerical discourses, Anguttara Nikaya, that during the lifetime of Buddha Kassapa, Pankhaka was a learned monk. He jeered at a dull monk in his learning of pi. As a result, the dullard gave up his pursuit in learning, for he felt so ashamed on account of the jeering, and he lost self-confidence. Owing to that evil act as Pankhaka, he became a dullard after becoming a novice. Hence, he forgot all that had been memorized as soon as he went on to the next portions. Thereupon the elder brother, Maha Pankhaka, drove him out, saying, Pankhaka, in this dispensation you are not capable at Dabba of the paths and the fruitions. You cannot learn even a single verse in 4 months. How are you, who cannot learn a verse in 4 months, going to be able to become an arahant in your monastic life? Get out of this dwelling. Driven out by his elder brother, the novice Pankhaka dared not stay there and stood, weeping, at the edge of the dwelling where his brother would not see him. A meditation subject given by the Buddha. At that time, the Buddha was sojourning in the Mango Grove Monastery, built and dedicated by the physician Javaka, with Rajagaha as his resort for alms food. Then Javaka sent a man to the Buddha to invite him along with 500 monks for the next day's meal. At that moment Venerable Maha Pankhaka was in charge of food distribution, Bhattadesika. The man therefore referred the matter to him, saying, Venerable Sir, please accept the food offerings for 500 monks. I accept the food for the monks, he replied, except for Pankhaka. Hearing the reply, Venerable Pankhaka was extremely dejected. Seeing Venerable Pankhaka's plight and knowing that he would achieve liberation if he visited him, the Buddha went to him and, showing himself from a distance neither too near nor too far, asked, Dear son Pankhaka, why are you weeping? Because, Venerable Sir, my brother Venerable Maha Pankhaka expels me, answered Pankhaka. Dear son Pankhaka, addressed the Buddha, your brother does not possess the power of knowing the intentions and inclinations of beings, Asinusia a with Makrone. But you are an individual who is able to be led by a Buddha Vinaya Pagala. With these encouraging words, the Buddha gave him a piece of clean, but rough, cloth created by his spiritual power, and the Buddha added, Dear son Pankhaka, keep this in your fist, muttering, Raju Hara, Raju Harana. This cloth is liable to stain. This cloth is liable to stain. Meditate on it in this way. Herein, Venerable Pankhaka in a previous birth was a king, and while touring the city for inspection, his forehead sweated and he wiped the sweat with his clean waist garment. The garment became dirty. The king then spoke to himself, Because of the impure body, such a clean cloth becomes impure, abandoning its own nature. Impermanent indeed are conditioned things. Thus he gained the perception of impermanence. Hence for Pankhaka, the meditation subject of, This cloth is liable to stain, was a forceful contribution to his becoming an arahat. Therefore the Buddha gave him the clean, rough cloth as he saw that Venerable Pankhaka's previous good act, and as he wished to urge him to engage in meditation on a subject that matched with that good act. Attainment of awakening. Venerable Pankhaka sat down, rubbing with his hand the cloth given by the Buddha and muttering, Rajuhara, Rajuhara. This cloth is liable to stain. This cloth is liable to stain. When he rubbed it several times, the threads of the garment began to get dirty. When he repeated the rubbing, the cloth became even dirtier, like a kitchen cloth. As the time came for his wisdom to ripen, the law of extinction and destruction manifested itself in his mind. And he reflected, this piece of cloth was originally white and clean, but on account of its association with my body, Upadhanaka, it is now full of dirt. My mind is also like this cloth. It is just like the cloth. The mind, originally pure and clean in its unperturbed state, tends to become soiled on account of its association with such unwholesome concomitant factors as greed, hate, delusion, etc. Having thus reflected on himself and his heart, he proceeded to strive for mental concentration and gained the 4 form absorptions, Rupa Vakarajana. When he, on the basis of these absorptions, engaged in insight vipassana meditation, he became an arahat together with the 4-fold analytical knowledge. As he had mastered the form absorption involving mentally produced form, Manomaya Rupa Vakarajana, he was able to create many bodies from one or one body from many, and had other similar powers. Besides, he was accomplished in the teaching of the 3 baskets and endowed with the 6 psychic powers. Such happenings are called path-accomplished learning, Magga Siddha Pariyati, and path-accomplished powers, Magga Siddha Abhina. Without particularly learning and without particularly striving, one becomes learned in the teaching and possessed of psychic powers as soon as one attains the Arahat path, Arahata Magga. Both learning and powers took place by the force of the path, Magga. The following day, the Buddha visited the house of the physician Javaka together with 499 monastics and sat there for meal offerings. Venerable Pankhaka could not go along as his brother Venerable Maha Pankhaka did not accept the invitation for him. The physician Javaka managed first to make offerings of rice gruel. The Buddha did not take the gruel but covered his alms bowl with his hand. When Javaka asked, Exalted Buddha, why do you not accept the gruel? He said, There is a monk left behind at the monastery. Thereupon Javaka sent a man saying, Go, friend, bring the monk who has been left behind at the monastery. Prior to the arrival of the man, Venerable Pankhaka had created, by his own power, 1,000 monastics, each different from the other in shape as well as in occupation, such as making a robe, etc. Because the man sent by Javaka saw too many monastics at the monastery, he did not invite them all, for he had been asked by Javaka to bring just 1 monk. So he went back and said to the physician, Master Javaka, the monks left behind at the monastery are more than all these monks who are in your house. I was at a loss and could not find the right one to bring. Javaka asked the Buddha, What is the name of the venerable who was left behind at the monastery, exalted Buddha? When the Buddha said that it was Pankhaka, Javaka sent the man again, saying, Go again, friend, and ask, Which of you is the noble venerable named Pankhaka? And when he answers, bring him along. The man returned to the monastery and asked, Which of you is the noble venerable named Pankhaka? I am Pankhaka. I am Pankhaka, answered all of the 1,000 monks. The man returned again and said to Javaka, Master, all of the 1,000 monks replied, I am Pankhaka. I am Pankhaka. I am puzzled as to whom I should invite, not knowing this one from that one. As the physician Javaka was a noble Arya, supporter who had realized the 4 truths, even by the way the man informed him, he came to know that the one left behind at the monastery was of supernormal power. Go again, friend, said Javaka. Tell the one who answers first that he is summoned by the Buddha, and bring him along by holding the edge of his robe. Saying thus, Javaka sent the man back once more. The man went again to the monastery and did as his master had ordered. Instantly the 1,000 monastics disappeared. Then only could the man bring Pankhaka. Then only did the Buddha accept the gruel and partake of it. Having gone back to the monastery after partaking of the food, a discussion took place at a meeting of the monks thus. Supreme indeed are the Buddhas. He could cause a monk, who failed to learn by heart a single verse in 4 months, to become such a powerful monk. Knowing the minds of the monks, the Buddha came to the meeting and sat on the Buddha's seat. Then he asked, "Monks, what are you talking about?" When the monks replied, "Exalted Buddha, we were talking about nothing but your grace. We were saying that Pankhaka has received a big favor from you." The Buddha said, "Monks, receiving supermundane inheritance now by following my advice is not so wonderful. While he was of immature wisdom long ago in the past, Pankhaka received mundane inheritance by taking my advice." "When was it, exalted Buddha?" asked the monks. And at their request, the Buddha related the birth story about the little merchant, Sehai Jataka, Ja 4, to the monks in the following manner. The story about the little merchant. Monks, once upon a time, King Brahmadatta was ruling over the city of Braz. At that time, a wise merchant known as Sehai was an expert in reading omens. One day, on his way to the palace to wait upon the king, he saw a dead rat and, upon observing and reflecting at that time on the planets in the sky, he read the omen thus: "Any intelligent man who takes this dead rat will be able to maintain his family and will prosper in business." An unknown poor man, hearing the wise merchant's reading of the omen and being aware that this wise merchant would not say so without knowing it, picked up the dead rat, went to an inn and sold it as food for the cats and received a coin. With that coin, he bought some molasses and carried a pot of drinking water. Seeing some flower sellers who had come back from the forest after collecting flowers, he gave a little portion of molasses and a cup of clean water to each of them for their refreshment. Out of gratitude, each flower seller gave a handful of flowers to the poor man. From this point onwards, the poor man will be referred to as the talented pupil. Partly because he was of talented mind and partly because he was a pupil receiving the instruction given by the wise merchant Sehai. After selling those handfuls of flowers, he bought molasses as much as the flower money could buy and went to a park carrying the molasses and a pot of clean drinking water. On that day, the flower sellers equally shared their flowers with him and departed. In this way, the talented pupil had soon saved 8 silver coins. Again, on a stormy day, the talented pupil went to the big, old deserted garden, and while he was making piles of branches, which were broken and cut down by the strong winds, for firewood, he received 16 coins from the royal potter. With the 8 coins accrued from the flowers, he now had 24 coins and thought to himself, "I have some good means of obtaining money by making myself a water supporter to the grass cutters." Having thought thus, he set up a water jar at a place neither too near nor too far from the city gate. Then he gave the drinking water free to the 500 grass cutters who came from the outskirts of the city. The grass cutters said to him, "Friend, you have done a great service to us. What can we do for you?" The talented pupil replied, "When some occasion arises, you may help me." After saying these words of acceptance, he wandered about and made friends with the official of highways and the official of waterways. One day, the highway official brought him the good news that a horse merchant would visit Braz city with 500 horses. Getting the news, the talented pupil transmitted it to the grass cutters and asked them each to bring an extra bundle of grass in addition to what they had brought in the previous days. When the time for the entry of the horses came, the talented pupil piled up the 1,000 bundles of grass near the inner doors of the city so that the grass was visible to the horse merchant, after which he sat down. The horse merchant could not get fodder even though he roamed about the whole city in search of it. So he gave 1,000 pieces of money to the talented pupil and took away the 1,000 bundles of grass. 2 or 3 days later, his other friend, the waterway official, had the information sent to him that a big cargo boat had moored inside the harbor. So he thought to himself, "Some means of earning money has come up again." Then he hired a fully furnished chariot for 8 coins of silver and went in it to the port. He gave a ring to the captain of the boat as an advance payment. At a place near the port, he had a curtain hung up, as though it was a house of brokerage. Sitting there, he gave orders to his employees saying, "If other merchants come to me, tell me by way of 3 stages, so that there are 3 places which the information must pass through to me." Hearing of the arrival of the cargo boat, merchants numbering 100 rushed from the city of Braz to the port with an idea to buy the merchandise. The employees of the talented pupil were there before the other merchants came, and readily said to them, "You will not get the goods, for the merchant sitting in such and such a place has made an advance payment for the whole lot." On hearing these words, the 100 merchants of Braz came to the talented pupil, who was now being called a great merchant. The servants of the talented pupil respectfully informed him of the visit of the merchants, passed through the 3 stages, as they had been told beforehand, just to aggrandize the matter. Each of the 100 merchants gave him 1,000 pieces of money as gifts to become shareholders in the business. Again, each of them offered another 1,000 coins to him as a profit, by which method they made him resign as a shareholder and managed to pass the whole lot of goods on the boat to their monopoly. The talented pupil earned 200,000 in one sitting and brought the money to Braz, thinking, "I should do something out of gratitude." He took 100,000 pieces of money and went to the wise merchant Kassapa. Then the wise merchant asked the talented pupil, "Dear son, how did you get such a lot of money?" The talented pupil related the whole story, saying, "Following the advice you 1251 gave on seeing the dead rat, I have become rich by 200,024 coins." The wise merchant then considered, "A young man of such a talent should not belong to others. He should be mine." So he gave him his daughter, who had come of age, in marriage and helped him become head of the household. Upon the death of the wise merchant, he was given the rank of that merchant and lived according to his lifespan and was reborn as determined by his deeds. Having related both the present story and the past, the Buddha spoke words regarding the 2 events and uttered the following verse for the present life, Ja 4. Apakanapi medhavi, pabhatina vikakho, samapeti atna, au agi va sandama. My dear sons, monks, as a wise man, by putting fuel into a very small fire and making efforts to blow repeatedly and continuously, turns it into a big mass of fire, so the wise man, who is far-sighted as well as retrospective, who is prudent and reflective, can create a great wealth out of a small and insignificant investment, and he can raise himself in that wealth to the state of a millionaire. In this way, the Buddha delivered this birth story, Jataka, to the monks in the Dhamma assembly hall. Foremost title achieved. At a later time, while the Buddha was sitting on the Dhamma throne, surrounded by monks, he spoke in praise of Venerable Pankhaka as follows. Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknamano maya kaya abhanimanatnayad ida Pankhako. Sito viva kasalna yad ida Pankhako. Monks, among my disciples who are able to create mind-made bodies through psychic powers, Pankhaka is the foremost. And among my disciples who are skillful in mind transformation leading to form absorption, Rupavakrajana Pankhaka is the foremost. Thus the Buddha declared Venerable Pankhaka the foremost, Itad aga, in 2 qualities. With regard to Venerable Maha Pankhaka, the Buddha spoke in praise of him as follows. Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknasa viva kasalna yad ida Maha Pankhako. Monks, among my disciples who are skillful in perception transformation leading to formless absorption, Arupavakrajana, Maha Pankhaka is the foremost. Herein, when other monks created mind-made bodies through psychic powers, they were able to create only a few, say 3 or 4, etc., but they could not create a large number of such bodies. And when they did, they could bring about only the figures that resembled the Creator, and in the case of action, theirs was the one and the only kind. Pankhaka, however, created 1,000 figures at one stroke of advertence in the process of consciousness. Such mentally created figures were different in shape from one another, and that was why he was declared the foremost, Itad aga, in creating mind-made bodies. Though the words are explained in the commentary in various ways, the explanations are omitted here lest the reader should get confused. The sermons connected with these 2 monastics should be taken in detail from the commentaries on the traditions, Apadana, the AP 16. The verses of the elder monks, Theragatha, 8.3, 10.4, the Dhamma verses, Dhammapada, 407, and the exalted utterances, Udana, 5.10. Venerable Subhuti. Aspiration in the past. This Subhuti, a virtuous man of good family, was born in the family of a Brahmin householder before the appearance of Buddha Pajamuttara, 100,000 eons ago. His name then was Nanda. When the young Nanda came of age, he was educated in the 3 Vedas, but since he could not find any beneficial substance in them, he became an ascetic with other youths, numbering 44,000, at the foot of the mountain named Nasaba. He attained the 5 mundane psychic powers and reached the 8 mundane attainments. He also helped his companions, the 44,000 ascetics, attain the absorptions and psychic powers. At that time, Buddha Pajamuttara appeared in the world, and while he was sojourning in the royal city of Hasavat, he surveyed the world of sentient beings one morning and saw the potentials of Nanda's pupils, the 44,000 matted hair ascetics, to become arahats. As for Nanda himself, the Buddha also saw that he would aspire to be a great disciple endowed with a twofold honor. Hence, he cleansed himself early in the morning and set out for the hermitage of Nanda, taking his bowl and robe by himself, in the way mentioned in the story of Venerable Sariputta. The offering of various fruits, the spreading and offering of seats of flowers, and the engagement in the attainment of cessation, Nirodha Samapatti, that took place at the hermitage was similar to that described in the account of Venerable Sariputta. What was different here was that when the Buddha rose from his attainment of cessation, Nirodha Samapatti, he instructed a disciple who was endowed with the twofold honor of living free from mental defilements and blissfully and being worthy of receiving excellent offerings, saying, "Dear son, deliver a discourse in appreciation of the offering of floral seats to me by the whole group of ascetics." Remaining seated, the Venerable delivered the discourse, reflecting on the baskets, Pankhaka. At the end of the Venerable's discourse, Buddha Pajamuttara himself taught them. When this was over, all 44,000 ascetics became arahats. As regards their teacher, the ascetic Nanda, he could not follow the Buddha's discourse attentively, as he was admiring the teaching monastic. As he was taking interest in the teaching monk, he could not pay full attention to the teaching of the Buddha. Stretching out his hand to the 44,000 pupils, the Buddha summoned them, "Etha bhikkhavo, come monks." All of them instantly lost their head hair and beards and became equipped with the requisites made by supernormal powers, and turned into solemn monks with their sense faculties well controlled, like great disciples of 60 years standing and 80 years of age. Having saluted the Buddha, the ascetic Nanda stood in his presence and asked, "Venerable Sir, who is the monk that gave the talk in appreciation of the offering of the floral seats?" "That monk," answered the Buddha, "is the foremost Itad Aga, who is free from the moral defilements, and is worthy of accepting excellent offerings in my dispensation." The Venerable Nanda made his aspiration. "I do not wish for any other human or divine pleasure as the result of this meritorious adhikara, act of mine, performed for 7 days, but I do wish to become the foremost Itad Aga, in twofold virtue, in the dispensation of a future Buddha, like this Venerable who has just given an appreciative talk." Seeing that his wish would come true without any obstacles, the Buddha made a prophecy and departed. As Nanda always listened to the Dhamma discourses in the presence of the Buddha and kept his absorptions, jhana, in their undiminished state, he immediately took rebirth in the realm of the Brahmas on his passing. This was Venerable Subhuti's resolution and meritorious act performed in the past. His good works done during the interim period of 100,000 eons are not mentioned in the commentary. Ascetic life in his final existence. When 100,000 eons had elapsed and when the present dispensation came into existence, the man of good family, who would become the great elder Subhuti, was reborn as a son of Sumana, the wealthy merchant, who was the brother of Anthapika, in the city of Savatthi and was named Subhuti. When our Buddha appeared and while he was staying with Rajagaha as his resort for alms food, Anthapika the merchant arrived at the house of his friend and brother-in-law, the merchant of Rajagaha, bringing with him goods produced in Savatthi. On his arrival, he heard of the emergence of the Buddha. After going to the Buddha, who was staying now in Siddhavana forest, he became established in stream entry Sotapatti Phala, in his first meeting with him. And after becoming a noble stream enterer Sotapanna, he requested the Buddha to visit Savatthi and had lodgings built, one at every league, along the journey of 45 leagues between Savatthi and Rajagaha, at the expense of 100,000 pieces of money. He also bought Prince Jita's garden of 14 acres, for which the payment was made by placing gold coins, touching each other, covering the garden area. Then, on the whole garden site, he built the Jetavana monastery for the Buddha and dedicated it to him. On the day of the dedication of the monastery, Subhuti went along with his older brother and listened to the Dhamma. And so strong was his faith that he adopted the monk's life. Having become a monk, he studied and was accomplished in the 2 rules for monks and nuns, Abhado Padamaka. After which he learned meditation and strove to perfect the ascetic practices, Dutaga. All this led him to become an arahat via the development of insight, vipassana, based on absorption on the meditation on loving kindness, medajana. 2 foremost titles achieved. When he gave a discourse, Venerable Subhuti did so objectively by concentrating on the Dhamma itself, and by not making any reference to an individual the way the Buddha did. This led him to be declared the foremost, Itad Aga, in living free from mental defilements, Aravahari. When Venerable Subhuti went on alms round, thinking, if I adopt this method, great benefits will accrue to the supporters. At every house, he habitually engaged in loving kindness absorption, medajana, before he received the alms food. This caused him to be the foremost, Itad Aga, in being worthy of excellent gifts, Dakhiya. Later on, therefore, when the Buddha held a meeting with the assembly of monks, he spoke in praise of Venerable Subhuti as follows, Itad Aga, Bhikhave Mama Svakna Bhiknara Verna Yad Ida Subhuti, Dakhyaina Yad Ida Subhuti. Monks, among my monastic disciples who live detached from defilements, Subhuti stands foremost. And also he stands foremost among those who are worthy of the best offerings. Herein, with reference to those who live detached from the moral defilements, Aravahari Itad Aga, such as passion, raga, hatred, dosa, etc. are called lamenters, Ra, because they lead to lamentation. Arahats, who live enjoying bliss, as they are free from moral defilements, are said to be non-lamenters, Aravahari. Apart from Venerable Subhuti, there were other arahats who lived such a life too. But when they taught, they did so by employing the method which considered making reference to a certain person, Pugalhinadama Dasana, whom they either praised or censured. But Venerable Subhuti adopted the method which required him to speak of the Dhamma itself as his objective, Dhamdhina, the Dhamma taught by the Buddha. That was why he was declared the foremost among the monastics who lived detached from defilements, Aravahari. The analysis of non-conflict, Aravibhagasutta, MN 139, enumerates the 6 factors of living detached from conflicts, Aravahara, as follows. 1. He follows the middle path, Majjhima Paypad, which avoids the 2 evil extremes. 2. Following the method which has Dhamma itself as his objective, Dhammadhina. 1 says, this is the thing to be praised. This is the thing to be censured. If following the method which considers making reference to a certain person, Pugalhinadama Dasana, 1 says, he is the person to be praised, and this amounts to flattering. And if 1 says, he is the person to be censured, this amounts to humiliation. Hence he avoids both flattery and humiliation. 3. Development of internal happiness, ajata sukha, after distinguishing between the 1254 kinds of happiness. Internal happiness derived from tranquility, samatha, and insight, vipassana, meditation, and external happiness, Bahiya Sukha, derived from the 5 senses. 4. Speaking of any person, either in his presence or in his absence only, if one's speech is truthful and profitable. 5. Speaking or teaching not in haste but smoothly. And 6. Not arguing in a foreign land about a foreign language, which may be different from one's native language. With regard to being worthy of excellent gifts, Dakhiya Itad Aga, other arahats were also worthy of receiving excellent gifts, but on receiving food at every house, Venerable Subhuti was aware that, if I do in this way, special benefits will accrue to the supporters. Therefore, he first meditated on loving kindness, then rose from his meditation and received the food. This, therefore, earned him the foremost amongst those worthy of receiving excellent gifts. In this connection, it should be mentioned that the captain of the Dhamma, Venerable Sariputta, did the cleansing of the objects. Cleansing of the object means cleansing of one's own self, so that one becomes worthy of the gift and the enhancement of its result. In this connection, it may be stated that Venerable Sariputta, the captain of the Dhamma, used to purify the object, and by the object is meant Venerable Sariputta's own self, that was worthy of the gift, and that was what enhanced the result of the gift through his engagement in the attainment of cessation, Nirodha Samapatti. Venerable Subhuti, however, purified the act of giving, and by the act of giving this is meant. When Venerable Subhuti engaged in meditation on loving-kindness, the supporters mentally reacted to his meditation. Their hearts became softer and their respect more enthusiastic before they made the offering. Hence, the purification of the charitable act and the development of its result took place also through the supporter, as the supporter is led by his mental tenderness and highly developed respect. Elaboration. When Venerable Sariputta went on alms round, he stood at the door and engaged in loving-kindness meditation for some time until the supporter came out bringing the food. Only when the supporter came out did he emerge from his meditation and receive the food. Venerable Subhuti, however, engaged in meditation on loving-kindness, and only when the supporter reached him did he emerge from his meditation and receive the food. The exposition of the analysis of non-conflict, Era Vibhaga Sutta, MN 139, in the commentary may be noticed in particular. Also, the sermons with reference to Venerable Subhuti should be noted from the traditions, Apadana, the AP 23, and commentary, etc. Venerable Khadiravaniya Revata. Aspiration in the past. The original name of this great elder was Revata. He was a younger brother of Venerable Sariputta. As he dwelt in an acacia forest which was uneven and full of stones, he was thus known as Khadiravaniya Revata, Revata of the acacia forest. In giving his account, only the name Revata will be used for convenience sake. The great elder Revata was a citizen of Hasavat and a virtuous person during the lifetime of the Buddha Pajamuttara, 100,000 eons ago. He was operating a ferry at the port of Payaga, on the river Ganges. Buddha Pajamuttara, in the company of 100,000 monks, arrived at Payaga port to cross over the river. On seeing the Buddha, it occurred to the virtuous Revata thus: "It is impossible for me to see the Buddha always. Now that the Buddha has come, it is a good chance for me to do a meritorious deed." So he made a huge barge with a white canopy and he hung fragrant flowers on it. On the barge floor were spread exquisite coverings made of fiber of excellent quality. Then he ferried the Buddha and his 100,000 monastics to the other shore on that barge. At that time, the Buddha declared a certain monk as the foremost forest dweller, Aranaka. Seeing this, the boatman thought, "I too should become like this monk in the dispensation of a Buddha in the future." So he invited the Buddha, performed a grand alms-giving Mahādana for him, and, prostrating at the foot of the Buddha, he expressed his aspiration thus: "Exalted Buddha, like the monastic whom you have declared the foremost forest dweller, Aranaka, I too wish to become the foremost among those living in a forest in a Buddha's dispensation in future." Seeing that his wish would be fulfilled in the future, the Buddha made the prophecy: "In the future, during Buddha Gautama's dispensation, you will become the foremost forest dweller." And then he departed. Venerable Revata's further good works done during the interval were not mentioned in the great commentary, Mahā. Ascetic life in his final existence. Due to his meritorious deeds, the good boatman was reborn either in the divine or human worlds and never in any suffering state, and was conceived in the womb of his mother, Rupasari, the Brahmin lady, in the Brahmin village called Nandaka, in the country of Magadha. He was younger than the three brothers, Upatissa, Kunda, and Upasena, and he had three sisters, Kala, Upakala, and Sisupakala, and was given the name Revata. Thereafter, Revata's parents discussed between themselves and agreed thus: "Our children, wherever they grew up, are taken away and turned into novices by monks, sons of the Buddha. Let us bind him with the fetters of household life while he is still young, before he is made a novice by the monks." Herein, after becoming an ascetic himself, Venerable Sariputta had his three younger sisters, Kala, Upakala, and Sisupakala, and two younger brothers, Kunda and Upasena, ordained. Only Revata, as a boy, was left behind. Having discussed and agreed upon it, the parents brought a bride from a family of equal birth, wealth, and distinction and made them pay homage to the aged grandmother, and they gave their blessings, saying, "Dear daughter, may you live longer than your grandmother here." The parents gave such a blessing because they wished for the longevity of the bride. At that time, their grandmother was 120 years of age with white hair, broken teeth, wrinkled skin. Her whole body was covered with black moles and her back was extremely bent like a rafter of a decaying house. Mentally stirred. On hearing that blessing given by the parents, it occurred to Revata thus: "This girl is young and in the first age of life. Such a youthful appearance of hers, it is implied, will become sinewy and old like that of my grandmother. I shall first ask about the desire of my parents." Then he asked, "With what in your mind did you say so?" The parents replied, "Dear son, we wish this girl, your spouse, the attainment of longevity like your grandmother. That was why we uttered our blessing." "Mother and father," asked Revata again, as he truly did not understand, "will the youthful look of the girl become old like grandmothers?" "What are you talking about, son? Only those who are of great merit, such as your grandmother, enjoy long life." Thus the parents tried to reason with him. Revata then reflected. "It is said that such a fair and tender-looking girl will decay and end up resembling my grandmother. She will become white-haired, toothless, and have wrinkly skin. What is the use of being infatuated with physical beauty that has the nature of growing old and wrinkled? There is none. I shall follow the footsteps of my older brothers." So he pretended to play games as boys would naturally do. He called friends of his own age, saying, "Come on, friends, let us play runners and chasers." The parents prohibited him, saying, "Do not go outside the house on the day of your wedding." Nevertheless, Revata pretended to play with his friends. When it was his turn to run, he ran only a little and delayed his return by pretending that he had to answer the call of nature. When a second time came for him to run, he ran and came back somewhat faster. On a third time, however, he considered that it was his best chance to run away for good, and he ran as fast as he could in the direction he was facing. Arriving at a forest dwelling of some monks who were observing the dust robe Pasuklika, form of asceticism Dutaga, he paid respect to them and asked for the going forth. When the monks rejected his request, saying, "Virtuous young man, we do not know whose son you are, and you come here in full attire and with ornaments as on a special occasion. Who would dare to ordain you as a novice? Nobody would." Revata raised his two hands, crying, "I am being robbed! I am being robbed!" Other monks then gathered around him and said, "Virtuous young man, no one is robbing you of your garments or ornaments, but you are crying that you are being robbed. What do you mean by so saying?" The boy Revata then said, "Venerable sirs, I do not mean that I am being robbed of my garments or ornaments. In fact, I am being robbed of the threefold bliss of devas, humans, and nibbana, as the going forth has been denied to me. I am referring to the robbery of the threefold bliss. Let it be so, if you do not want to ordain me. However, do you know my eldest brother?" "What is the name of your eldest brother?" asked the monks. "My eldest brother's name was Upātissa while a layman," replied Revata. "Now he bears the name Sariputta, so they say, Venerable sirs." Then the monks discussed among themselves, "Friends, in that case, this young man of good family happens to be our younger brother. Our elder brother, Venerable Sariputta, the captain of the Dhamma, has formerly left a message with us, saying, 'My relatives are all heretics. If somebody comes and says that he is a relative of ours, let him be ordained in any possible manner. This boy is our brother, Venerable Sariputta, the captain of the Dhamma's very own younger brother, his closest relation. Let us therefore ordain him.' So they gave him the 5 objects ending with skin, taka Pankhaka, meditation subject, and ordained him as a novice. Later on, when he completed 20 years of age, they ordained him as a monastic and made him make effort in meditation. Having taken the meditation subject, Venerable Revata entered a forest of acacia trees, a rough and uneven place full of stones and pebbles, neither too near nor too far from his preceptors, and engaged in meditation practice. With a determination, I will not see either the Fortunate One or my elder brother Venerables until I attain the Arahat fruition, Arahata Phala. Revata practiced meditation assiduously, and while he was so doing, 3 months elapsed. For a tender man of good family, who was the son of a wealthy man, the food he ate was so coarse that his mind became perplexed like wrinkled skin, and he could not achieve attainment of the Arahat fruition. But Revata was not discouraged. When the 3 months were over, he observed the invitation, Pavra. He did not move to another place at the end of the rain's retreat, Vasa, but remained in the same forest and continued to follow the ascetic practices. The more he strove with energy and perseverance, the more his mind became concentrated. When Venerable Revata proceeded to work with insight, Vipassana, and reached the state of an Arahat. The Buddha's visit. Even at the time when Venerable Sariputta learnt the news about the ordination of his younger brother Revata, he said to the Buddha, "Exalted Buddha, I have learned that my younger brother Revata has been ordained. He may or may not be happy in this dispensation of yours. Let me go and see him." At that time, Venerable Revata was strongly practicing insight, Vipassana, meditation, and knowing this, the Buddha prohibited his going twice. When the third request came, knowing that Revata had become an Arahat, the Buddha said, "I too shall go along with you, dear son Sariputta. Inform the monks." Having gathered the monks, Venerable Sariputta told them all this. "Friends, the Buddha is going on a journey. Those who wish to go along may do so." Whenever the Buddha traveled, the monks who stayed behind were very few. But those who went thought, "We shall get a chance to have a continuous look at the golden complexion of the Buddha and also to listen to his sweet sermons." As expected, the number of those who wished to follow the Buddha was overwhelming. The Buddha therefore left the monastery in a great company of monks with the intention, "I shall see Revata." Supernatural power of Venerable Stivali. When they were setting out thus, while coming to the juncture of 2 roads at one place, Venerable Ānanda asked, "Exalted Buddha, here is the juncture of 2 roads. By which road do you want the Saga to go?" "Dear son Ānanda, of the 2 roads, which one is straight?" inquired the Buddha. "Exalted Buddha, the straight one, the shortcut, is 30 leagues. It is in the domain of yakas, having scarce food and being rather dangerous. The curved road, the beaten track of the majority, is 60 leagues, safe with plenty of food," replied Venerable Ānanda. Then the Buddha asked further whether Venerable Stivali came along with them. Venerable Ānanda answered in the affirmative. "In that case, Ānanda," said the Buddha, "let the Saga take the straight road full of danger and with less food. We shall test his supernatural power founded on his past meritorious deeds." Having said thus, the Buddha took the dangerous road with food scarcity in the grove. From the time they took the road, Devas had created a large city in advance at every league, as the lodgings for the Saga headed by the Buddha. At every lodging occupied by the monks, Devas in the disguise of workers sent by the king of the city, brought rice gruel, hard and soft food, etc. and inquired, "Where is Venerable Stivali? Where is Venerable Stivali?" Venerable Stivali had all these offerings collected and went to the Buddha. Together with the monks, the Buddha partook of the food of various kinds offered to Venerable Stivali by the Devas. Having the offerings in this way, the Buddha traveled a league each day and covered the difficult journey of 30 leagues in 1 month, and eventually reached the agreeable dwelling which was prepared in advance by Venerable Revata in the forest of acacia trees. As he knew beforehand of the Buddha's visit, Venerable Revata had created in his acacia forest, by his supernatural power, dwellings adequate for the monks headed by the Buddha. For the Buddha, he had made a fragrant chamber, places for day as well as for night resort, and so on. Then he welcomed the Buddha, who entered the dwelling through a decorated and orderly way. Thereafter, he went into the fragrant chamber. Then only did the remaining monks bed according to their seniority in monkhood. Knowing that it is not a time to partake of food, the Devas offered 8 kinds of juice to the monks, and half a month had passed from the arrival of the Buddha. The misunderstanding of restless monks. At that time, some restless monks sat down together, gossiping among themselves. The exalted Buddha, the teacher of Devas and humans, came to see the one whom he refers to as a younger brother of the chief disciple, but who spends his time doing odd jobs. What are the Jetavana, Vavana and other monasteries near Revata's dwelling for? This monk Revata is only a chore man busying himself with unimportant things. What kind of ascetic practice does such a busy man follow? Of course, it is nothing. Then the Buddha considered, if I stay here long, the place will be crowded with visitors of the four kinds. Forest dwellers want to be in quietude. If I remain too long, uneasiness will occur for Revata. So he went to Venerable Revata's day resort. Venerable Revata saw the Buddha coming from a distance where he was sitting alone on a stone slab and leaning against a wooden board at the end of the walk. Then he welcomed the Buddha and made obeisance to him respectfully. The Buddha asked, Dear son Revata, this is a place inhabited by wild animals, such as lions, leopards, and tigers. What do you do when you hear the sounds of wild elephants, wild horses, etc.? Exalted Buddha, answered Revata. To me the sounds of wild elephants, wild horses, etc. repeatedly bring delight in the forest, Arana Rathi. The Buddha taught Revata a discourse on the benefits of forest dwelling in 500 verses. Next day, he went on alms round in the nearby area, without returning to Revata's dwelling in the forest of acacia trees. The Buddha let Venerable Revata go back. Besides, he managed his supernatural power in such a way that the restless monks, who had spoken ill of Revata, forgetfully left behind their staffs, footwear, bottles of ointment and umbrellas. These restless monks went back to Revata's dwelling to get back their belongings. Though they took the route by which they came, they could not remember the place. In 1258 fact, the monk on the previous days traveled by the decorated road created miraculously, and on the day of their return journey they had to take the naturally uneven road and could not help taking rest here and there as they were so weary. At some places they were compelled to walk on their knees. With such trouble and difficulty, they were bound to tread on small plants, bushes and thorns. When they reached a place which resembled their residence, they saw their umbrellas, footwear, ointment bottles and staffs, some hanging and others standing by acacia stumps. Then only did the restless monks realize that the monk Revata is a man of supernatural power indeed. Getting back their paraphernalia, they talked among themselves in great astonishment before they traveled to Savatthi. Oh, what a wonder is the honor done to the Buddha! The monastic supporter, Lady Visakha, invited the monks, who arrived ahead in Savatthi, as they went ahead of others, and when they were seated, she asked them, Venerable sirs, is Venerable Revata's residence pleasant? The monks replied, Yes, dear supporter, Venerable Revata's residence is pleasant and delightful. It is exactly like the celestial gardens of Nandana and Siddhalata. Later on, she asked the restless monks who were latecomers, Venerable sirs, is Venerable Revata's residence pleasant? The reply given by these monks was, Do not ask us, dear lady supporter. The residence of Revata is not worth talking about. Apart from being a barren high ground, his place is a great acacia forest with an extremely uneven surface full of pebbles, stone slabs and rocks. There Revata lives miserably. Thus they recounted their experiences that they had very recently. Noticing the difference between the two answers, one given by the earlier group monks and the other by the latter, and wanting to know clearly which answer was right, she paid a visit to the Buddha, bringing with her unguent and flowers. Having sat down in a suitable place, she asked the Buddha, Exalted Buddha, some monks praise Venerable Revata's residence while others ill speak of it. Why are the two speeches different from each other? Exalted Buddha. Then the Buddha said, Visakha, a place in which the minds of the noble ones take delight is pleasant, whether it is pleasant or unpleasant in worldly terms. Then the Buddha uttered the following verse, DHP 98. Game va yadi varan, nin va yadi va thale, yatha arahanto viharanti, tam bhumi ramayakam. Visakha, supporter of Pubarama and mother of Migara, whether it is a village that is thickly surrounded by the 5 worldly pleasures, or a forest away from these pleasures, or a low valley, watered by streams and green with dwelling at ease, in harmony with the 4 physical postures, the dwelling site of noble arahats is truly a delightful place on the surface of the earth. Foremost title achieved. At a later time, in an assembly of monks, the Buddha declared Venerable Revata the foremost, Itad Aga, in forest dwelling, by praising him as follows. Itad Aga Bikhave Mama Svakna Biknarakna Yad Ida Revato Khadiravaniya. Monks, among my disciples who dwell in forests, Revata of the acacia forest is the foremost. Herein, though other venerables dwelt in the forest, they did so only after studying the suitability of the place, the suitability of the water and the suitability of the village as an alms resort. But Venerable Revata ignored these conditions and dwelt in an acacia grove on a barren high ground with an uneven surface, full of pebbles, stone slabs and rocks. Hence it was he alone who was foremost in the practice of forest dwelling. The discourses connected with Venerable Revata Khadiravaniya may be taken from the verses of the elder monks, Theragatha, Thag 14.1. The traditions, Apadana, the AP 11. The Dhamma verses, Dhammapada, DHP 98, and their commentaries, etc. Venerable Kankha Revata. Aspiration in the past. 100,000 eons ago, during the lifetime of Buddha Pajamuttara, the future Kankha Revata went to the monastery along with many other people, like those virtuous future great disciples of old times. And while standing at the edge of the audience and listening to a discourse, he saw the Buddha declaring a certain monk the foremost, Itad Aga, among meditators. Thinking, I too should become like this monk, he invited the Buddha for alms giving on a grand scale, Mahā, for 7 days. At the end of the discourse on the last day, in the wake of former aspirants, he made the aspiration, Exalted Buddha, I do not wish for any other forms of bliss as a result of this wholesome meritorious adhikara act but to be the foremost, Itad Aga, among those engaged in meditation in the dispensation of a Buddha in the future, like the monastic whom you declared such 7 days ago. When Buddha Pajamuttara surveyed the future, he saw that the man of good family's wish would be fulfilled, and so he predicted before his departure. At the end of 100,000 eons, there will appear the Buddha Gautama. In the dispensation of that Buddha, you will become the foremost, Itad Aga, among the monks engaged in meditation. Ascetic life in his final existence. Due to his deeds of merit throughout his life, the man of good family was reborn either in the worlds of devas or humans and, in the lifetime of our Buddha, he was reborn in the family of a wealthy household in Savatthi and was named Revata. One afternoon the rich man's son, Revata, went along with other people to Jetavana. While standing at the edge of the gathering and listening to the Buddha's discourse, confidence arose in him and he was ordained as a monastic fulfilling the monastic duties. After taking a meditation subject from the Buddha, while preparing himself for mental concentration, he became a man of mundane absorption, jhana. Using those absorptions, jhana, as a base, he engaged in insight, vipassana meditation and became an arahat. Foremost title achieved. Venerable Revata was able to absorb most forms of meditation which the Buddha engaged in during day and night. Thereafter, in the meeting of monks, the Buddha declared Venerable Kankha Revata the foremost, Itad Aga, in meditation, praising him, Itad Aga Bikhave Mama Svakna Biknajina Yad Ida Kankha Revato. Monks, among my disciples who habitually engage in meditation, Kankha Revata is the foremost. Account of the name Kankha Revata. Once, the Buddha was traveling from Savatthi to Rajagaha, and on the way Venerable Revata entered a hut in which molasses were made. Seeing that the molasses were mixed with dough and bran as part of the process which was necessary to solidify the molasses, he became doubtful as to the permissibility of the solidified molasses which had the two other ingredients, for the latter two were raw food, amisa, saying, the molasses with the raw ingredients is improper as it contains dough and bran, which are raw. It is against the discipline, it is unlawful to enjoy such molasses in the afternoon. As such, he and his followers did not take the molasses that had been made thus into lumps. Neither did the monastics who believed Venerable Revata's word and practiced according to it. Other monastics reported the matter to the Buddha, who asked, "Monks, why did people put dough and bran into the molasses?" "To harden it, exalted Buddha," answered the monks. "Monks, if dough and bran are put into the molasses in order to harden it, then the dough and the bran put into the molasses are only to be held as molasses. Monks, I allow you to take molasses whenever you like." And the Buddha promulgated a rule, Ānanda Sikapata. On the journey, Revata saw mung beans, mugga, sprouting in some human feces and said, "Mung beans are unsuitable for consumption, for cooked beans can sprout too." Thus he doubted and, along with his followers, he did not take mung beans. The monastics, who trusted him, avoid eating those beans too. The matter was reported to the Buddha, who laid down another rule allowing the eating of such beans whenever one desired. These accounts are given in the chapter about medicines, Kandaka, Vin MV6. In this way, Revata doubted even things that were permitted. Because he had great doubt as far as the Vinaya was concerned, he was known as Kankha Revata, Revata the doubter. The doctrines with reference to Kankha Revata may be taken from the traditions, Apadana, the AP 544, and commentary, the verses of the elder monks, Theragatha, Thag 1.3, and its commentary, the exalted utterances, Udana, UD 5.7, and its commentary, etc. (16) Venerable Soṇa Kolivisa. Aspiration in the past. The virtuous man, who was to become Soṇa Kolivisa during the lifetime of Buddha Pajamudara, was reborn in the family of merchants in a remote past and was named Sarivaha. When Sarivaha came of age, as in the manner of former aspirant great disciples, he went to the monastery and listened to the Buddha's teaching, standing at the edge of the audience. Seeing the Buddha declaring a monk the foremost, Itad Aga, among those putting forth strenuous effort, Arata Variya, he was inspired, saying to himself, "I too should become like this monk in the future." When the teaching was over, he invited the Buddha and performed a great alms-giving Mahadana for a week. Thereafter, he made known to the Buddha his aspiration. Foreseeing the fulfillment of Sarivaha's wish, the Buddha predicted as before and then left for the monastery. Life as a clansman of Braj. Due to his meritorious deeds, Sarivaha was reborn only in the realm of devas or that of humans. When 100,000 eons had elapsed and Buddha Kassapa had attained Parinibbana in this fortunate aeon Bodhikappa, and before our Buddha appeared, Sarivaha was reborn as a man of good family in a virtuous family. One day, while the man of good family was enjoying a water sport with his friends in the river Ganges, a Paksabuddha appeared. The Paksabuddha, wearing an old robe, was thinking, "I shall spend the rain's retreat, Vasa, with Braj as the food resort, after building a dwelling on the bank of the river Ganges." Therefore he went to collect sticks and cane stalks that were brought by the river currents. Thereupon, Sarivaha with his friends went to the Paksabuddha, paid homage to him, and while standing asked, "What are you doing, venerable sir?" "Dear young man," replied the Paksabuddha, "as the rain's retreat, Vasa, is drawing near, a dwelling is required for a monk." Sarivaha then said, "Venerable sir, please wait a day by all means. Tomorrow we shall build a dwelling and offer it to you." Saying to himself, "I should grant my favor to this virtuous man of good family," which was the main purpose of his visit, the Paksabuddha accepted his offer. Knowing the Paksabuddha's acceptance, Sarivaha returned home. The next day, he prepared all kinds of offerings and waited, while standing, for the coming of the Paksabuddha. The latter, thinking about where he should collect food, came to know of Sarivaha's idea and went to the gate of his house. On seeing the Paksabuddha's coming, Sarivaha was very pleased and took the alms bowl and offered food in it. He supplicated him, saying, "Please come to the gate of my house for food for the 3 months of this rain's retreat, Vasa." Getting the promise, and after the Paksabuddha had left, he completed the construction of the dwelling with his friends with a walkway, both day and night resorts for the Paksabuddha, and offered them to him. What was peculiar about Sarivaha was this. When the Paksabuddha entered the dwelling, Sarivaha, with the idea not to let the former's feet touch the mud on the ground, smeared the ground with wet cow dung and then spread over it his red cloak, which he had put on and which was valued at 100,000 pieces of money. On seeing the color of the red cloak and that of the Paksabuddha's body were one and the same, he was very pleased, so he said, "Just as my cloak has become more beautiful since you stepped on it, even so may the color of my hands and feet be red and beautiful like the color of hibiscus flowers. May the touch of my body be like the cotton wool that has been dressed 100 times." Sarivāha served the Paksabuddha for the 3 months of the rain's retreat, Vasa. When the Paksabuddha held the invitation, Pavara, ceremony at the end of the rain's retreat, Vasa, he offered him a set of 3 robes. Equipped completely with bowl and robes, the Paksabuddha returned to Mount Gandhamadana. Ascetic life in his final existence. Without being reborn in the 4 suffering states, Sarivāha was reborn in the realms of devas or humans, and was finally conceived in the house of the merchant Usaba, in the city of Kakamp during the lifetime of our Buddha. Since the time of his conception, thousands of gifts had come to the merchant's house. On the day of his birth too, the whole of Kakamp city was overwhelmed by gifts and offerings too. On his naming day, the 2 parents said, "Our son has brought his own name. His complexion is like something bathed in the liquid of red gold." And they called him Soakumra or Soa, the merchant's son. But as he belonged to the clan of Kolivisa, he was better known as Soa Kolivisa. Then 60 nurses were appointed for him, and he was brought up blissfully like a celestial being. Food prepared for Soa. The following was the way food for Soa was prepared. First, the field, extending to 105 royal acres, was plowed, and the finest rice, sali, paddy was grown, watering it with cow milk, scented water, and ordinary water. Into the drain in the field, cow milk and scented water were poured from a large number of jars. When the stalks had absorbed the milk, in order to protect them against the danger of being eaten by birds and insects, and in order to make the crops tender, posts were erected in the field, leaving space between one pole and another. On the poles were rafters which were covered by mats. Screens were then erected for shelter and guards were placed at the corners. When the crops ripened, granaries were renovated by smearing them with 4 kinds of unguent: saffron, cloves, rhododendron, and turmeric powder. The air was laden with fragrance by applying precious unguent above the previous kind. Then only did farm workers go down to the farms and collect the crops carefully, tying it with strings and drying it. A layer of unguent was spread on the floor of the granaries. The dried bundles of stems were spread on the layer of unguents. In this way, the layers of unguent and the layers of crops were made alternately until the granaries became full. The doors were then closed and the crops kept for 3 years. On completion of 3 years, the doors of the granaries were opened. The whole city of Kampa was then diffused by the fragrance. When the best rice, sali, paddy was pounded, drunkards rushed to buy the paddy husks and bran. The broken rice was, however, taken by the servants and workers. Only whole grains were collected for soa. The way of cooking rice was as follows. Whole grains were put in the washing basket made of gold threads, and then, after filtering 100 times, the rice was immersed in the boiling water and, without letting it remain long, it was taken out. As the rice was cooked, as soon as it was taken out from the water, the cooked rice resembled jasmine flowers. The rice was then put in a gold bowl, which was then put on a silver cup, which was full of boiled sweet rice milk, free of water and boiled thoroughly so that the cooked rice remained hot. The food was then placed before Soa. Soa Kolivisa ate the best rice, sali, food moderately. He washed his mouth and hands and feet with scented water. He was then given quids of betel of all kinds and other things to make his mouth smell sweet. Wherever he went, fine and exquisite carpets were spread out. The palms of his hands and the soles of his feet were red like the color of hibiscus. His touch was very soft like that of the cotton wool that has been combed 100 times. The soles were covered with soft hair having the color of the lotus threads in a spiral shape and existing in a ruby earplug. Whenever he was angry with somebody, he would threaten, saying, "You think about it carefully, or I shall put my feet down on the ground." On coming of age, 3 palaces were built for him, as in the case of Yasa the merchant's son, each for a particular season. His parents also made him enjoy the entertainment of female dancers. Taking pleasure in great luxury, the wealthy son was blissfully living a deva-like life. At that time, our Buddha had attained awakening and had taught the discourse setting the Dhamma will turning, Dhamma Kakapavatanasutta SN 56.11, and was staying with Rajagaha as his resort for alms food. Meanwhile, the righteous king Bimbisara summoned Soa and sent him, in the company of 80,000 village headmen, to the Buddha. Having listened to the Buddha's discourse, and developing immense faith, Soa asked the Buddha for ordination. The Buddha then asked him as to whether he had obtained his parents' permission. When the answer was negative, the Buddha advised him saying, "Dear son Soa, Buddhas do not ordain those who do not have the permission of their parents." "Very well, exalted Buddha," said Soa, and in obedience he went back to his parents and obtained their permission before he approached the Buddha again. Under the instruction of the Buddha, he was ordained by a monastic. This is a brief account. A detailed account may be read in the chapter about skins. Kandaka, Vin MV5. While living in Rajagaha, after gaining monkhood, his relatives and friends adoringly made offerings in his honor. They spoke in praise of his handsome personality, and so it occurred to Soa, "Many people come to me. If they keep on coming to me, how will I engage in tranquility and insight meditation? I will not be able to do so any longer. What if, after hearing a meditation discourse from the Buddha, I go to the cemetery at the Siddhavana and put effort into practicing asceticism? People will not go there, for they abhor the cemetery. Then will my ascetic performance reach its apex, which is to become an arahat." Accordingly, after listening to a meditation discourse from the Buddha, he went to Siddhavana, where he was inspired to begin his ascetic engagement. Strenuous engagement. "My body is so tender," thought Venerable Soa. "I am not in a position to attain the bliss of the paths and the fruitions easily. Therefore, I should apply energy working strenuously." So thinking, he did his meditation by indulging only in the two postures of standing and walking, and rejecting entirely the other two postures of lying down and sitting. Then calluses appeared at the edges of his very soft soles of his feet, and the whole terraced walk became deep red as the calluses burst and bled. When he was unable to walk, he practiced by crawling on his elbows and knees, which also were cut, and the entire walk became doubly red. In spite of such strenuous effort, he could not see any sign of positive result of his meditation. As a result, he conceived the following idea: if somebody else were to put in strenuous effort, he too would do like me, but not more than what I have done. Despite my effort, I was unable to make the paths and the fruitions. Perhaps I am not one who attains path and fruit after hearing the gist of a discourse on the Dhamma Uggesa, one who realizes path and fruit after hearing an explanation of the Dhamma Vipansatanu, or even one who gradually comes to comprehend the truth after getting further elaboration and guidance. Naya. Perhaps I am one who will make no spiritual progress in spite of my effort either in the forest or the village monastery, Padaparama. As such, what is the use of being a monk? There's probably none. I shall revert to lay life. I shall enjoy worldly pleasures, and while doing so, I shall do good works. The Parable of a Harp. Knowing Venerable Soa's thought, the Buddha went in the evening in the company of the monastics to Soa's dwelling, and on seeing the walkway was red, he asked, "Monks, whose walkway is this that is red like a slaughterhouse?" The Buddha knew the answer, but he asked with an intention of delivering a discourse. The monastics replied, "Exalted Buddha, the soles of Venerable Soa, who had put so much effort into his practice of walking meditation, must have been injured. The walkway that is now deep red like a slaughterhouse belongs to that monastic, Soa." The Buddha proceeded to Venerable Soa's meditation place and sat down on the seat made ready. Venerable Soa came and made obeisance to the Buddha and took his seat at a suitable distance. When the Buddha asked him whether it was true that he had conceived the idea of returning to lay life, Venerable Soa admitted that it was true. Thereafter, the Buddha gave a discourse on the parable of a harp, Vinnovada, explaining that the harp strings should be set neither too loose nor too tight. Buddha: "Dear son, What do you think of the question that I am now going to ask? You may answer as you like. You are clever, are you not, in playing a harp formerly while a layman? Venerable Soa. Yes, exalted Buddha. Herein, when Venerable Soa was young, his parents thought, if Soa would learn any other form of art, he would be weary. But playing a harp is something that can be learnt while sitting comfortably in a seat. So they made him learn to play the harp and he became an accomplished harpist. The Buddha knew other forms of meditation would not benefit this monk Soa. While a layman, he was accomplished in the harp. He will quickly gain spiritual knowledge if I teach him with reference to that art. Buddha. Dear son Soa, what do you think of the question I am now going to ask? Suppose your harp strings are too tight, will your harp make a pleasant sound? Will it last long? Venerable Soa. Exalted Buddha, it is impossible. It will neither make a pleasant sound nor will it last long. Buddha. Dear son Soa, what do you think of the question I am now going to ask? Suppose the strings are too loose, will your harp make a pleasant sound? Will it last long? Venerable Soa. It is impossible, exalted Buddha. It will neither make a pleasant sound nor will it last long. Buddha. Dear son Soa, how do you think of the question I am now going to ask? Suppose the strings are neither too tight nor too loose but set in perfect balance. Will your harp make a pleasant sound? Will it last long? Venerable Soa. It is possible, exalted Buddha, that the harp will make a pleasant sound and it will last long. Buddha. In the same way, dear son Soa, if the effort put forth is too much it causes restlessness, adhaka, because excess energy brings about restlessness. If the effort put forth is too little it causes indolence, kosaja, because inadequate energy brings about indolence. Therefore, dear son Soa, set up energy, viriya, and concentration, samadhi, in equal amounts, and try to keep the balance of your energy and concentration. Know that your faculties such as faith, sada, energy, viriya, mindfulness, sati, concentration, samadhi, and wisdom, panna, be in equal degree. Make the 5 faculties of equal proportion. When they are well balanced, try to have signs of tranquility, etc. Venerable Soa. Very well, exalted Buddha. Having admonished Venerable Soa by setting the art of the harp as an example and having taught him the meditation practice involving the perfect balance of energy and concentration, the Buddha returned to the monastery on the Gajaka hill. Foremost title achieved. Considering in retrospect the way of Venerable Soa Kolivisu's meditation practice, the fact manifests itself that while others' energy had to be increased as it was deficient, his was to be decreased as it was too much. Therefore, at a later time, the Buddha praised him and declared him the foremost, itad aga, in having strenuous energy, arata viriya. Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknaradata viryaina yad ida soa koivizo. Monks, among my disciples who possessed strenuous energy, Soa of the Kolivisa clan is the foremost. (17) Venerable Soa Kika. Aspiration in the past. The virtuous man, the future Soa Kika, during the lifetime of the Buddha Pajamuttara, also went along with people to the monastery in the aforesaid manner. While standing at the edge of the audience and listening to the Buddha's discourse, he saw a monk being declared the foremost, itad aga, among those who taught in a sweet voice. Soa then thought, I, too, should become the foremost among those who teach in sweet voice in the dispensation of a future Buddha. So he invited the Buddha and performed a great alms-giving Mahādana for 7 days, and at the end of which he said, Exalted Buddha, 7 days ago you declared a monk as the foremost, itad aga, among those who teach in a sweet voice, Kalyavkara. I too wish to be like that monk in the dispensation of a future Buddha as a result of this act of merit of mine. Seeing that the man's wish would be fulfilled without any hitch, the Buddha predicted, Later, in the dispensation of Buddha Gautama, your wish will be fulfilled. After saying this, the Buddha departed. Ascetic life in his final existence. Having performed meritorious deeds until his death, Soa was reborn only in the worlds of devas and humans, without any rebirth in the four suffering states, and finally took conception in the womb of a devotee, named Kawithmakron, the wife of a merchant in the town of Kuraragara, in the country of Avanti, before the appearance of our Buddha. When the pregnancy was in an advanced stage, Kawithmakron went back to her parents in Rajagaha. At that time, our Buddha had attained omniscient Buddhahood and had taught the Dhamma wheel, Dhammacakka, in the deer park at Isipatana. The date then was the full moon day of July, Shah, 528 BCE. On the occasion of the teaching of the discourse, Devas and Brahmas from the 100,000 world element gathered together in the deer park. Present at the gathering were 28 Yaka generals who were listening to the Buddha's discourse, and one of them was Satagiri. A detailed account of the two Yaka generals may be found in Chapter 10. The account given there is based on the commentary on the discourse concerning Himavada, Himavada Sutta, SNP 1.9. According to that exposition, while Satagiri was listening to the Dhamma wheel, Dhammacakka discourse, he remembered his friend Himavada. He, therefore, was inattentive and failed to realize the paths and fruitions. Only when, 1265, he returned with Himavada to listen to the discourse, did both of them eventually become noble stream enterers, Sotapanna. The story that is based on the collection of the numerical discourses, Anguttara Nikaya, commentary begins from his attainment of stream entry, Sotapati. Thereafter, he went to fetch Himavada and met him on the way in the sky above the house of Kawithmakron of Kuraragara, near Rajagaha, who was the daughter of a merchant. On meeting with Himavada, he was asked by the latter about the physical conduct, Kaya Samakara, livelihood, Ajiva, and mental practices, Mano Samakara, of the Buddha, and he answered each and every question. In this way, when the questions and answers on the Buddha's virtues and attributes contained in the discourse concerning Himavada came to an end, Himavada reflected on his friend's pious words step by step and became established in stream entry, Sotapati Phala. The difference of the two accounts is due to the different reciters, Baka. Not seeing his friend Himavada on the occasion of the Buddha's teaching of the Dhamma wheel, Dhammacakka discourse, Satagiri went to look for him and met him on the way, in the sky above Kawithmakron's house. And the questions and answers on the Buddha's physical conduct, Kaya Samakara, livelihood, Ajiva, and mental practices, Mano Samakara, took place. While Satagiri was talking about the Dhamma in his explanation of the Buddha's conduct, Kawithmakron overheard all and began to have faith in the Buddha without having personally seen him and became established in stream entry, Sotapati Phala, just as somebody who has enjoyed the meal prepared and meant for another person. She was the first noble stream enterer, Sotapanna, and female lay devotee among women and the eldest sister to them all. Having become a stream enterer, Sotapanna, Kawithmakron gave birth to a son that very night. The son was given the name Soa. After living with her parents for as long as she wanted, Kawithmakron returned to Kuraragara. Since the son was one wearing earrings worth 10 million, he was also known as Soa Kika. Soa's spiritual urgency. At that time, Venerable Maha Kakkayana was staying in the hill known as Papada, depending upon Kuraragara as his alms resort. The lay devotee, Kawithmakron, was serving Venerable Maha Kakkayana, who constantly visited her house. Her son, Soa, was also around Venerable Maha Kakkayana constantly and became friendly with him. Whenever he had an opportunity, Soa would go to Venerable Maha Kakkayana to wait upon him. Venerable Maha Kakkayana also continuously taught him the Dhamma in return. The boy, therefore, felt a good deal of spiritual urgency, savega, and became ardent in practicing the Dhamma. At one time, he traveled with a caravan to Ujjaini for commercial purposes, and while camping at night he became afraid to stay with the crowd. So he went to another place and slept. The caravan moved on in the morning without him, as nobody remembered to wake him up before they proceeded. When Soa awoke and didn't see anyone, he hurried to follow the caravan along the caravan road and reached a banyan tree. At the tree, he saw a male ghost, Pita, who was disgusting, ugly, and big-bodied, picking up and eating pieces of his own flesh that were falling off from his bones. So Soa asked him what he was, and the ghost answered, giving his identity. Soa asked again why he was eating his own flesh, and he answered that he was doing so because of his past deeds, Soa then asked him to explain, and his explanation was as follows. Master, in the past, I was a wicked merchant of Varakkala, earning my living by deceiving others. Besides, I abused monks who came for alms and said to them, "Eat your own flesh." As a result of these evil deeds, I am now undergoing the kinds of suffering you are now witnessing. On hearing the incident, Soa was shaken a great deal. Thenceforth, he continued his journey and came across two ghost, Pita boys, from whose mouth black blood was trickling. So he asked about them as he had done before. To Soa, the young ghosts then related their evil deed done in the past. As humans they traded in perfumes to earn their living as youngsters, and while doing so, their mother invited and offered meals to certain arahats. On coming home, they abused and cursed her. Mother, 1266. Why did you give our things to the monks? May bubbles of black blood ooze from the mouths of those who consumed the food given by our mother. On account of their evil deed, they suffered in hell, and as a residual result of that very evil deed, they were reborn in the world of ghosts, Pita, suffering in that manner when they were encountered by Soa. On hearing their story too, Soa was very shaken. In fact, the effect was even greater than on the previous occasion. The stories of his spiritual urgency, Savega, are told in the exalted utterances, Udana, commentary, and the Vinaya sub-commentary, the light on the essence of meaning, Sarada Dipani. Soa arrived in Ujjaini and returned to Kararagara after going about his business. He then approached Venerable Maha Kakkayana and told him what he had seen. Venerable Maha Kakkayana gave Soa a religious talk on the disadvantages of birth in the cycles of Sasra and its round of suffering, as well as on the advantages of not becoming, and the discontinuation of birth in these cycles of Sasra and its round of suffering. Having paid his respects to Venerable Maha Kakkayana, Soa went home. He had his evening meal and fell asleep for a while. Later, he woke up and began to reflect on the discourse given earlier by Venerable Maha Kakkayana. This reflection and his recollection of the states of the ghosts, Pita, whom he had met, made him feel a great fear of Sasra and its suffering cycles. Thus, he was very much inclined to become a monastic. At daybreak, he washed himself and went to Venerable Maha Kakkayana and reported to him what he thought. Venerable Sir, when I reflected in various ways on the discourse you gave, I found that it was not easy to undertake this noble threefold training, which resembles a newly polished conch shell, perfect and pure in the lay life. He went on. I would like to shave my hair and beard, put on the dyed robe and leave the lay life, to enter the monastic life. Having thus spoken of his wish to become a monastic, he made a request. Therefore, sir, I would like you to ordain me. Venerable Maha Kakkayana then investigated mentally whether Soa's wisdom was ripe or not, and he came to know that it was not. Wishing to wait for the time when Soa's wisdom would ripen, Venerable Maha Kakkayana said, It is difficult, Soa, to take up for life the noble practice of sleeping alone and eating alone. Therefore, Soa, what I would like to ask you to do is this. Practice first occasionally, while still a layman, the noble practice of solitary sleeping and solitary eating, as on observance days, Upāsitha, etc., which is taught by the exalted Buddha. Then Soa's eagerness to become a monastic subsided as his faculties were not mature yet and his consciousness of spiritual urgency, Savega, was not serious enough. Though his eagerness had subsided, he was not careless, but remained in the presence of Venerable Maha Kakkayana and constantly approached him to listen to his Dhamma teaching. As time went by, he became inclined for a second time to become a monastic, so he renewed his request. This time also Venerable Maha Kakkayana gave him the same advice. When Soa requested for a third time, Venerable Maha Kakkayana knew it was time to ordain him because of the maturity of his wisdom, but Venerable Maha Kakkayana could only ordain him as a novice, Smara. Though he wanted to ordain Soa as a monastic, bhikkhu, such ordination could not take place because only 2 or 3 monastics lived in Kararagara, and at that time 10 were needed for the higher ordination. Although there were many in the middle country, those monastics were living very far and separately, 1 in a village or 2 in a market town. From there, Venerable Maha Kakkayana brought 2 or 3 monastics for Soa, his co-resident pupil. But while he was away trying to bring more monastics, the previous ones would leave for another place to attend to other matters. After waiting for some time for their return, he went out to bring back those who had left, but the others who remained there departed on some other matters. As he had to repeat his attempt to organize the ordination in this way, it took him more than 3 years to get a group of 10 monks together, which was needed to perform a higher ordination, Upasampada. Venerable Maha Kakkayana was staying alone then. It was only after 3 long and troublesome years that Venerable Maha Kakkayana managed to get the required number of monks to give his pupil, Soa, higher ordination. Having received ordination, Venerable Soa Kika learnt and took a meditation subject, and when he assiduously engaged in insight, Vipassana meditation, he became an arahat even during that rain's retreat, Vassa, and he studied the collection of teachings known as the Anthology of Discourses, Sutta Nipata, under Venerable Maha Kakkayana. After 1267 performing the invitation, Pavra, at the end of rain's retreat, Vassa, he wanted to pay homage to the Buddha and he asked his preceptor, Venerable Maha Kakkayana, for permission to do so. His request in detail may be seen in the story about Soa Kika Vathu, Vin MV5. The preceptor Venerable Maha Kakkayana then said, Soa, when you arrive there, the Buddha will let you stay in his perfume chamber and ask you to give a discourse. Accordingly, you are bound to do that. Being pleased with your discourse, the Buddha will give you a reward. Take such and such a reward. Please pay homage to the exalted Buddha in my name. Saying thus, Venerable Maha Kakkayana gave his permission wholeheartedly. Having obtained his preceptor's permission, Venerable Soa Kika went to the residence of his mother, Kewithmakron, the wife of a merchant, and told her of his plan. His mother consented and made a request. Very well, dear son. When you go to meet the Buddha, please take this rug along as my donation and spread it on the ground in the perfume chamber. With these words, the mother handed him a rug. Taking the rug with him, Venerable Soa packed his bedding and set out for Jetavana, Savatthi. The Buddha was then seated on the Dhamma throne, a seat meant for the Buddha. Venerable Soa stood at a suitable distance and paid his respects to the Buddha. Having exchanged words of greeting with Venerable Soa, the Buddha emphatically asked Venerable Ānanda, Arrange lodging for this monastic, dear son Ānanda. Herein, if the Buddha wished to stay with a visiting monastic in the same perfume chamber, he would specially ask to provide lodging for him. But for a visitor with whom he has no reason for staying together, he would say nothing. For such a person, Venerable Ānanda or somebody else on duty would make an accommodation at another suitable place. Knowing the wish of the Buddha, Venerable Ānanda provided accommodation for Venerable Soa Kika in the perfume chamber. The Buddha spent time in absorption, jhana, for several hours of the night, and then he entered the perfume chamber. Venerable Soa Kika too spent a long time sitting in absorption during the night, and then he too entered the perfume chamber. Wishing to talk with Venerable Soa about engaging in absorption, the Buddha let the time pass by sitting and attaining all the absorptions that were common to disciples in the open space. Having done so, he washed his feet and went into the dwelling. Sensing the wish of the master, Venerable Soa followed, after engaging in the absorption befitting the hours he had in the open space. Having entered into the perfumed chamber, as permitted by the Buddha, he made a robe screen and sat at the feet of the Buddha. In the last watch of the night, having lain down on the right side, which is lying like a lion, Sihasaya, with mindfulness, the Buddha rose when it was near daybreak. He then sat down, and thinking that Soa's physical weariness must have subsided by this time, he asked him, Dear son Soa, recite something for me. Venerable Soa recited the 16 discourses beginning with the discourse about sense desires, Kamasutta, SNP 4.1, all of which formed the section known as the section of the eights, Ahaka Vagga, of the Anthology of Discourses, Sutta Nipata, in a very sweet voice without making any errors, not even in a single letter. When the recitation had ended, the Buddha gave him a blessing and asked, Dear son Soa, all 16 discourses of the section of the eights you have learned wonderfully. You have got them well by heart, and as they contained correct articulation, they have a pleasant sound. They are clean, flawless, full of words leading to understanding and meaning that is free from any impairment. Dear son Soa, how long have you been a monastic? Just one rain's retreat. Exalted Buddha, answered Venerable Soa Kika. Again the Buddha asked, Dear son Soa, why did your monastic life start so late? Exalted Buddha, replied Venerable Soa. I have long seen the disadvantages of sensual pleasures, but household life is so narrow, full of duties and things to attend to. Knowing that the mind of one who has seen the defects of sensual pleasures as they really are, I remained in the household life for a long time, but like drops of water falling from the 1268 lotus leaf, defiled thoughts finally slipped away from my heart. So the Buddha uttered a solemn utterance as follows, UD 5.6. Disvadnava lok, natva damanarpati, ariyo na ramadi pape na ramadi susi. Because he has clearly seen through the eye of insight, vipassana, the defects of impermanence, suffering and changeability everywhere in the world of formations, sakra, and also because he has penetrated through the fourfold path wisdom, nibbana, which is the cessation of the fourfold substratum of existence, Upāli. The noble one, who is free from defilements, does not take pleasure in evil deeds. Why? Because for such a swan-like individual whose deeds, physical, vocal, and mental are pure, there is no precedent that such a person should find happiness in the aggregate of dirty, unwholesome things that resemble a place full of excrement. Venerable Soa Kika then thought, the fortunate one gave a joyous reply to me. Now is the time for me to transmit what my teacher has asked. So thinking, he adjusted his upper robe on his left shoulder and bowed his head at the feet of the master, saying, Fortunate one, my preceptor, Venerable Maha Kakkayana, makes obeisance to you with his head, and he asks as follows. 1. Exalted Buddha, the southern region of the country of Avanti has few monastics. My disciple Soa acquired the monastic life only after having 10 monastics gathered from various places with great difficulty, which took me 3 years. I wonder if you, exalted Buddha, would allow higher ordination performed by less than 10 monastics in that region. 2. Exalted Buddha, in the southern region of Avanti, the uneven ground rising from its surface resembles the black hoof print of a cow. It is so rough. I wonder if you, exalted Buddha, would allow sandals with layers of sole in that region. 3. Exalted Buddha, the people in the southern region of Avanti are fond of bathing. They regard water as a cleansing factor. I wonder if you, exalted Buddha, would allow a daily bath. 4. Exalted Buddha, in the region of Avanti, sheepskin, goatskin, and deerskin are used as spreads. Just as, fortunate one, in the middle country, Majjhima Desa, mats made of various kinds of grass used, so are sheepskin, goatskin, and deerskin used in Avanti. I wonder if you, exalted Buddha, would allow these skins for spreads. 5. Exalted Buddha, people nowadays entrust monastics outside the hall of discipline, Sima, with robes, saying, This robe is given to such and such a monastic. The entrusted co-resident monastics goes to the monastic concerned and says, Such and such a man, friend, gives a robe to you. But the monastic does not accept the robe as he thinks that his acceptance would require him to perform an act of forfeiture and is therefore against the Vinaya. Because of such doubt, there is no such acceptance. Perhaps the Buddha might tell the correct way of accepting the robe. Because of what had been reported by Venerable Soa Kika, the Buddha then gave a Dhamma talk to him and addressed the monks as follows. Monks, monastics are rare in the southern region of Avanti. In such bordering areas, I allow the performance of ordination by a group of 5 monks, the 5th being an expert in the Vinaya. The phrase bordering areas in that injunction means the areas outside the middle country, to the east of which is the market town of Gajagala, beyond which is a great sala tree. Beyond that sala tree begins the bordering areas. 1269, it means the area lying outside the middle country and beyond the river Salavati in the southeast. It means the area lying outside the middle country and beyond the market town of Setakaika in the south. It means the area outside the middle country and beyond the Brahmin village of Thuna in the west. It means the area outside the middle country and beyond the mountain called Usuradhaja in the north. 1. Monks, in the bordering areas in such a situation I allow performance of ordination by a group of 5 monastics, the 5th one being an expert in the Vinaya. 2. Monks, in the southern region of Avanti, the uneven ground, swollen and full of black hoof prints of cattle, is so rough. I allow you monks to wear sandals with layers of sole in all those bordering areas. 3. Monks, in the southern region of Avanti people attach importance to bathing. They regard water as a cleansing factor. I allow monks a daily bath in all those bordering areas. 4. Monks in the southern region of Avanti sheepskins, goat skins and deer skins are used as spreads. As monks in the middle country various mats made of grass are used, so are those animal skins used as spreads in that region of Avanti. I allow monks to use sheepskin, goat skin and deer skin for spreads in all those bordering areas. 5. Monks, if people entrust monastics, who happen to be outside the hall of discipline, Sima, with a robe saying, "This robe we give to such and such a monastic." As long as the robe does not go into the hand of the monk concerned, the robe cannot be reckoned as something recognized by the would-be recipient for use. I allow you monks to accept that robe. Again, as had been asked by his mother, Soa Kika paid respects in her name to the Buddha and said, "Exalted Buddha, your supporter, my mother Kwith Makron, the female lay devotee, has offered this rug for use as a mat on the floor in your fragrant chamber." With these words, he handed the rug to the Buddha, and then he rose from his seat, made obeisance and returned to his monastery on Papada Hill, near Kararagara town in Avanti. On returning to his preceptor, Soa Kika reported all about the mission. Next day he went to the house of his mother, Kwith Makron, and stood at the entrance for alms food. Hearing that her son was at the door, she came out quickly, paid her respects, took the alms bowl from Venerable Soa's hand, prepared a seat and offered food, and then followed a conversation between his mother and Venerable Soa. "Mother, son, have you seen the Fortunate One?" Venerable Soa: "Yes, I have, mother." "Mother, have you also paid respects to the Fortunate One in my name?" Venerable Soa: "Yes, I have. The rug given by you to the Fortunate One, I personally spread it as a mat, as you had asked, in the fragrant chamber which he occupies." "Mother, how about your visit to the Fortunate One? Is it true that you spoke about the Dhamma? Is it true that the Fortunate One gave you blessings?" Venerable Soa: "How did you come to know about these things?" "Mother, the guardian spirit of this house, son, told me the day the Fortunate One gave blessings to you, Devas and Brahmas of the 10,000 world spheres did the same. I want you to relate to me, son, the Dhamma in the same words as you have addressed the Fortunate One." Venerable Soa accepted the mother's request by being silent. Knowing of Venerable Soa's acceptance, the mother had a great pavilion built at the house gate and let Venerable Soa repeat exactly what he had said to the Buddha. The mother thereby held a grand Dhamma meeting. Foremost title achieved. At a later time, sitting in the midst of his noble disciples, the Buddha spoke in praise of Venerable Soa Kika as follows. "Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknakliali of kara yad ida sukikeo." Monks, among my disciples who give pious talks in a sweet and pleasant voice, Soa Kika is the foremost. (18) Venerable Stivali. Aspiration in the past. This man of good family, who would become Stivali, also went to the monastery during the lifetime of Buddha Pajamuttara like many other former would-be great disciples and stood at the edge of the audience, listening to the Buddha's discourse. While he was doing so, he saw the Buddha declare a certain monk the foremost, Itad Aga, among those who received abundant gifts. Thinking that he too should become like that monk, he invited the Buddha to his house and offered a grand alms-giving Mahadana for 7 days, in the same manner as was done by the other future great disciples. Thereafter, he declared his aspiration, saying to the Buddha, "Exalted Buddha, as a result of this great act of merit, I do not want any other form of welfare, but I want to be the foremost, Itad Aga, among those who receive many material gains, in the dispensation of a future Buddha, like the monk who was declared so 7 days ago." Foreseeing that the man of good family's wish would be fulfilled without any hitch, the Buddha predicted, "Your wish will be fulfilled later in the dispensation of Buddha Gautama," and then he returned to the monastery. Life as a countryman. Having performed meritorious deeds till his death, the future Stivali took rebirth only in the realms of devas and humans, without being reborn in the four suffering states. During the lifetime of the Buddha Vipassī, who appeared 91 eons ago, he became a man of good family in a certain village not far away from the city of Bandamati. At that time, the citizens of Bandamati, in friendly competition with the king, discussed among themselves and gave a big alms-giving to the Buddha. One day, when they gave a collective alms-giving, they inspected their offerings to see what was missing and discovered that there were no honey and milk curds. So they agreed to bring them from any possible place by all means and placed a man to watch the road leading to the city from the countryside. Then a villager came, the future Stivali, carrying a pot of milk curds from his village and thinking that he would exchange them for something he needed. But before he entered the city, he wished to wash his face and hands and was looking for water everywhere but saw a beehive which was as big as the head of a plow but without bees. Believing that the beehive appeared because of his past act of merit, he took it and entered the city. When the townsman, who was assigned to the road, saw the villager, he asked, "For whom, friend, are you carrying this honey and these curds?" "Sir, they are not for any particular person. In fact, I am carrying them to sell," the villager answered. "In that case, friend, take a coin from my hand and give me that honey and those curds," said the townsman. Then the villager thought, "These things which I have brought now are not much valuable, yet this man is buying them from me at a high price, even in his first offering. I do not know why." So he said, "I cannot sell them at this price, sir." When the townsman increased the price, saying, "If you cannot sell them for 1 coin, please take 2 coins and sell the honey and the curds to me," the villager replied, "I cannot give them to you for 2 coins either," in order to raise the price. In this way the price became higher and higher until it reached 1,000 pieces of money. Realizing, "It is not fair to prolong the deal on my part. However, I shall ask him about his purpose," the villager said. "The honey and the curds are not so valuable, yet you unduly make such an immense payment. Why do you want to offer so much?" The townsman told him the purpose. In this royal city of Bandamati, friend, the citizens, in competition with their king, gave a grand alms-giving to Buddha Vipassi. While they were doing so, they did not have honey and curds among the items of their offering. So they are trying desperately to get them by any means. If they fail to get them, they will lose in their competition with the king. Therefore, I would like to have them by giving you 1,000 pieces of money." The villager then asked, "Sir, is such a charitable deed to be performed only by the people of the city and not by village folk?" The townsman then answered, "No man's gift, friend, is prohibited. Everybody, whether he belongs to town or village, is entitled to give in generosity." The villager then asked further, "Master, now that the citizens are performing deeds of giving, is there anyone who gives away 1,000 pieces of money in one day?" "No, friend, there is none." The villager put still another question firmly. "Master, you know that the honey and the curds that I have brought now are worth 1,000 pieces of money, do you not?" "Yes, I do, friend." "Master," said the villager, "in that case, go and tell the townsfolk that a rustic man is offering these 2 things, honey and milk curds, but not for money. Instead, he would like to make the offering with his own hands. Please also tell them that they should not be restless for wanting them, and that they should now be happy as far as these 2 things are concerned. As for you, you should bear witness in person to the fact that in this magnificent alms-giving, it is I who am the supporter of the most expensive item." Having said this, the villager bought 5 perfume ingredients with his money which were meant for his food. He made them into a powder. Then he squeezed the curds to extract water from them. Into that water, he put honey by squeezing the beehive and then seasoned the mixture of honey and curd water with the perfumed powder. Finally, he put the mixed liquid food in a lotus leaf container. Having prepared the food properly, he brought it and sat down at a place that was not far from the Buddha, waiting for his turn to offer. Amidst all the offerings that were brought by the citizens, the villager, knowing that it was his turn to make his offering, approached the Buddha and made a wish, saying, "Exalted Buddha, this offering is a gift from a poor man like me. Venerable Sir, kindly accept this humble gift of mine." Out of compassion for the villager, the Buddha received the offering with the marble bowl given by the 4 great kings and resolved that the food should prove inexhaustible even after distributing it to 6,800,000 monastics. When the Buddha had partaken of his food, The villager respectfully made obeisance to him and remaining at a suitable distance, said, "Exalted Buddha, all the people of the royal city of Bandamati saw and know that today I brought and made an offering to you. As a result of this act of merit, may I become, throughout Sasra, a great recipient of gifts, possessing a large retinue and fame." After saying, "May it be so, man of good family, Eva Hotu Kula Putta," the Buddha gave an appreciative talk to the villager and the citizens, and then he returned to the monastery. Ascetic life in his final existence. The villager, having done meritorious deeds till his death, was reborn only in Deva and human worlds, and finally, during the lifetime of our Buddha, he took conception in the womb of a Kolian Sakyan princess named Supavesa. Since his conception, hundreds of gifts arrived continuously, day and night, to his mother, Princess Supavesa. The princess became wealthier than before. Then one day, in order to investigate the fortunate past deeds of the princess, her royal relatives took the baskets of seeds touched by her hand. When these seeds were scattered, thousands of sprouts appeared from each seed. It was a plot of land, measuring 2 royal acres, yielding some 50 or 60 cartloads of paddy. Also, at a time when the crop was put into the storehouse, they let the door of the storehouse be touched by the hand of the princess. When removing the crop, the place from where it was taken out became full as before. This was because of the glorious deeds done in the past by the princess. Besides, when ladling the cooked rice from the full pot and uttering, "This is the fortune of the princess," and distributing the food to all visitors, their supplies never ran short. While these strange events were happening, the child remained in the mother's womb, and 7 years passed by. When the fetus became mature on the completion of 7 years, the princess suffered severely from a fainting owing to her pregnancy, Gaba Madaka. The princess endured the serious agony without a sound, but by reflecting on the attributes of the Buddha, the Saga and Nibbana as follows, UD 2.8. Sama Sambuddho Veda Sobhagava, Yoamasa Everapasa Dukasa Pahanaya Dhamma Dasiti. He, that master of ours, the fortunate one, taught us the abandoning of all kinds of suffering. That master of ours has been perfectly self-awakened indeed by attaining omniscience and knowing the truths and all that is to be known. Supapano Veda Tassa Bhagavato Savaka Sago, Yoamasa Everapasa Dukasa Pahanaya Pipano. The Saga, who are the disciples of the fortunate one, work hard for abandoning all kinds of such suffering. These disciples of the exalted Buddha underwent the threefold training very well indeed. Susuka Veda Ta Nibna, Yathada Evarpa Dukkha Na Savajati. That state in which the slightest tinge of suffering is absent, that Nibbana is indeed extremely happy, through reflecting on the attributes of the three entities. The attributes of the Buddha, the Saga, and the peaceful happiness of Nibbana, the princess bore the pains. On the 7th day, the Kolian princess Supavesa called her husband the Kolian prince, and thinking she would like to give alms, she said, "Go, my lord, tell the fortunate one about my happenings and give my invitation to the master. Please note carefully all that he has to say and report it to me." The prince went and told the Buddha what was happening to Princess Supavesa. The Buddha then uttered, "May the Kolian princess Supavesa be sound and healthy. Being healthy herself, may she give birth to a healthy son." No sooner had the Buddha made the utterance than the princess gave birth to a healthy son, and without any pain. The miserable mood of those who surrounded the princess changed into a happy one, and they went to the prince to give him the news about the baby. The prince, having listened to what the Buddha had said, paid respects to him and returned to the village. When he saw on the way the servants were jubilantly approaching him, he became certain, thinking, "The word of the fortunate one seems to have come true." He went to the princess and transmitted the Buddha's speech. The princess said, "My lord, the life-saving alms food to which you have been invited will be an auspicious meal. Go again. Request the Buddha to come and have a meal for 7 days." The prince did as he had been told. They offered a grand alms-giving Mahādana to the Buddha and his monks for 7 days. The boy was born, and the anxiety of all their kinsfolk was removed thereby. Accordingly, he was given the name Stivali, which means auspicious. Since he had stayed in the mother's womb for 7 years, from the time of his birth onwards, he was able to do all that was to be done by a 7-year-old. For instance, he purified the water by means of a filter, Dhammakara, and gave it to the monks during the great alms-giving Mahādana all week long. On the seventh day, Venerable Sariputta, the captain of the Dhamma, had a conversation with the boy. While doing so, Venerable Sariputta asked, "Stivali, is it not befitting for you to become a monk after suffering all that trouble in the womb?" "Venerable Sir, if only I can get permission from my parents, I would like to become a monk," the boy answered. Seeing her son conversing with Venerable Sariputta, Stivali's mother thought, "How is it? My son is speaking with Venerable Sariputta, who is the captain of the Dhamma." So she joyfully approached Venerable Sariputta and asked him what they were talking about. Venerable Sariputta said, "He spoke to me about the misery caused by his stay in his mother's womb and promised me that he would live an ascetic life provided he gets permission from his parents." The princess then gave her permission, replying, "Very well, Venerable Sir, kindly make him a novice." Venerable Sariputta then took the boy Stivali to the monastery, and when he was making him a novice, after giving him the meditation subject of the fivefold material aggregate with the skin as the fifth, Taka Pankhaka, he said, "You do not need any other exhortation to follow. Just remember the pains that you suffered for 7 years. Giving ordination to me is your duty, Venerable Sir. Let the reflection on the Dhamma be mine. I shall meditate on whatever I can recollect." The moment the shaving of hair for the first round was done, Stivali was established in stream entry, Rayaphalla. The moment the shaving for the second round of hair was done, he was established in once returning, Rayaphalla. The moment the shaving for the third round was done, he was established in non-returning, Rayaphalla, and as soon as the shaving was complete, he became an arahat. The completion of the hair shaving and the attainment of the arahat fruition took place almost simultaneously. Since the day Stivali was ordained a novice, the 4 requisites, clothing, food, dwelling and medicine became increasingly available to the Sangha whenever needed. The story of such happenings to the novice Stivali started in the town of Keek. Herein the present story of Venerable Stivali may be taken from the discourse concerning Supavesa, Supavesa Sutta, UD 2.8. The story, in detail, of his evil deed that caused the 7 years-long misery of lying in his mother's womb, Gabhavesa Dukkha, and that of his mother's fainting, Gabama, may be taken from the commentary to the same discourse. What is to be noted in brief is, the mother and the son, in one of their past existences, were the chief queen and the son respectively to the king of Braz. Once, the king of Kosala attacked the king of Braz and took his chief queen and placed her in a similar position. When the king of Braz was defeated and died, his son, the prince of Braz, escaped through a drain. After organizing an army, he went back to the city of Braz and gave an ultimatum asking the new king to return the city to him or he would wage a war. The mother, who was inside the city, advised her son to besiege the city lest there should occur trouble to many people. In accordance with the mother's advice, the prince did so by blocking the 4 main gates so that there could be no exit or entrance. Though he did so for 7 years, the citizens went out from smaller gates to collect grass, wood, etc. The blockage proved useless. Hearing that, the mother gave her son further advice to block the smaller gates as well. When the prince did, following his mother's advice, the citizens found their movement badly limited. 7 days later they beheaded King Kosala and offered it to the prince. The prince entered the city and crowned himself king. As a result of these aforesaid evil deeds, the son and the mother had to face their respective miseries. Self-investigation of his good deeds. At a later time, when the Buddha arrived in Savatthi, Venerable Stivali paid obeisance respectfully to him and sought permission, saying, "Exalted Buddha, I would like to investigate my own good deeds, kindly give me 500 monks as my companions." The Buddha permitted, saying, "Take them along, dear son Stivali." Venerable Stivali headed for the Himavanta by following a forest route with 500 companions. Then he came across 1. A great banyan tree on the way. 2. The Pava hill. 3. The river Asravati. 4. The ocean known as Varasagara. 5. The Himavanta. 6. The lake in the Chidanta forest. 7. Mount Gandhamadana. 8. Venerable Revata's dwelling. At all these places, Devas gave a great alms-giving Mahadana to Venerable Stivali for 7 days. Particularly, when they arrived on Mount Gandhamadana, a Deva, named Nagadatta, offered him milk rice and butter rice alternately for 7 days. Then the monks said among themselves, "Friends, we do not see cows being milked by Devas, nor we see the milk curds being stirred to make butter." So they asked the Deva for an explanation of what good deed he did to obtain so much milk rice and butter rice. Nagadatta answered, "Venerable sirs, I am able to give you milk rice and butter rice without having milch cows because I performed meritorious gifts of milk rice by lot during the lifetime of Buddha Kassapa." Foremost title achieved. At a later time, when the Buddha visited Venerable Khadiravaniya Revata, as has been told in the story of that venerable, Devas provided supplies, day after day, which were mainly intended for Venerable Stivali on the deserted and dangerous journey. With reference to that episode, the Buddha placed Venerable Stivali as the foremost among those who received plenty of gifts. The Buddha spoke in praise of Venerable Stivali by saying, "Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknalbna yad ida Stivali." Monks, among my monastic disciples who receive the 4 requisites in abundance, Stivali is the foremost. The doctrinal passages in connection with Venerable Stivali may be extracted from the traditions, Apadana, the AP 545, the verses of the elder monks, Theragatha, Thag 1.60, the Dhamma verses, Dhammapada, DHP 414, and their respective commentaries, etc. Similarly, the Dhamma teachings involving later great disciples should be noted in like manner. In this Chronicles of the Buddhas, from now on only 3 points will be discussed. Each venerable's aspiration expressed in the past, his ascetic life in the final existence, and the foremost title achieved. (19) Venerable Vakkali. Aspiration in the past. This Vakkali was a man of good family during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. Like all other great disciples, he went to the Buddha's monastery, sat at the edge of the audience, and while listening to his discourse, he saw a monastic being honored by him as the foremost Itad Aga among the monastics who were devoted to him. He felt a keen desire to be honored likewise by some future Buddha. As with the other aspirants, he invited the Buddha to his home and made great offerings for 7 days. Thereafter, he expressed his wish before the Buddha. "For this good deed, may I, Venerable Sir, be declared by some future Buddha as the foremost among the monastics who are very devoted to the Buddha." The Buddha saw that the aspiration of the man of good family would be fulfilled and assured him of it, after which he returned to the monastery. Ascetic life in his final existence. The worthy man devoted himself to deeds of merit till his death. When he passed away from that existence, he was reborn only in the fortunate destinations, and during the time of Buddha Gautama, he was reborn in a Brahmin family in Savatthi. He was named by his parents Vakkali. When he grew up, he was educated in the 3 Vedas. One day, he saw the Buddha, accompanied by many monastics, going on alms round in the city of Savatthi. He was captivated by the majesty of the Buddha's physical appearance, so much so that he followed the Buddha and entered the Buddha's monastery along with the line of monastics. There he kept gazing at the splendor of the Buddha. At the time the Buddha was delivering a discourse, he sat right in front of him. Vakkali's devotion became so deep that he could not stay away from the Buddha for any length of time. He, therefore, decided that he would not remain in household life, because as a householder he would not be able to see the Buddha all day long, but as a monastic he could get that opportunity. So he went to the Buddha and pleaded with him that he be admitted into the Sangha. He was then admitted. As a monastic, Venerable Vakkali never missed a chance of looking at the Buddha except at the mealtime. He did nothing in the conduct of a monastic, either in learning or in meditation, but spent all of his time gazing at the Buddha. The Buddha knew that the time for Venerable Vakkali's awakening was not yet due and therefore did not say anything about the negligence of his duties. When the right time arrived, the Buddha said to Venerable Vakkali, "Vakkali, What is the use of you gazing at this putrid body of mine? Vakkali, he who sees the Dhamma indeed sees me, he who sees me sees the Dhamma. Vakkali, one who looks at the Dhamma actually looks at me. He that really wishes to see me must be one who looks at the Dhamma. Although the Buddha exhorted Venerable Vakkali with these words, Venerable Vakkali could not tear himself away from the Buddha. The Buddha saw that the monastic needed to be emotionally awakened for awakening. So, on the eve of the rain's retreat, Vassa period, the Buddha went to Rajagaha, and there he said to Venerable Vakkali on the day the rain's retreat began, Vakkali, go away. Leave my presence. It is impossible to disobey an order given by the Buddha. Venerable Vakkali had to obey for at least 3 months during the rain's retreat period. There was nothing he could do about it. He felt desperate and forlorn, thinking, better to die than be denied the presence of the Buddha. He left for the Gajaka mountain, which had steep cliffs. The Buddha saw in his mind the despondency that had overtaken Venerable Vakkali. Without getting mental succor from me, Venerable Vakkali would have wasted his great merit, which is now sufficient for him to gain awakening, thought the Buddha. Accordingly, he emitted the Buddha radiance towards Venerable Vakkali so that he could see him again. That vision brought immediate relief to Venerable Vakkali's burning heart, as though the dart of sorrow that had pierced it had suddenly been removed. Then, to fill Vakkali's heart with delightful satisfaction and gladness, the Buddha uttered the following verse, DHP 381. Pamoja baholo bhikkhu, pasano Buddha sasane, adagak padasanta, sakarpasama sukha. Being overjoyed and full of confidence in the Buddha's teaching consisting of the threefold training, the monastic will attain the tranquil nibbana, the cessation of conditioning, the blissful. According to the commentary of the collection of the numerical discourses, Anguttara Nikaya, the Buddha extended his hand to Venerable Vakkali and ordained him by summoning him with, Come, monastic. The commentary on the Dhamma verses, Dhammapada, adds that after saying the above verse, the Buddha, extending his hand to Venerable Vakkali, and uttered these verses, DHPA XXV.11, PTS 4.119, Ahai Vakkali ma bayi, Olokahai tathgata, Aha ta udharisami, Paksana va kajara. Come, Vakkali, do not be afraid, look at the realized one. I will lift you to Nibbana from the depths of the beginningless sasra, just as one lifts a tusker from the mire. Ahai Vakkali ma bayi, Olokahai tathgata, Aha ta mokayasami, Rugaha va sriya. Come, Vakkali, do not be afraid, look at the realized one. I will free you from the captivity of the defilements, just as I would free the sun from the captivity of Rahu. Ahai Vakkali ma bayi, Olokahai tathgata, Aha ta mokayasami, Rugaha va kandama. Come, Vakkali, do not be afraid, look at the realized one. I will free you from the captivity of the defilements, just as I would free the moon from the captivity of Rahu. Then Venerable Vakkali said to himself, I am now seeing the Buddha in person, and he has extended his hand to me. Oh, how glad I am! Where should I go now? And not being able to decide on which direction he should proceed, he moved up skyward in the direction of the Buddha, and just as his first foot was resting on the mountain, he reflected on the verses uttered by the Buddha, and overcoming delightful satisfaction through insight into the 3 characteristics of conditioned phenomena, he became an arahat, together with analytical knowledge. Then he descended to the ground and stood worshipping the Buddha. Foremost title achieved. On one occasion, in the midst of a congregation, the Buddha declared, Itad aga bhikkhav mama svakma bhiknasid damutna yad ida Vakkali. Monastics, among the male monastic disciples who are very devoted to the Buddha, Vakkali is the foremost, Itad aga. In the case of other monastics, their devotion to the Buddha had to be bolstered up. With Vakkali, his conviction and devotion was too strong, so that the Buddha had to temper it by expelling him from his presence. Hence he was the foremost monastic in the degree of devotion to the Buddha. (2021) Venerable Rāhula and Venerable Rayaphalla. Aspiration in the past. During the early part of the Aeon of Buddha Pajamuttara, the future Rāhula and the future Rayaphalla were born into well-to-do families in Hasavat. However, their names and clans are not mentioned in the old commentaries. When they came of age, they married, and at the death of their fathers, they became heads of their respective households. In taking over the family properties from the custodians of their family estates, they came to know the immense wealth they had inherited. They pondered, "Our forebears have amassed these vast fortunes but have not been able to take them along when they left the present existence. As for us, we would take them along into the hereafter in whatever way we can." So they started to practice generosity. They erected distribution stations at the 4 gates of the city, where all the needs of destitute and travelers were provided liberally. Of the 2 friends, one was in the habit of inquiring into the needs of the recipients who came to receive his generosity and would give according to their needs, and he was therefore known as Agatāpika, the discriminative giver. The other never asked about the needs of the recipient but let them take however much they wanted, and hence he was known as Anaggapika, the liberal giver. One early morning, the 2 friends went out from their village to wash their faces. At that time, 2 recluses, using their supernormal powers, disappeared from the Himavanta mountains and reappeared at a place not far away from the 2 friends. They made themselves invisible and stood by the roadside and were visible only when they were heading to the village with their alms bowls and other vessels seeking for alms. The 2 friends went near and paid homage to the recluses, who asked them, "Men of great merit, when did you come here?" And the 2 friends replied, "Venerable sirs, we have just arrived." Then they each invited a recluse to their respective homes, offered them alms food, after which they asked and received the promise from the recluses to receive their offerings every day thenceforth. One of them, the recluse who had agreed to be the regular recipient to the future Rāhula, was phlegmatic, and to cool his heated body, he used to spend the daytime in the abode of a Naga, named Pathavindhara, which lay beneath the ocean. The recluse went there by making the ocean water cleft into a dry passageway. On returning from his watery sojourn, where he had enjoyed the favorable weather, to the human abode on the occasion, he gave an appreciative talk about the daily food offerings. After hearing the repeated reference to the abode of the Naga Pathavindhara, the supporter became curious to know what the expression denoted. This recluse explained to him, "It is our wish that you be as great as the Lord of Nagas named Pathavindhara," and told him the grandeur of the Naga from under the seas. From that day onwards, the future Rāhula's mind was inclined to the Naga existence, as he visualized it from the recluse's description. The other recluse used to spend his daytime at a Deva mansion, named Sarasaka, after the big celestial tree that stood in front of it in Tvatisa. And this recluse, who saw the palace of Saka, the lord of the Devas, mentioned it in his words of appreciation and felicitation about the daily food offering he received at the future Rayaphala's house. When the future Rayaphalla asked him to explain what he was referring to, he explained the greatness of Saka and his wish that his supporter will be as great as Saka. Thenceforward the future Rayaphala's mind was inclined to the celestial state of Saka. When the 2 rich friends passed away from their existence, future Rāhula, whose mind was inclined to the Naga Lord's existence, was reborn as the Naga Lord Pathavindhara, and future Rayaphalla, whose mind was inclined to Saka's existence, was reborn as Saka in the Tvatisa realm. Past aspiration of the future Rāhula. At the moment of his rebirth as a Naga, Pathavindhara looked at his own body and felt sorry that he had indeed become a reptile. He thought of the limited vision of his benefactor, the recluse in his previous existence. My teacher would seem to know no higher ideal for me than the reptilian existence. Just then he was attended on by a troupe of Naga dancers and musicians, all in celestial garb, who were there to entertain him wherever he was. He himself then took on the appearance of a celestial youth, his reptilian form having been discarded. A significant activity in his Naga existence was that Pathavindhara had to attend, as part of his Naga king Varapaka's entourage, the half-monthly meetings presided over by Saka, where the 4 great kings paid their homage to the Lord of the Devas. Saka saw his old friend, Pathavindhara, and even from a distance recognized him. He asked him, "Friend, in which realm were you reborn?" "Lord, unfortunate is my destination. I was reborn as a reptile in the realm of the Nagas. But you were fortunate to have a good teacher in the past, and have been reborn in the Deva realm. Do not be disappointed for your unfortunate destination. There has arisen in the world Buddha Pajamuttara. Go to him, perform great deeds of merit, and wish for the state of Sakka, so that we would live together in this Tvatisa realm. Very well, my lord, said Pathavindhara. I will follow your advice. Then he went to see Buddha Pajamuttara and invited him to his undersea realm. He made preparations for a great offering the whole night together with his followers. Early in the next morning, at dawn, the Buddha said to his personal attendant, Sumana, the realized one, is going to a far-off land to collect alms food. Let only arahats who have memorized the Dhamma Vinaya and have attained the fourfold analytical knowledge and the 6 supernormal powers accompany me, and not the worldling monastics. The attendant announced this order among the monastics. Then the Buddha, accompanied by arahats, who had memorized the Dhamma Vinaya and had attained the fourfold analytical knowledge and the 6 supernormal powers, rose into the sky and went to the abode of Pathavindhara, the lord of the Nagas. As Pathavindhara waited to welcome the Buddha, he saw him and his company of arahats walking above the wavy waters of emerald green of the great ocean. There was a procession of majestic arahats with the Buddha at the head and a young novice, named Uparevita, who was the son of the Buddha. Pathavindhara was particularly overawed by the young novice for having such supernormal powers just like the elder monastics. He felt thrilled with joy at the magnificent sight. When the Buddha took the seat prepared for him and the arahats took their respective seats according to seniority, the seat assigned for novice Uparevita was high in front of the Buddha. As the young novice was sitting there, Pathavindhara, while serving the food to the Buddha and the Saga, looked keenly at the Buddha and the young novice in turn. He noticed that the novice had the 32 distinct marks of a great man just like those on the body of the Buddha. That was the reason for his keen inspection of the Buddha and the novice in turn. Pathavindhara was wondering why the young novice resembled the Buddha so much and how both were related to each other. He asked one of the arahats, Venerable Sir, how is this young novice related to the fortunate one? The arahat replied, Lord of Nagas, he is the son of the fortunate one. Pathavindhara was deeply impressed by the novice. What a superb status this novice occupies, the son of the greatest man in the whole world, unrivaled in personal glory. His body is partly like that of the fortunate one himself. Oh, how I would like to be the son of a Buddha at some future time. Having been moved by this aspiration, the Lord of Nagas invited the Buddha to his residence for 7 days and made great offerings to him. Thereafter, he made his aspiration before the Buddha. Venerable Sir, for this great deed of merit, may I become the son of some future Buddha, just like novice Uparevita. The Buddha saw that the Naga Lord's aspiration would be fulfilled and made the prediction, You will become the son of Buddha Gautama in the future. Then he departed. Past aspiration of the future Rayaphalla. At the next half-monthly Deva meeting to pay homage to Sakka as a member of the Naga king Virapaka's retinue, Sakka asked his old-time friend Pathavindhara, Well, friend, have you made your aspiration for the Tvatisa realm? Pathavindhara answered, No, my lord. But why didn't you do that? What disadvantage do you see in Deva existence? My lord, it is not for any disadvantage I see in Deva existence. The fact is I have seen the novice Uparevita, the son of the Buddha who was just wonderful. Since I had cast my eyes on him, I have no aspiration other than to become the son of a future Buddha, exactly like this novice Uparevita. So I made my aspiration before the Buddha to become the son of some future Buddha. My lord, I would ask you to make some aspiration before the Buddha. Let us live together in future existences in Sasra. Sakka accepted Pathavindhara's suggestion, and as he was thinking about his ideal aspiration, he saw a monastic endowed with great powers. He reviewed the lineage of that monastic and saw that the monastic was the son of a noble family that had the ability to unite a country that had been divided, and that the monastic had to obtain parental consent to join the saga, only after starving himself in protest for 7 days. He decided to emulate that monastic. He asked the Buddha about the monastic, even though he knew it by his own divine powers. Then he made great offerings to the Buddha for 7 days, at the end of which he expressed his great wish thus: "Venerable Sir, for this great deed of merit may I be declared by some future Buddha as the foremost monastic among those who took up the monastic life through their conviction, just like that monastic whom the fortunate one declared as such." The Buddha saw that Sakka's aspiration would be fulfilled and said, "Sakka, you will be declared as the foremost among monastics who joined the Sangha through sheer conviction under Buddha Gautama in the future." After pronouncing that prediction, the Buddha departed, and Sakka also returned to his celestial abode. Rayaphalla as manager of offerings. The future Rayaphalla and the future Rāhula passed away from their existences as Sakka and Pathavindhara respectively, faring in the Deva realm and the human world for thousands of eons. 92 eons prior to the present aeon was the time of Buddhaphala. The father of Buddhaphala was King Mahinda. The Buddha had 3 half-brothers from different mothers. The king monopolized the Buddha, the Dhamma and the Sangha because he would not share the meritorious deed of attending to the needs of the Buddha with anyone. One day, a rebellion broke out in a remote area of King Mahinda's country. The king said to his 3 sons, "Sons, there is a rebellion in a faraway region. Either I myself or the 3 of you must go and put the region in order. If I am to go, you must see that attendance on the Buddha be kept up in the usual manner." The 3 sons unanimously said, "Dear father, it is not for you to go. We will go and put that region in order." They made obeisance to their father and went to the disturbed area, quelled the rebels and returned in triumph. On the way home, the 3 princes sought counsel of their trusted lieutenants. "Men, back in the capital, our father will bestow some boon on us. What sort of boon should we name?" The lieutenants said, "My lords, at the death of your royal father, nothing will be unattainable to you. The right to attend on your eldest brother, the Buddha, is indeed the boon you should ask for." "Very well, my men, your advice is sound." And they went before their royal father. The king was very pleased with them and said they would be rewarded with whatever they wished for. The princes asked for the privilege of attending on the Buddha as their boon. "That I cannot give, sons." The king said, "Name any other. We want no other boon. That is the only thing we yearn for." After some refusals by the king and affirmations on the part of the 3 princes, the king at last felt obliged to concede, lest he would be going back on his word. He warned his sons, though, in these words, "I will now comply with your request. But I wish to warn you, the Buddha is in the habit of staying in seclusion, just like the lion in his own den. So you have to be fully attentive in waiting on him. Do not ever be amiss about your duties." The 3 princes, on being permitted the task of waiting on the Buddha for 3 months, discussed among themselves, "Since we are going to wait on the Buddha, we ought to don robes and take up the monastic life as novices." They decided to be absolutely free from the stench of demerit. Free from the stench of demerit, nirama ganda. According to the commentary, the sub-commentary elaborates on this term thus: stench is to be interpreted as demerit and also as defilement. Stench is inseparable from defilement. Whenever defilement arises, it produces a bad smell. Stench means a mind where defilements arise continuously. The metaphor stench is used to denote something obnoxious, impure as though polluted by excreta, frowned upon by the wise and virtuous. It is an agent that makes everything stink. This last quality of the defilements is also manifested by evil persons whose body literally stinks, whereas the dead body of a purified one has no bad smell. Accordingly, they did so and took part in the daily offering of food to the Buddha and the Sangha, but entrusted the job to a committee of 3 trusted men to supervise the task. Among these 3 supervisors, one was in charge of procuring rice and cereals, the second in charge of issuing groceries to meet the daily needs of the meals, and the third in charge of cooking and other preparations for the offering. The 3 men were reborn during the time of Buddha Gautama as King Bimbisara, Visakha the merchant, and Venerable Rayaphalla, respectively. Rāhula's life as Prince Pathavindhara. The future Rāhula was reborn as the eldest son of King Kiki of the Kasi country during the time of Buddha Vipassi. He was named by his parents as Prince Pathavindhara. He had 7 sisters, namely, 1. Princess Sama equals the future Venerable Khema. 2. Princess Samagut equals the future Venerable Upālava. 3. Princess Bhikkhuni equals the future Venerable Packer. 4. Princess Bhikkadika equals the future Venerable Qualikis. 5. Princess Dhamma equals the future Venerable Kisa Gotami. 6. Princess Sudhama equals the future Venerable Dhammadina. 7. Princess Sagatiak equals the future lay supporter Visakha. Prince Pathavindhara became the heir apparent after his 7 sisters had donated 7 monastic complexes to Buddha Kassapa. The heir apparent requested his sisters to let him donate the cost of one of the 7 monastic complexes. But his 7 sisters pointed out to their eldest brother that he had means to donate another monastic complex. So Prince Pathavindhara built 500 monastic complexes on an appropriate scale according to his status. He spent all his life in deeds of merit. On his death, he was reborn in the Deva realm. Ascetic life in his final existence. During the time of Buddha Gautama, Prince Pathavindhara was reborn as Prince Rāhula, son of Prince Siddhartha and his chief princess Yasodhara. Rahula's boyhood friend was Rayaphalla, the son of Rayaphalla, the wealthy merchant of the market town of Thalakohika in the kingdom of Kuru. The admission of Rāhula into the saga, an interesting episode, can be read in chapter 18. Many discourses that are connected with Rāhula, such as the long discourse giving advice to Rāhula, Maha Rahulovada Sutta, MN 62, and others can be found in chapters 31 and 32b. After the Buddha had admitted his son, he used to admonish the young novice every day as follows. Rāhula, seek the company of a good friend. Dwell in the forest abode. Be 1281 moderate in eating. Do not be attached to any of the 4 monastic requisites. Be flawless in regard to the observance of the monastic restraint. Guard the 6 faculties well. Be constantly mindful about mind and body so as to become thoroughly tired of sentient existence. Cultivate the mind to give up any idea of the attractiveness of the body. Gain concentration of mind. Once the signs of permanence are given up, reflect on the falsity of an ego. If you train yourself thus, the 3 rounds of the vicious cycle of suffering existences will fall away. The above sutta is entitled The Continual Advice to Rāhula, Abhiha Rahulovada Sutta, SNP 2.13. It was the custom of the novice Rāhula to pick up a handful of sand early in the morning and say to himself, "May I get admonitions from the Fortunate One or from my preceptor in number comparable to the grains of sand in my hand." This habit of his gained him the reputation as a novice inclined to good advice as befitting the son of the Fortunate One, and as such a worthy son of a worthy father. This recognition of Rāhula's noble character trait became the topic of discussion among the monastics. The Buddha knew it, and thinking that that would very well make a ready subject for another discourse and would also highlight Venerable Rāhula's qualities even better, he taught a discourse at the audience hall. Having seated himself on the Dhamma throne of the Buddha, he asked the monastics what they had been talking about before he went in. The monastics replied, "Venerable Sir, we were discussing the noble trait in the novice Rāhula's readiness to receive admonition." The Buddha then related a past existence of Rāhula where he had displayed the same noble trait, as mentioned in the story about the deer having 3 postures, Tipalatha Miga Jataka, Ja 16. The Buddha taught the young novice Rāhula at the tender age of 7 to be truthful at all times, to refrain from untruth even by way of jesting. The discourse on this subject goes by the title of the advice to Rāhula given in Ambalahika Park, Ambalahika Rahulovada Sutta, MN 61. See chapter 20a. When Rāhula was 18, the Buddha taught him a discourse entitled The Long Discourse giving advice to Rāhula, Maha Rahulovada Sutta, MN 62. See chapter 31. To give practical lessons in insight meditation, 22 suttas were directed at Rāhula, compiled in the collection of the thematic discourses, Sayutta Nikaya, forming the chapter entitled The Thematic Discourses Connected with Rāhula, Rāhula Sayutta, SN 18. And there is also another discourse entitled The Discourse Concerning Rāhula, Rāhula Sutta, and 4.177. As Rāhula became spiritually more mature, when he had just been admitted into the saga as a full-fledged monastic, the Buddha taught him another discourse entitled The Short Discourse giving advice to Rāhula, Rāhula Sutta, MN 147. See Chapter 31. Foremost title achieved. On one occasion, in the congregation of monastics where the Buddha named outstanding monastics, he declared, Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknasik kmna yad ida rahulo. Monastics, among the monastics who welcome admonition concerning the threefold training, Rāhula is the foremost, Itad aga. Venerable Rāhula was designated as the foremost among those monastics who welcomed admonition concerning the threefold training because from the day he became a novice, he always had a most keen desire to be instructed. Every morning, he awaited admonition and advice from the Buddha or from his preceptor. He wanted as many words of advice as they would give, even as many as the grains of sand he used to hold in his hand every morning. Rāhapla's monastic life. In his tour of the kingdom of Kuru, the Buddha arrived at the market town of Thalakohika, which means the town where all households have their granaries full of paddy. On hearing the Buddha's discourse, Rāhapla, the merchant's son, was overwhelmed by religious conviction and had an intense desire to renounce the world. After much persuasion and protestation with his parents, he finally obtained their consent to become a monastic, as in the case of Venerable Sadina which has been described earlier on, and he went to the Buddha. Under the Buddha's order, he was admitted into the Sangha. Although they had permitted their son to leave household life, Rāhapla's parents were still unhappy about it. Whenever monastics arrived at their door on the alms round, the father would say to them, "What business do you have here? You have taken away my only son. What more do you want to do from us?" The Buddha stayed at Thalakohika for 15 days only and returned to Savatthi. There, at Savatthi, Rāhapla meditated on insight and became an arahat. Venerable Rāhapla then asked permission from the Buddha to visit his parents. Hence, he went to Thalakohika. While going for alms collection in the town, he stood at the door of his father, where, as in the case of Venerable Sadina, he received stale cakes, but he ate them as if they were the food of devas. His father felt guilty about the alms food he had offered and invited his monastic son to his house to take a wholesome meal, but Venerable Rāhapla said that since he had finished the day's meal, he would come the next day. On the following day, after finishing his meal at his father's house, he gave a discourse to the womenfolk of the household who were fully garbed, and enabled them to perceive loathsomeness of the body. Then all of a sudden, like an arrow, he flew up to the sky and descended in the royal gardens of King Karabya where he sat on a rock platform. He sent word to the king through the gardener about his presence there. King Karabya went to pay homage to him. Venerable Rayaphalla gave a discourse, in detail, on the four principles of loss or decay, parahana, after which, he returned to Savatthi, traveling by stages, and arrived at the Buddha's monastery. This is a brief account of Venerable Rāhapla. Full details may be gleaned from the Discourse to Rayaphalla, Rayaphalla Sutta, MN 82. Foremost title achieved. On one occasion, in a monastic congregation where the Buddha named foremost monastics, he declared, Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknasad pabajitna yad ida Rāhaplo. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who take up the monastic life through sheer religious conviction, Rāhapla is the foremost, Itad aga. Venerable Rāhapla had to stay away from food for 7 days as a token of his strong desire to renounce the household life. That was why he was declared the foremost monastic who took up the monastic life through faith. (22) Venerable Quadna. Aspiration in the past. The future Quadna was born into a worthy family in the city of Hasavat during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. Like all other future great disciples, he went to the Buddha's monastery to listen to his discourse. There he saw a monastic named by the Buddha as the foremost among those who were first to be selected for invitation to offerings of alms food by the supporters. The worthy man's heart was bent on receiving similar honors under some future Buddha, and so he made a great offering to the Buddha for 7 days, and on the 7th day, he expressed his aspiration for that honor in the future. Buddha Pajamuttara saw that this aspiration of his would be fulfilled and made the prediction accordingly. After which, he returned to the monastery. Evil action committed in the past. The future Quadna passed away from the human existence in which he received the Buddha's prediction after spending a life performing meritorious deeds. He was reborn either in the Deva realm or the human realm for a great many eons. During the time of Buddha Kassapa, he became a terrestrial Deva. Buddha Kassapa appeared during the time when the human lifespan was 20,000 years, unlike Buddha Gautama's time when the human lifespan was 100 years and the monastic rules, Padamaka, was recited by monthly on the observance day, Upāsitha. The observance day congregations to recite the monastic rules, Padamaka, took place only once in 6 months during the time of Buddha Kassapa. 2 monastic friends, living at different places, went to the observance day congregation where the monastic rules, Padamaka, were recited. The terrestrial Deva, who was the future Quadna, knew the strong tie of friendship that existed between these 2 monastics. He wondered if anybody could ruin this friendship and waited for a chance to do so by following the 2 monastics for some distance. Then one of the monastics, leaving his alms bowl and robes with the other, went off to a place where water was available to answer the call of nature. After finishing the personal ablutions, he came out of the bush. The Deva, in the guise of a very beautiful woman, followed close to the monastics, tidying up her disheveled hair and rearranging her skirt, and appearing to have come out of the same bush. The monastic companion saw the strange scene from a distance where he was left waiting, and was very upset. He thought to himself, "I never knew him to be so vile. My affection for him that has lasted so long is now ended. If I had known him to be such a rogue, I would not have extended my friendship to him." As soon as the former monastic came back to him, he handed back to him his property, saying, "Here are your alms bowl and robes. I will never go the same way with you again. From now on we shall refer to the 2 monastics as the complainant or accuser, Kodaka, and the accused, Kudataka." The accused, who was actually a well-disciplined monastic and had no fault whatsoever, was taken aback by his friend's harsh words which seemed to smite his heart as if someone were to deal a vicious thrust at it with a sharp spear. He said, "Friend, what do you mean? Never have I committed any breach of the monastic discipline, not even the trivial ones. Yet you call me a knave. What have you seen me doing? If I had seen anything else, I would have ignored it. But this is serious. You came out of the same bush, having spent the time together there with a very attractive woman dressed in fine clothes and decorations. No, no, my friend, that is not true. Nothing of that sort happened. I have never seen the woman you mention." But the complainant was quite sure of himself. The accused denied thrice any misdoing, but the complainant believed what he had seen. He parted company with the accused there, and then each went his own way to the Buddha's monastery. At the assembly hall for the observance day ceremony, the accused was seen inside, and so the complainant said, "This hall of discipline, Sima, is profaned by the presence of a fallen monastic. I cannot join the observance day ceremony with that wicked monastic." And he went outside. On seeing this, the terrestrial Deva was remorseful. "Oh me! I have made a grave mistake. I must atone for it." So he assumed the form of an elderly lay disciple and, going near to the complainant, said, "Why, venerable sir, do you remain outside the hall of discipline?" The monastic replied, "This hall of discipline contains a vile monastic. I cannot join the observance day ceremony together with him, so I keep myself away." The Deva then said, "Do not think so, venerable sir. That monastic is of pure morality. The woman you saw was none other than myself. I wanted to test the strength of your mutual affection and to see whether you are moral or not. I accompanied the accused in a woman's guise for that purpose." The monastic said, "Virtuous man, who are you?" "I am a terrestrial Deva, venerable sir." And so saying, he prostrated at the monastic's feet. "Kindly excuse me, venerable sir. The accused knows nothing about what had happened. So, May the Venerable One go ahead with the observance day ceremony with a clear conscience. Then he led the monastics into the observance day hall. The two monastics performed the observance day ceremony at the same place, but the complainant did not remain together with the accused in their previous cordial relationship. The accused practiced meditation for insight and gradually became an arahat. The terrestrial deva suffered the evil consequences of that evil deed during the whole of the interval Buddhantra, between the arising of Buddha Kassapa and Buddha Gautama through a long period. He was reborn in the lower worlds, Upāya, most of the time. When he regained human existence, he was subjected to blame for the misdeeds others had perpetuated. Ascetic life in his final existence. The terrestrial deva, having paid dearly for his misdeed, was reborn as a Brahmin in Savatthi during the time of Buddha Gautama. His parents named him Dana. He learned the three Vedas as a youth, but later in life, he became devoted to the Buddha after listening to the Buddha's discourses and took up the monastic life. From the very day Dana became a monastic, a fully adorned woman, an apparition of a woman created as the result of his past misdeed, always followed him wherever he went. Wherever he went, the woman went. When he stopped, she stopped. This woman, though not seen by him, was seen by everybody else. So dreadful is the work of evil doing. When Venerable Dana went on the daily alms round, his female lay supporters would say jestingly, "This spoonful is for you, sir, and this spoonful is for the female friend who accompanies you, sir." This made him miserable. Back at the monastery, too, he was an object of ridicule. Novices and young monastics would surround him and jeer at him, saying, "Venerable Dana is a lecher." From such jeering, he came to be called Quadna or Dana the Lecher. As these jeerings became more and more frequent, Venerable Quadna could not bear it any longer and retorted, "You only are lechers, not me. Your preceptors are lechers, your teachers are lechers." Other monastics who heard him say these harsh words reported the matter to the Buddha, who sent for Venerable Quadna and asked him whether the report was true or nor. "It is true, Venerable Sir," Quadna admitted. "Why did you use such abusive language?" "I could not bear their jeerings any longer, Venerable Sir." Venerable Quadna explained, and he related his story. "Monastic, your past evil deeds still needs retribution. Do not use such harsh words in future." And on that occasion, the Buddha uttered the following two verses, DHP 133-134. Mavoka Farusakansi, Vuddha Pivadeyu ta, Dukkha Hai Sarambakatha, Pida Fuziyu ta. Monastic Dana, do not use harsh words to anyone. Those who are thus spoken to will retort. Painful to hear is severe talk, and retribution will come to you from those co-residents to whom you have used harsh words. Just as ashes thrown against the wind will fly back. Sais narasiatna, keso upahato yatha, esa patosi nibna, sarambo ti navajati. Monastic Dana, if you can keep your calm and quiet like a gong whose rim has been broken, you will have attained nibbana. Then there will be no vindictiveness in you. By the end of the discourse, many listeners attained various levels of the path knowledge. Investigation by King Pasenadi Kosala. The news of Venerable Quadna's regular association with a woman was brought to the attention of King Pasenadi of Kosala by the monastics. The king ordered an investigation while he personally kept watch on Venerable Quadna's monastery together with a small group of his men. He saw Venerable Quadna was stitching a robe, and the reputed woman also was seen standing near him. The king was enthralled by this sight. He drew near her. Then that woman was seen going into the monastic dwelling. The king followed her into the dwelling and searched for her everywhere, but he could find no one inside. Then he made the correct conclusion that the woman that he saw earlier was not a real human being, but only an apparition that appeared due to some past deed that belonged to Venerable Quadna. When the king first entered the monastery, he did not pay respects to Venerable Quadna. Only after discovering the truth of Venerable Quadna's innocence did he make obeisance to him and say, "Venerable Sir, are you well provided by way of daily alms food?" "Not too bad, great king," replied Venerable Quadna. "Venerable Sir, I know what you mean. Since you are seen always accompanied by a woman, who would be kindly disposed towards you. But from now on, you need not go on alms round. I will be a lay supporter to you and see to the provision of the 4 requisites. May you uphold the religious practice diligently and well. From that time onwards, the king made an offering of daily alms food to Venerable Quadna. Being free of anxiety about livelihood, regularly enjoying the support of the king, Venerable Quadna gained concentration and developed insight, and became an arahat. From the time of awakening, the apparition of the woman disappeared. Foremost title achieved. Maha Subhata, the daughter of Anthapika in the householder of Savatthi, was obliged to live in the house of a man, in the town of Ugga, who had no confidence in the Buddha. One day, intending that the Buddha show compassion on her, she took the observance day, Upāsatha, precepts and kept her mind free from defilements. Standing at the upper story of her mansion, she threw out 8 handfuls of jasmine into the air and wished, "May these flowers go straight to the Fortunate One and form themselves into a canopy above him. May the Fortunate One, out of consideration for this floral tribute, come to my residence tomorrow to receive my offering of alms food." The flowers flew straight to the Buddha and formed themselves into a canopy above him even while he was delivering a discourse. The Buddha, on seeing the flower canopy offered by Maha Subhata, perceived her wish and decided to receive her food offering. Early the next morning, the Buddha called Venerable Ānanda and said, "Ānanda, we shall go to a distant place to receive alms food. Include only arahats, and not worldlings in the list of invitees." Then Venerable Ānanda announced to the monastics, "Friends, the Fortunate One is going to a distant place to receive alms food today. Let no worldling monastic draw lots to be included as an invitee. Only arahats may do so." Then Venerable Quadna said, "Friend, bring me the lots," and stretched out his hand to make a draw. Venerable Ānanda thought Venerable Quadna was still a worldling and informed the matter to the Buddha, who said, "Ānanda, let him draw the lot if he wishes." Then Ānanda thought, if Venerable Quadna were unfit to draw the lots, the Fortunate One would disallow the draw. Now that he has been allowed him, there must be some reason. I should let him draw. And as he was retracing his steps to Venerable Quadna, the latter entered into the 4th absorption, jhana, the basic mental state for supernormal powers, and stood in mid-air, and then he said to Venerable Ānanda, "Friend Ānanda, bring me the lots. The Fortunate One knows me. The Fortunate One does not say anything against my drawing the lot first before other monastics." When on another occasion, Kassabhata, the younger daughter of Anthapika, invited the Buddha to Sagata to receive alms food offering too, Venerable Quadna made the first draw among the 500 monastics. Then again, when the Buddha went to a market town in the country of Sunaparanta, flying through the sky by using his psychic power, Venerable Quadna was also the first to draw the lots for receiving alms food. On another occasion, in the assembly of monastics, the Buddha spoke of Venerable Quadna. Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknapahama salka gahantna yad ida quadno. Monastics, among those of my monastic disciples who successfully draw lots ahead of all others for alms food offering, Quadna is the foremost, itad aga. (23) Venerable Vagca. Aspiration in the past. The future Vagca was born into a wealthy family in the city of Hasavat, during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. Like all other future great disciples, he went to the Buddha's monastery. In the course of listening to a discourse, he witnessed a monastic being named by the Buddha as the foremost among those monastics who were endowed with quick wit. The son, the future Vagca, admired that monastic, and after making a great offering to the Buddha, he expressed his aspiration to him, "May I, for this good deed, become the foremost monastic among those endowed with quick wit at some time in the future." The Buddha saw that the aspiration of the supporter would be fulfilled and therefore made the prediction before returning to the monastery. Ascetic life in his final existence. After a life of good deeds, the man passed away and was either reborn as a deva or a human being. At the time of Buddha Gautama, He was reborn in a Brahmin family in Savatthi, by the name of Vagsa. When he came of age, he learnt the 3 Vedas. He served the teacher to the latter's satisfaction so that he also received a secret formula or chant called the skull, Shavasaisa mantra, by intoning which he could tell the destination of a departed one by gentle rapping on the skull of a dead person. The Brahmins knew well how to capitalize on Vagsa's art. So they put him in an enclosed carriage and would encamp at the gate to a town or village, and when a crowd had formed, they advertised Vagsa's greatness, saying, "He who sees Vagsa comes upon wealth and fame and goes to the heavens at death." Many people were taken in by such sayings, and they would go to the visiting Brahmins. "Sirs, what is Master Vagsa's special knowledge?" Then the Brahmins would say, "Men, there is no wise one equal to Master Vagsa because he can tell you the destination of a departed person. Just by rapping the skull of a dead person with his fingernails, he will tell you in what clan or in what realm he is reborn." And Vagsa was actually able to make good the claim of his men. He called upon the spirit of the dead person, make it possess someone near him, and tell from that person's mouth where the subject was, for instance where that dead person was reborn. For this miraculous feat, he reaped big sums of money from his clients. Vagsa's time for liberation. After a tour of the land covering cities, towns, and villages, Vagsa's men carried him to the city of Savatthi. Vagsa stopped near the Jetavana monastery and thought, "Ascetic Gautama is reputed to be wise. It would not be to my advantage just to carry on touring around Jambudapa. I might as well go and see someone who is said to be wise." So he sent his men away saying, "You go ahead. I do not want company when visiting the Buddha. Let me go alone." "But sir," the attendants of Vagsa protested, "by using his trickery, ascetic Gautama has a way of winning over people over who go to see him." But Vagsa paid no attention to those words. Going before the Buddha, and after saying courteous words of greeting, he sat at a suitable distance. The Buddha asked Vagsa, the youth, "Vagsa, are you skilled in some art?" "Reverend Gautama," said Vagsa, "I know a certain mantra called the skull, Shava Saisa." "What use do you make of that mantra?" "Venerable Gautama, while chanting that mantra, if I rap with my fingernails the skull of a dead person who had died more than 3 years ago, I can tell in which existence he is now reborn." Thereupon the Buddha by his powers procured for human skulls. 1. One belonged to somebody in Niraya. 2. One belonged to somebody in the human realm. 3. One belonged to somebody in the Deva realm. 4. One belonged to an Arahat. Vagsa, rapping the first skull, said, "Reverend Gautama, the person, whose skull it once was, is now reborn in Niraya." "Good, good, Vagsa," said the Buddha. "You see rightly." The Buddha, pointing to the second skull, asked, "Where is this person now whose skull it once was?" "Reverend Gautama, that person is now reborn in the human realm." The Buddha made another test about the third skull, and Vagsa said, "Reverend Gautama, that person is now reborn in the Deva realm." All 3 revelations were correct. When, however, the Buddha pointed out to the fourth skull and tested Vagsa's skill, the Brahmin youth was in a quandary. Although he repeatedly rapped the skull and reflected on it, he could make neither head nor tail of the present existence of the person whose skull it was. The Buddha asked, "Vagsa, are you at your wit's end?" "Wait on, Reverend Gautama," said Vagsa. "Let me try again." He made further attempts, with more recitals of his famous mantra and more vain rappings on the skull. He found that the matter was clearly beyond his capability. Beads of sweat flowed down from his forehead. Looking a complete fool, the great Vagsa remained silent. "Do you find it tiring, Vagsa?" asked the Buddha. "Verily, Reverend Gautama, I find it most tiring. I cannot say the designation of the person whose skull it was. If your reverence knows it, kindly tell me." "Vagsa," said the Buddha, "I know this being and much more too." Then the Buddha uttered the following 2 verses. DHP 4, 19-420. Kudiyo Vedisatna, Upapati Siye Sabeso, Asata Bhagava Buddha, Tam Aha Brumi Burma. Vagsa, he who knows clearly the death and rebirth of beings in all respects, who is free from attachment, who has walked the right path and realized Nibbana, who knows the Four Noble Truths, him I call a Brahmin. 1288. Yasagati na jananti, Deva Gandhaba Manusa, Ksava Arahanta, Tam Aha Brahmi Burma. Vagsa, he whose destination the Devas of the celestial abodes or the Gandhabas of the terrestrial abodes, or men know, who has destroyed the four kinds of the pollutants, and is an Arahat, him I call a Brahmin. In the present situation these verses, which are from the Dhamma verses, Dhammapada, were uttered for the benefit of Vagsa to let him know that the fourth skull belonged to an Arahat whose destination after death is not found in any of the five kinds of destinations. Then Vagsa, the youth, said to the Buddha, Reverend Gautama, there is no loss to him who exchanges a mantra for a mantra. I will give you my skull, Shavasaisa. Mantra in exchange for your Buddha mantra which you have just uttered. The Buddha replied, Vagsa, we Buddhas do not make any exchange of mantras. We give it free out of goodwill to those who want it. Very well, Reverend Gautama, said Vagsa. May the Reverend Gautama give the mantra to me. And he made an unmistakable gesture of reverence to the Buddha, with his two palms together which resembled a young tortoise. Then the Buddha said, Vagsa, in your Brahminic customs, is there a period of probation as a comprehensive way of fulfilling an obligation by someone who asks for and receives a favor? There is, Reverend Gautama. Vagsa, do you think there is no probationary period for one who wishes to learn a mantra in our teaching? It was in the Brahmanic tradition not to be satisfied in learning mantras. Vagsa felt he must get the Buddha mantra at any cost. So he said, Reverend Gautama, I will abide by your rules. Vagsa, when we teach the Buddha mantra we do so only to one who takes on the appearance like that of ourselves. Vagsa had set his mind on learning the Buddha mantra after fulfilling the condition required by the Buddha. So he said to his followers, Now, do not take it amiss about my becoming a monastic. I must learn the Buddha mantra. Having learnt it, I will become the greatest master in this Jambudvipa, and that will be a good thing for you too. After consoling his associates thus, Vagsa became a monastic for the purpose of learning the Buddha mantra. The preceptor who sponsored Vagsa in the formal ceremony of admission was Venerable Nigrodakapa, an Arahat, who happened to be near the Buddha at that time. The Buddha said to Venerable Nigrodakapa, Nigrodakapa, Vagsa wishes to become a monastic. See to his admission into the Sangha. Venerable Nigrodakapa taught the meditation practice on the 5 aspects of the loathsomeness of the body to Vagsa and led him into the monastic life. Then the Buddha said to Venerable Vagsa, Vagsa, now observe the probationer's practice as a learner of the mantra, and taught him how to reflect on the 32 parts of the body. Vagsa, being a man of keen intellect, uttering the 32 parts and meditating on the arising and dissolution of physical phenomena comprising the 32 parts, gained insight into physical phenomena and became an Arahat. After Vagsa had become an Arahat, his Brahmin friends visited him to find out how he was progressing. They said to him, Vagsa, how now? Have you learnt the mantra from ascetic Gautama? Ah, yes, I have, replied Venerable Vagsa. Then let us go, they said. You go yourselves. I have no more business to be in your company. On hearing this plain answer, the Brahmins said, We had forewarned you that ascetic Gautama had a way of winning over his visitors by trickery. Now you have fallen under the spell of ascetic Gautama. What business is there for us with you? Vituperating their erstwhile friend thus, they returned by the way they had come. Venerable Vagsa was one of the most prominent of the monastic disciples of the Buddha. For his wonderful verses, refer to the thematic discourse concerning Vagsa, Vagsa Sayutta, SN 8. Foremost title achieved. Venerable Vagsa was a born poet. Whenever he went before the Buddha, he always uttered verses in praise of the Buddha, comparing him in poetic similes to the moon, the sun, the sky, the great ocean, the noble tusker, the lion, etc. These verses, which he sang extempore at the moment of casting his eyes on the Buddha, ran into thousands. Therefore, on an occasion when the Buddha mentioned the names of outstanding, Itad Aga, monastics to the congregation, he declared, Itad Aga Bikhave Mama Svakna Biknapapabnavantna Yad Ida Vagsa. Monastics, Among my monastic disciples endowed with quick wit, Vagsa is the foremost, itad aga. "24. Venerable Uggesa Vagantaputta. Aspiration in the past. In the past, Uggesa Vagantaputta was born into a worthy family in the city of Hasavat during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. When he came of age, he went to the Buddha's monastery, like all the great future venerables, to listen to the Buddha's discourse. There, he witnessed a monastic being declared by the Buddha as the foremost itad aga, among those who gained the esteem of a wide following. The worthy man admired that monastic and made his aspiration to that honor in some future existence. The Buddha saw that the aspiration of the man would be fulfilled and made the prediction as in the cases of other similar aspirants. Then he returned to the monastery. Ascetic life in his final existence. That worthy man, after leading a life filled with good deeds, passed away into the fortunate destinations. At the time of Buddha Gautama, he was born into a family in the Brahmin village of Nandaka, in the country of Magadha. His mother was Sari, the wife of a rich Brahmin. He was named Upasena in his boyhood. He grew up and learned the 3 Vedas, but after hearing the Dhamma from the Buddha, he was deeply devoted to the Buddha and became his disciple. Venerable Upasena, who had 1 rain's retreat, Vasa, in the monastic life, had a desire to increase the number of monastics. He admitted a man into the state of a novice and then raised him to full monastic life. Venerable Upasena, at the end of the rain's retreat, after attending the usual congregation of monastics, went to see the Buddha together with his own close disciple who was then of 1 rain's retreat as a monastic and himself as preceptor to that monastic of 2 rain's retreat as a monastic, thinking that the Buddha would be pleased with him for his well-intended act of admitting a newcomer into the Sangha. As Venerable Upasena was sitting in a suitable place before the Buddha said to him, "Monastic, how many rain's retreats have you spent as a monastic?" 2 rain's retreats, Venerable Sir," Upasena replied. "How many rain's retreats has that monastic who accompanies you?" 1 rain's retreat, Venerable Sir. "How are you 2 related?" "He is my close disciple, Venerable Sir." "You vain man, you are bent on gaining the 4 requisites very quickly." The Buddha then denounced Venerable Upasena on many grounds. Then the Buddha pronounced a rule thus: "Monastics, let no monastic, who has not completed 10 rain's retreats, Vasa, in the Sangha, admit a person into the monastic life. He who infringes this rule incurs a minor breach of the discipline, dukkha. Monastics, I allow a monastic with 10 rain's retreats, Vasa, or more to act as preceptor to a new monastic in the admission of that person into the monastic life." These 2 Vinaya rules came about concerning Venerable Upasena, Vin MV1, PTS 1.59. Upasena, on being reprimanded by the Buddha, thought of receiving praise from the Buddha on account of the following. I will make the words of praise, with reference to this very question of following, come out of the same mouth of the Fortunate One, which is splendid like the full moon. So he encouraged himself. On that same day he went into seclusion, meditated with diligence, cultivated insight, and in a few days became an arahat. Upasena was a monastic with a celebrated family background. With his reputation throughout the land as an able expounder of the doctrine, he earned the confidence and goodwill of many boys of worthy families who were his blood relations or friends. These young boys became novices under his guidance. But he made an understanding with them at the outset. "Boys, I am an avowed dweller in the forest. If you can live in the forest like me, you may become novices." And he told them the elements of the 13 kinds of austere practice, Dutaga. Only those boys who could take up the austere practices were admitted as novices by him, but only to such an extent as their tender ages could take. When Venerable Upasena himself had completed 10 rain's retreats, Vasa, as a monastic he mastered the Vinaya and admitted the novices into full monastic life, acting as their preceptor. The number of those monastics under his preceptorship grew to as many as 500. During those days, the Buddha was residing at the Jetavana monastery in Savatthi. At one time, the Buddha said to the monastics, "Monastics, I wish to remain alone for half a month," and stayed in seclusion. Then the Sangha made a mutual agreement amongst themselves that any monastic who went near the Buddha alone would have to make a formal confession of his guilt for doing so. Venerable Upasina, accompanied by his disciples, went to the Jetavana monastery to pay homage to the Buddha, and after paying respects to the Buddha, they sat in a suitable place. Then the Buddha, intending to start a conversation, asked a young monastic who was a close disciple of Venerable Upasina, "Monastic, do you like wearing rag robes?" The young monastic made a preliminary statement. "I do not like it, Venerable Sir," but went on to explain that although he did not personally like it, out of his high regard for his preceptor, he observed the austere practice of wearing rag robes. The Buddha praised Upasina for that, and also said many words in praise of Upasina on various other counts. This is only a brief account of Upasina's earning the Buddha's approbation. For details, refer to the Vinaya Vin Par, PTS 3.230. It may be noted that in that text, the Buddha is recorded to have said, "I wish to go into seclusion for 3 months," whereas the commentary on the collection of the numerical discourses, Anguttara Nikaya, says the Buddha wished to have half a month of seclusion. We would recommend the 3 months version of the text as more authoritative. Foremost title achieved. On one occasion, sitting in the congregation to declare outstanding monastics, the Buddha declared, "Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknasamanta stikna yad ida upasino vagantaputto." Monastics, among my monastic disciples who win the high esteem of their following, Upasina Vagantaputta is the foremost, Itad aga. Upasina's tragic demise. At one time, Venerable Sariputta and Venerable Upasina were dwelling near Rajagaha at the Sapasoika cave, the cave resembling a snake's hood, in the ebony forest. At that time, a poisonous snake fell onto the body of Venerable Upasina. Venerable Upasina was stitching a double robe near the entrance of the cave where a light breeze was blowing. At that moment, one of the 2 poisonous snakes that were mating on the roof of the cave fell down onto his shoulder. It was a highly poisonous snake whose venom was so potent that mere contact with it was lethal. So the body of Venerable Upasina burnt like a wick in a lamp, spreading its heat all over the body. He knew that his body would be burnt away in no time, but he made a wish that his body should remain intact inside the cave, and thereby prolong the decay. Then Venerable Upasina called the monastics, saying, "Friends, come, put this body of mine on the cot and carry it outside before this body disintegrates here like a ball of chaff." Thereupon Venerable Sariputta said to Venerable Upasina, "We do not see any change in the body and any change in the faculties of Venerable Upasina." Yet Venerable Upasina said, "Friend, come, put this body of mine on the cot and carry it outside before this body disintegrates like a ball of chaff." This was said by Venerable Sariputta because there was no change in the bodily appearance and the facial expression of Venerable Upasina, as is usual with ordinary people at the hour of death. Then Venerable Upasina said, "Friend Sariputta, as a matter of fact, only in one who views through wrong view and craving, such as, I am the eye is mine, or I am the ear is mine, I am the nose is mine, I am the tongue is mine, I am the body is mine, I am the mind is mine, do changes in the body and changes in the faculties occur. Friend Sariputta, I do not have any view either through wrong view or through craving, such as, I am the eye is mine, or I am the mind is mine. Friend Sariputta, how should there be any change in the body or any change in the faculties in me who does not hold such views?" Venerable Sariputta said, "It is indeed so, friend Upasina. Since you, friend Upasina, have long ago removed the wrong view of myself, the craving to mine, and the conceit I, it is not possible for such views to arise, either through wrong view or through craving, such as, I am the eye is mine, or I am the mind is mine." Then the monastics put the body of Venerable Upasina on a cot and carried it outside. There and then Venerable Upasina's body disintegrated like a ball of chaff, and he passed away realizing the exhaustion of rebirth. This account is also on record in the Discourse on Upasina and the Snake Upasina Asavisa Sutta, SN 35.69, and the commentary thereon. (25) Venerable Dabba. Aspiration in the past. The future Dabba was born as a worthy man in the city of Hasavat, during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. On coming of age, he visited the Buddha's monastery, and while listening to a discourse by the Buddha, he witnessed a monastic being declared by him as the foremost among those monastics who prepared living places for the Sangha. He admired that monastic, and after making great offerings to the Buddha, he expressed his aspiration for a similar distinguished recognition during the time of some future Buddha. The Buddha saw that the supporter's aspiration would be fulfilled and made the prediction before returning to the monastery. Meditating on top of a mountain. The future Venerable Dabba, having received the prediction from the Buddha, lived a full life filled with good deeds. On his death, he was reborn in the Deva realm and subsequently either in the Deva realm or the human realm. During the waning years of the teaching of Buddha Kassapa, he was reborn as a worthy man and took up the monastic life. He found 6 other monastics who shared the view that living amongst people was not the correct way for gaining awakening and that a real monastic must live in seclusion, and so they went up a high steep mountain by means of a ladder. Once at the top, they discussed among themselves, "He who has self-confidence, let him push away the ladder. He who clings to his life, let him go down by the ladder before it has been pushed away." All 7 monastics chose to remain on the mountain top until they attained awakening, and so they pushed away the ladder. Now, friends, be diligent in your monastic practice. They exhorted one another before choosing a place of their own on the mountain to strive for path knowledge, ignoring the danger of death. Of these 7 monastics, the eldest became an arahat on the 5th day. He knew he had finished what was required of the noble practice and went to Uttarakuru, the northern island continent, by means of his powers, to collect alms food. Having collected the alms food, he came back and offered it to his 6 monastic companions with these encouraging words, "Friends, have this meal. Let me be responsible for alms food collection. You devote yourselves to your meditation." Then the remaining 6 replied, "Friend, have we made an agreement among us that he who first realizes the supermundane Dhamma would be responsible to feed those who still have to reach that same goal?" The arahat said, "No, friends, there was no such agreement." Then the 6 monastics said, "Venerable Sir, you have become an arahat according to your past merit. We too would make an end of the suffering round of sasra if we could. May the Venerable go wherever he pleases." The eldest monastic, being unable to persuade the 6 monastics into accepting the alms food, took the meal at a suitable distance and left them. On the 7th day, the 2nd eldest monastic attained the state of non-returner, Anagami Phala. He too went to the northern island continent by means of his powers and offered the alms food to the remaining colleagues. Being refused by his friends, he ate his meal at some suitable place and left. After the death and dissolution of his body, he was reborn in the pure abodes of the non-returning Anagami Brahmas. Ascetic life in his final existence. The remaining 5 monastics did not achieve path knowledge during that existence. After passing away from that existence, they were reborn in the Deva realm and the human realm throughout the long eons in the interval period between Buddha Kassapa and Buddha Gautama. During the time of Buddha Gautama, they were reborn in various countries. 1. One was born in Gandhara in the city of Takasila as a member of the royal family and later became King Pukusati. His story in the time of Buddha Gautama has been told above, in chapter 36. 2. Another in Pabatiya, also called the Majhantika region, as the son of a female wandering ascetic. Later he became Sabiya, the wandering ascetic. His story is not told in these chronicles, but see the verses of the elder monks, Theragatha, Thag 188, and its commentary. 3. The third one, in a household in Bahiya country, later became Venerable Bahiya. 4. The fourth one, in a Rajagaha household, was later known as Kumāra Kassapa. 5. The last in the Mulla country, in the city of Anyapia, in the royal family of a Mulla prince, later became Venerable Dabba. The mother of the future great elder Dabba died when she was about to deliver the child. When her dead body was being cremated on a pyre, the womb burst open due to heat, but, thanks to his past merit, he was shot up into the air and fell safely on a heap of Dabba grass, and was thus named by his grandmother Dabba. The term Dabba has two meanings, a kind of grass and a pile of faggots. In the traditions, Apadana, in verse 143, it is said, Patito Dabba Punjami Taro Dabbo Ti Visudo. I fell on a pile of grass. Therefore I became well known as Dabba. In the commentary on the collection of the numerical discourses, Agutara Nikaya, in the light on the essence of meaning, Sarada Dipani, and the commentary on the verses of the elder monks, Theragatha, he is 1293 said to have fallen on faggots. The present author prefers the meaning grass here. When the young Dabba was 7 years of age, the Buddha, in the company of many monastics, arrived in Anyapia during a tour of the Mulla country, where he took up a temporary abode in the Anyapia mango grove. Young Dabba was enthralled at seeing the Buddha and asked his grandmother for permission to enter the Sangha. The grandmother consented, and she took the boy to the Buddha and asked for the boy's admission into the Sangha. The Buddha gave a monastic near him the task of admitting the boy into the Sangha, saying, "See to this boy's admission as a novice." The elder then taught him how to reflect on the loathsomeness of the body, which was represented by its 5 parts: hair, body hair, nails, teeth, and skin. As shaving the head in a first step in ordaining a boy into a novice, this reflection is a most appropriate thing, which the preceptor invariably enjoins on the potential novice, asking him to say the 5 words out loud and reflect on their meaning. Young Dabba reflected on them while his head was being shaved. Young Dabba had sufficing conditions for awakening. Moreover, he had aspired to a distinguished monastic life 100,000 eons ago during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. Hence, as soon as the first circle of hair on his head was shaved, he attained stream entry, Sotapadiphala. By the time the second circle of hair was shaved, he attained once returning, Sakadagamiphala. By the time the third circle of hair was shaved, he attained non-returning, Anagamiphala. And when the head was clean-shaven, he became an arahat. In short, the completion of the shaving of his head and the attainment of his becoming an arahat took place simultaneously. After spending such time as was needed for bringing awakening to those deserving release from Sasra, the Buddha returned to Rajagaha to dwell at the Vavana monastery. Novice Dabba, now an arahat, also accompanied the Buddha there. Once settled in Rajagaha, Venerable Dabba, going into seclusion, thought to himself, "I have nothing more to do to become an arahat. It would be well if I served the Sangha by arranging for their living places and directing them to their respective supporters of alms food." He disclosed his idea to the Buddha. The Buddha lauded him for it and assigned him the double task: the preparation of living places for the members of the Sangha, for which the Sangha was to recognize him as such, Senasana Panapaka, and directing members of the Sangha to their respective supporters of alms food, for which the Sangha was to recognize him as such, Bhattadesika. The Buddha was pleased to see the 7-year-old Dabba having attained such eminence in his teaching as being endowed with the 4 analytical knowledges, the 6 supernormal powers, and the 3 knowledges. Therefore, although very young, the Buddha raised the novice Arahat Dabba to the monastic life. Incidentally, there were also other novice arahats, such as Novice Paita, Novice Akika, Novice Apaka, Novice Revata, the youngest brother of Venerable Sariputta, who were raised to full monastic life although under 20 because they had become arahats. Although young in age, these monastics had attained the acme of the monastic life, and hence deserved to be called elders, Thera. From the time of becoming a full monastic, Venerable Dabba arranged living places and allocated alms food among the various supporters to the Sangha for all the monastics residing at Rajagaha. This he did with competence, not allowing a slip in the alms distribution which had to be done by seniority. The good name of the young Arahat monk, who came of the Mulla royal family, who was very caring to monastics, who was very considerate in finding places where like-minded monastics could stay together, who was able to get living places at far-off locations for visiting monastics according to their instructions, helping disabled or sick monastics by his own supernormal power, spread to all directions. Many visiting monastics would ask for normally impossible living places at odd hours at far-off locations such as the Mango Grove Monastery of Javaka, the sanctuary at Matakuchi Monastery, etc., and to their astonishment, they got them through the supernormal powers of Venerable Dabba. Venerable Dabba, by his powers, created as many mind-made replicas of himself as his tasks demanded. Then, by his psychic power, with his fingers emitting light in the darkness of night, and serving as bright lamps, he, or rather, a replica of himself, would lead his guests to the places of their choice, show them their living place and sleeping place. This is a brief description. For details, see the section giving the training rule about anger. Duha dosa sikapada? Vin par? PTS 3.158. Foremost title achieved. In consideration of Venerable Dabba's noble services to the Sangha with experience and competence, the Buddha, on one occasion, declared to the congregation of monastics, Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknasensana papakna yad ida dabo malaputo. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who make arrangements for living places for the Sangha, Dabba of the Mulla royal family is the foremost, Itad aga. Since the Buddha assigned Venerable Dabba the duties of seeing to the accommodation of monastics, Venerable Dabba kept all the 18 big monastic compounds around Rajagaha clean, both inside the dwelling places and around them. He never missed cleaning a sitting place or a sleeping place or placing water for drinking and washing for the monastics. Dabba as a victim of slander. Even though Venerable Dabba was a truly virtuous monastic, he was a victim of slander perpetrated by a group of evil monastics led by Venerable Mattiya and Venerable Bhammajaka, who accused him of complicity with a nun named Venerable Mattiya. For details, refer to the Vinaya Vinpar, PTS 3.158, and the chapter on settlements, Samathakandandaka, Vin CV 4, PTS 2.74. This unhappy event was the consequence of his own past misdeed. 91 eons previously, during the time of Buddha Vipassi, he had slandered an arahat, although knowing him to be pure. Venerable Dabba's Parinibbana. Based on the Udana and its commentary Udana UD 8.910. On the day Venerable Dabba was to pass away, he returned to the Vivana monastery from his alms round, having taken his meal, and after paying respects to the Buddha, washed his feet to cool them. Then he sat on the small mat at a secluded spot, and entered into the attainment of cessation for a specified period. After rising from the absorption jhana at the predetermined time, he reviewed his life faculty and knew that he was going to live just for only a few moments, mohada more. He thought it improper for him to pass away in seclusion without saying farewell to the Buddha and his co-residents. He felt obliged to say farewell to the Buddha and to display miracles before he died, in the future interest of those who had wrong opinions of him due to the slanderous attack of the monastics Mattiya and Bhammajaka, who would thereby be enabled to see his true worth. So he went before the Buddha, made obeisance, and sitting in a suitable place, said, "Fortunate one, my time to pass away has arrived." The Buddha reviewed the life faculty of Venerable Dabba, knew that he was just about to pass, and said, "Dabba, you know the time for your passing." Venerable Dabba then made obeisance to the Buddha, walked around him thrice, with him on his right, and then he stood at a suitable distance and said, "Venerable Sir, we had fared in the world together in various existences for a period of 100,000 eons. My performance of good deeds had been aimed at becoming an arahat. The goal is already achieved. This is the last time I am seeing the fortunate one." It was a touching moment. From among the monastics, those who were worldlings, stream enterers, sotapanna, or once returners, sakadagami, felt very miserable, while some others wept. The Buddha knew what was in the mind of Venerable Dabba and said, "Dabba, that being so, display miracles for us and the Sangha to witness." No sooner had the Buddha said these words than all members of the Sangha of monastics were present on the scene. Then Venerable Dabba displayed the miracles pertaining to the disciples of the Buddha, such as, from one he became many, from many he became one. Now he was visible, and now he was invisible, etc. Then he made obeisance to the Buddha again. Then Venerable Dabba rose in the air and created mind made earth in mid-air, on which he sat cross-legged and meditated on the heat device, Tejukasya, as the preliminary step. After emerging from the absorption, jhana, concentrating on the element of heat, he made his solemn wish that his body rise up in flames. Then he entered into the absorption of the element of heat, Teju Dhatu, which is the basis of attaining supernormal powers. On emerging from that absorption, the thought process pertaining to supernormal power arose in him. At the first impulse thought moment of that thought process, his body became ablaze and consumed his entire corporeality, comparable in power to the world-destroying fires, so that not a trace of the body, the conditioned physical phenomenon, remained. No ash whatsoever was to be seen. Then the blaze was completely extinguished as desired by Venerable Dabba. At the end of the supernormal thought process, the mind reverted to life continuum, which in this moment was identifiable with death. Thus ended the life of Venerable Dabba, who passed away and realized nibbana, making an end of suffering, dukkha. (26) Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha. Aspiration in the past. The future Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha was born into a rich family in the city of Hasavat during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. As with the other future great venerables, he went to the Buddha's monastery, where, in the course of a discourse, he witnessed a monastic being proclaimed by the Buddha as the foremost among the monastics who were adored by devas. As such, he had a strong desire to become such a great monastic in the future and made his aspiration before the Buddha. The Buddha saw that his aspiration would be fulfilled in future and made the prediction to that effect. Homage paid to a shrine and the saga. The future Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha, after a life of good deeds, passed away and was reborn in the Deva realm and subsequently, either in the Deva realm or human realm. During the time of Buddha Sumedha, he was reborn as a human being. He made great offerings at the great shrine, which was erected in honor of the Buddha who had passed away. He also made great offerings to the Sangha. During a certain period, before the advent of the Buddha, the future Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha was also reborn as a universal monarch, who profitably used his great opportunity and power in establishing the people in the 5 moral precepts. Ascetic life in his final existence. This is from the commentary to the discourse about Piliṇḍa Vaccha, Udana, UD 3.6. When Buddha Gautama was about to appear, the future Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha was reborn as a Brahmin in Savatthi. His name was Piliṇḍa, his clan name being Vaccha, thus he was called Piliṇḍa Vaccha. Since young Piliṇḍa Vaccha had a natural disenchantment with the world, he became an ascetic and studied the magical art known as the Ka Gandhara, which consisted of some powerful mantras. Having gained mastery of these mantras, he became adept at reading the minds of other people and was able to travel in the air. He became the greatest sage in Rajagaha, commanding a big following and amassing much wealth. Then Buddha Gautama appeared in the world, and after a tour of the country, he reached Rajagaha. From the time the Buddha arrived in Rajagaha, the powers of Piliṇḍa Vaccha were visibly impaired. However much he chanted his mantras, he could not travel in 1296 the air and he could not read other people's minds. He had heard that although a master in his own way, his art belonged to the lower grade, and that when someone who had mastered the art of a higher grade happened to come near him or within his range, he would meet with a waning of his own powers. He bethought himself, that statement that I had heard from my teacher's teachers must be true, for since ascetic Gautama came to Rajagaha, my art has been visibly impaired. Ascetic Gautama certainly must be a master of the higher art. It would be well if I approached ascetic Gautama and learned his art. He then went to the Buddha and said, Venerable Sir, I wish to learn a certain art from you. May the Venerable One agree. The Buddha said, if you wish to learn the art, you must become a monastic. Piliṇḍa Vaccha thought that becoming a monastic was the preliminary step in learning the art that he had in mind, and he agreed to become a monastic. The Buddha gave Piliṇḍa Vaccha the meditation subject which suited his temperament, and he, being endowed with sufficing conditions for awakening, gained insight and soon became an arahat. Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha's use of harsh words. Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha had a unique habit of calling other persons outcast, Vasala Samudakara, in such ways as, "Come, you outcast," or "Go, you outcast," or "Bring it, outcast," or "Take it, outcast," etc. The monastics referred this strange habit of Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha to the Buddha. They asked, "Venerable Sir, do noble ones, Arya, use such harsh language?" And the Buddha said, "Monastics, noble ones, Arya, do not use harsh words in derision. Yet, due to ingrained habit that has been acquired in successive past existences, harsh words may come to be used inadvertently." The monastics said, "Venerable Sir, Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha, when speaking to other persons, whether with lay persons or monastics, always calls the other person an outcast. What is the reason for this?" Monastics, Piliṇḍa Vaccha, in his previous 500 successive existences was born a high-class Brahmin who was used to calling every other person an outcast, Vasala. That habit became ingrained in him. He does not mean what he says in using the word outcast. He has no evil intent. His word, though harsh to hear, is harmless. A noble one, Arya, being without a trace of malice, incurs no blame for using such habituated harsh language. Further, the Buddha on that occasion spoke the following verse, DHP 408. Akakasavapani, Jira Sakkam Utare, Yaya Nabasage Kansi, Tam Aham Brumi Burma. He who speaks gently, informative and true words, and who does not offend anyone by speech, him I call a Brahmin. At the end of this verse by the Buddha, many hearers gained awakening at various levels, such as stream entry, Sotapadiphala, and so on. It should be remembered that the word outcast is harsh for someone to be used against him, but since Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha had no malice in using it, it is not called a form of demeritorious speech. Pepper to rats' droppings. One day, in the course of collecting alms food in Rajagaha, Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha met a man entering the city with a bowl full of pepper, and asked him, "What is that in your bowl, you outcast?" The man was offended. He thought, "How inauspicious, early in the morning to be called an outcast. This monastic deserves rude language to match his rudeness." So thinking, he replied, "It is rats' droppings, Venerable Sir." Herein, Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha used a harsh word without malice but in a friendly attitude, spoken out of sheer habit only. Hence his word outcast does not, 1297, amount to the use of harsh language. However, the man's reply was full of anger, and his intended harsh language used against an arahat has dire consequences that took immediate effect. Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha said, "So be it, outcast." When that man went out of sight of Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha, he found to his astonishment that the bowl in which he had put the pepper was now filled with rats' droppings. Since the pepper had a rough resemblance to rats' droppings, to make sure he placed a few of the contents in his hands and crushed it, and surely it proved to be rats' droppings only. He felt very unhappy. He was carrying his merchandise of pepper in a cart. He wondered whether all the pepper in the cart had also turned into rats' droppings. He went back to the cart and found that the cartload of pepper had also turned into rats' droppings. His spirits sank. With his hand pressed against his pained heart, he reflected, "This is a mishap befallen on me after meeting that monastic. I am sure there must be some way to redeem this misfortune." Or, according to the Sinhalese reading, he thought, "That monastic certainly knows some magic. I should follow the monastic, find out about him, and see what it is all about." Someone then noticed the pepper merchant in a deeply agitated state and said to him, "Hey man, you look so cross. What's the matter with you?" The merchant related what had passed between him and Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha. The man then said, "Friend, do not worry. You must have met our teacher Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha. Go with your bowl of rats' droppings and stand in front of him. He will ask you, 'What is that in your bowl, you rascal?' Then you say to him, 'That's pepper, Venerable Sir.' Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha will say, 'So be it, rascal.' And you will find your bowl full of pepper again, and so the whole cartload. The merchant did as instructed, and all his pepper returned to its original state. Foremost title achieved. Venerable Piliṇḍa Vaccha, during the period before the Buddha appeared in the world, had been a universal monarch. He then established people in the 5 moral precepts, thereby leading them to the Deva realms. Most of the Devas in the 6 Deva realms pertaining to the sensual sphere were indebted to him as the universal monarch who had brought them to those fortunate destinations. They paid homage to him day and night. That was why, when the occasion arose for the Buddha to announce distinguished disciples, he declared, Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknadavatna paya mampna yad ida Piliṇḍa Vaccha. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who are adored by Devas, Piliṇḍa Vaccha is the foremost, Itad aga. (27) Venerable Bahiya Dāruciriya. The original name of this elder was Bahiya, which indicated the country he was born in. Later, he was known as Bahiya Dāruciriya, Bahiya clad in fibers, because he wore wood fiber as his garment, the circumstances for which will be related here. Aspiration in the past. The future Bahiya Dāruciriya was born into a worthy family in the city of Hasavat, during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. As with other future great venerables, he visited the Buddha's monastery, and while listening to a discourse, he witnessed a monastic being declared by the Buddha as the foremost among the monastics who attained awakening quickly. He was wished to emulate that monastic. So after making a great offering, he expressed his aspiration before the Buddha to receive that distinction in the future. The Buddha saw that the aspiration would be fulfilled and made the prediction. Meditating on top of a mountain. The future Bahiya Dāruciriya spent all his life in doing deeds of merit, and after his death, he was reborn in the Deva realm and subsequently, either in the human world or the Deva realm. The rest of this section is repeated from the story about Venerable Dabba above. During the waning years of the teaching of Buddha Kassapa, he was reborn as a worthy man and took up the monastic life. He found 6 other monastics who shared the view that living amongst people was not the correct way for gaining awakening, and that a real monastic must live in seclusion, and so they went up a high steep mountain by means of a ladder. Once at the top, they discussed among themselves, "He who has self-confidence, let him push away the ladder. He who clings to his life, let him go down by the ladder before it has been pushed away." All 7 monastics chose to remain on the mountain top until they attained awakening, and so they pushed away the ladder. Now, friends, be diligent in your monastic practice. They exhorted one another before choosing a place of their own on the mountain to strive for path knowledge, ignoring the danger of death. Of these 7 monastics, the eldest became an arahat on the 5th day. He knew he had finished what was required of the noble practice and went to Uttarakuru, the northern island continent, by means of his powers, to collect alms food. Having collected the alms food, he came back and offered it to his 6 monastic companions with these encouraging words, "Friends, have this meal. Let me be responsible for alms food collection. You devote yourselves to your meditation." Then the remaining 6 replied, "Friend, have we made an agreement among us that he who first realizes the supermundane Dhamma would be responsible to feed those who still have to reach that same goal?" The arahat said, "No, friends, there was no such agreement." Then the 6 monastics said, "Venerable Sir, you have become an arahat according to your past merit. We too would make an end of the suffering round of sasra if we could. May the Venerable go wherever he pleases." The eldest monastic, being unable to persuade the 6 monastics into accepting the alms food, took the meal at a suitable distance and left them. On the 7th day, the second eldest monastic attained the state of non-returner, Anagami Phala. He too went to the northern island continent by means of his powers and offered the alms food to the remaining colleagues. Being refused by his friends, he ate his meal at some suitable place and left. After the death and dissolution of his body, He was reborn in the pure abodes of the non-returning Anagami Brahmas. The remaining 5 monastics did not achieve path knowledge during that existence. After passing away from that existence, they were reborn in the Deva realm and the human realm throughout the long eons in the interval period between Buddha Kassapa and Buddha Gautama. During the time of Buddha Gautama, they were reborn in various countries. 1. One was born in Gandhara in the city of Takasila as a member of the royal family and later became King Pukusati. 2. Another in Pabatiya, also called the Majhantika region, as the son of a female wandering ascetic. Later he became Sabiya, the wandering ascetic. 3. The third one in a household in Bahiya country later became Venerable Bahiya. 4. The fourth one in a Rajagaha household was later known as Kumāra Kassapa. 5. The last in the Mulla country in the city of Anyapia in the royal family of a Mulla prince, later became Venerable Dabba. Ascetic life in his final existence. During the interval between the two, Buddha Kassapa and Buddha Gautama, he remained in Deva existences. When Buddha Gautama was about to appear, he was reborn into a worthy family in the country of Bahiya. When he grew up, he married and went on a sea voyage to Savabmi on a trading venture. The ship was wrecked on the high seas and all except Bahiya perished and became the food of fishes and turtles. As for him, being destined to fare in Sasra till the last existence, he survived holding on to a piece of the wrecked ship for 7 days. He was driven awash on the sands of Saparaka, a seaport town. Before meeting anyone, he had to cover up his naked body. So he wrapped himself with a shroud of water plant from a reservoir. Then he picked a used old vessel for his alms bowl. His austere appearance attracted the attention of the people. If there is an Arahat in the world, this must be him, so they said about him. They wondered whether the man, who was a holy man in their judgment, was observing an austere practice of the extreme type, and therefore was denying himself proper clothing. To verify their perception, they offered fine clothing to him. But Bahiya thought to himself, "These people receive me because of my austere clothing only. It is well if I remain ill-clad, so that their esteem for me will continue." So he refused the fine clothes. As a result, the people had even greater respect for him and honored him lavishly. After having his meal, collected as alms from the people, Bahiya retired to a traditional shrine. The people followed him there. They cleaned up the place for him to stay. Bahiya then thought, "Just because of my external appearance these people show so much reverence to me. It behoves me to live up to their perception. I must remain an ascetic, well and true." He collected fibers from wood and, stringing them up with twine, clothed himself after his own mode of clothing, and from that time he got the name Bahiya Dāruciriya, Bahiya in wood fibers. Brahma's admonition. Of the 7 monastics who went to the top a mountain to meditate for insight during the later part of Buddha Kassapa's time, the second monastic attained non-returning Anagami Phala and was reborn in the Suddhavesa. As soon as he was reborn in that Brahma realm, he reviewed his previous life and saw that he was one of the 7 monastics who had gone to the top of a steep mountain to meditate and that one had become an arahat in that existence. Of the remaining 5, he took an interest in their present existence and saw that all of them were reborn in the Deva realms. Now seeing that one of them had become a bogus arahat at Saparaka, living on the credulity of the people, he felt it was his duty to put his former friend on the right course. He felt sorry for Bahiya Dāruciriya because in his former life, this monastic was of a very high moral principle, even refusing the alms food collected by his colleague, the arahat. He also wished to draw Bahiya's attention to the appearance of Buddha Gautama in the world. He thought of causing spiritual urgency in his old friend, and in that instant he descended from the Brahma realm and appeared before Bahiya Dāruciriya in all his personal splendor. Bahiya Dāruciriya was suddenly attracted by the strange luminosity and came out of his dwelling. He saw the Brahma and, raising his joined palms together, asked, "Who are you, sir?" "I am an old friend of yours. During the later part of Buddha Kassapa's time, I was one of the 7 monastics, including yourself, who went up a steep mountain and practiced meditation for insight. I attained non-returning Anagami Phala and have been reborn in the Brahma world. The eldest of us became an arahat then and has passed away from existence. The remaining 5 of you, after passing away from that existence, were reborn in the Deva realms. I have come to you to admonish you against making a living on the credulity of people. O Bahiya, you have not become an arahat. You have not attained the arahat path, arahata magga. You have not even started training yourself to become an arahat. You have not got an iota of the right practice to become an arahat. The Buddha has now appeared in the world and is residing at the Jetavana monastery in Savatthi. I urge you to go and see him. After admonishing him thus, the Brahma returned to his abode. Attainment of awakening. Bahiya Dāruciriya was stirred with spiritual urgency by the words of the Brahma and decided to seek the path that leads to Nibbana. He went straight to Savatthi. Covering the 120-league distance in just one night, he reached Savatthi in the morning. The Buddha knew that Bahiya Dāruciriya was coming to see him, but seeing that his faculties, such as faith, were not ripe enough to receive the truth, and in order to let them ripen, he delayed receiving Bahiya Dāruciriya and went into the city to collect alms food, accompanied by many monastics. After the Buddha had left the Jetavana monastery, Bahiya Dāruciriya entered the monastery and found some monastics strolling in the open after having had their breakfast, so as to prevent drowsiness. He asked them where the Buddha had gone, and was told that he had gone on alms round in the city. The monastics inquired from him which place he had come from. I come from Saparaka port, venerable sirs. You have come from quite afar. Wash your feet, apply some oil to smooth your legs, and rest a while. The fortunate one will not be long returning, and you will see him. Although the monastics very kindly extended their hospitality, Bahiya Dāruciriya was impatient. He said, Venerable sirs, I cannot know if I am to meet with some danger to my life. I have come post-haste, covering the 120-league distance in just one night, not allowing myself any rest on the way. I must see the fortunate one before thinking of any rest. So saying, he proceeded into the city and got a full view of the Buddha, who commanded an unrivaled personality. As he viewed the Buddha proceeding along the road, he reflected thus, Ah! What a long time had passed before I have the opportunity of seeing a fortunate one. He stood rooted on the spot from where he was watching the Buddha, his heart filled with delightful satisfaction, his eyes never so much as winking, and riveted on the person of the Buddha. With his body bent down in salutation to the Buddha, and himself immersed in the glorious aura of the Buddha, he drew himself towards him, prostrating on the ground with the hands, knees and forehead touching the ground and worshipping and caressing the Buddha's feet reverentially, kissed them enthusiastically. He said, Venerable sir, may the fortunate one give me a discourse. The discourse of the fortunate one will be of benefit to me for a long time. The Buddha said, Bahiya, this is not the time for giving a discourse. We are in the city on alms round. Herein it might be asked, has the Buddha any inappropriate time for seeing to the welfare of the sentient world? The answer, the inappropriate time, here refers not to the Buddha, but only to the recipient of the Buddha's message. It is beyond the ordinary person, even for an ordinary arahat for that matter, to know the ripeness of a person's faculties to be able to receive the Buddha's message. Bahiya's faculties were not yet ripe to receive it, but it would be futile to say so to him, for he would not make head or tail out of it. That was why the Buddha only gave the reason. We are on alms round, for not giving a discourse and did not mention the faculties. The point is that although the Buddha is ever ready to give a discourse to a person who is ready to understand it, the Buddha knows 1300 when that person is ready and when he is not. He does not give a discourse until the hearer's faculties are ripe, because by doing so, the discourse would not bring awakening to him. When this was said by the Buddha, Bahiya Dāruciriya said for a second time, Venerable sir, it is not possible for me to know if the fortunate one were to meet with some danger to his life, or if I were to meet with some danger to my life. Therefore, may the fortunate one give me a discourse. The discourse of the fortunate one will be of benefit to me for a long time. And for the second time the Buddha said, Bahiya, this is not the time for giving a discourse. We are in the city on the alms round. Herein, Bahiya had such great concern for his safety because he was destined to live this life as his last existence, and his past merit prompted him to mention the extreme urgency about his safety. The reason is that for one destined to live his last life in Sasra, it is not possible that he dies without becoming an arahat. The Buddha wanted to give a discourse to Bahiya and yet had to refuse for a second time for these reasons. He knew that Bahiya was overwhelmed by delightful satisfaction on seeing him, which was not conducive to gaining insight, and Bahiya's mind needed to be calmed down into a state of equanimity. Besides, Bahiya's arduous journey of 120 leagues that was made in a single night had rendered him very weak physically. He needed some rest before being able to listen to the discourse profitably. For a third time, Bahiya Dāruciriya made his ardent request to the Buddha. And the Buddha, seeing 1. That Bahiya's mind had calmed into a state of equanimity. 2. That he had enjoyed some physical rest and had overcome his fatigue. 3. That his faculties had ripened. 4. That danger to his life was imminent. So the Buddha decided that the time had arrived to give him a discourse. Accordingly, the Buddha made his discourse briefly as follows. 1. That being so, Bahiya, you should train yourself thus. In seeing visible objects, be aware of the seeing as just seeing. In hearing sounds, be aware of the hearing as just hearing. Likewise, in experiencing odors, tastes, and tangible objects, be aware of the experience of smelling, tasting, and touching as just smelling, tasting, and touching respectively. And in cognizing mind objects, i.e. thoughts and ideas, be aware of them just as cognizant objects. 2. Bahiya, if you are able to remain aware of the seeing, the hearing, the experiencing, and the cognition of the 4 categories of sense objects, you will then be one who is not associated with attachment, hatred, or delusion on account of the visible object that is seen, the sound that is heard, the palpable object that is experienced, or the mind object that is cognized. In other words, certainly you will not be one who is attached, who hates, or who is bewildered. 3. Bahiya, if on account of the visible object that is seen, the sound that is heard, the palpable object that is experienced, the mind object that is cognized, you become not associated with attachment, hatred, or delusion, i.e., if you should indeed have become one who is without attachment, hate, or delusion, then Bahiya, you will indeed become one who is not subject to craving, conceit, or wrong view on account of the sense object that is seen, heard, experienced, or cognized. You will then have no thought of, this is mine due to craving, no concept of I due to conceit, or no lingering idea or concept of myself, due to wrong view. 4. Bahiya, if you should indeed become one not subjected to craving, conceit, or wrong view on account of the visible object that is seen, the sound that is heard, the palpable object that is experienced, the mind object that is cognized, then Bahiya, due to the absence of craving, conceit, and wrong view, you will no more be reborn here in the human world, nor will you be reborn in the 4 remaining destinations. The Deva realm, the lower worlds, the world of animals, and the world of Pitas. Apart from the present existence in the human world and the 4 remaining destinations, there is no other destination for you. The non-arising of fresh mind and matter is the end of the defilements that are suffering, dukkha, and the resultant round of existences that are suffering. The Buddha discoursed on the doctrine culminating in the ultimate cessation or nibbana, where no substrata of existence remain. Herein, Bahiya Dāruciriya was one who liked a brief exposition, Sakita Rusi Pugala. Therefore, the Buddha in expounding the 6 sense objects did not go into all the 6 in detail, but combined odor, taste, and tangible object as palpable objects. Thus the sense objects are grouped here under 4 headings only: what is seen, daya; what is heard, sutta; what is experienced, mutta; and what is cognized, vinata. 1. Regarding the 4 steps in the above exposition, in the Buddha's admonition to be just aware of the seeing as mere seeing, the hearing as mere hearing, the experiencing as mere experiencing, the cognition as mere cognition in respect of the 4 classes of respective sense objects which are conditioned phenomena, connotes that as eye consciousness arises in seeing a visible object, as ear consciousness arises in hearing a sound, as nose consciousness arises in smelling an odor, as tongue consciousness arises in tasting a flavor, or as mind consciousness arises in cognizing a mind object, there is just consciousness and there is no attachment, hatred, or delusion there. The reader should acquaint himself with the nature of the 5-door cognition process and the mind door process. eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, and body consciousness. These 5 kinds of consciousness are called the 5 kinds of sense consciousness. The Buddha enjoined Bahiya that he should strive diligently, not to let craving, hatred, and delusion creep into the impulsion thought moments that follow the 5-door cognition process and the mind door processes that arise at the instant of the arising of those 5 kinds of sense consciousness, at which stage, there is no craving, hatred, or delusion but pure sense cognition alone. For at the impulsion moment, the appreciation of these sense objects naturally tend to let in greed, hatred, and delusion. The Buddha enjoined Bahiya to strive diligently and not to allow greed, hatred, and delusion to arise at the moment of impulsion in the thought process because he wanted Bahiya to understand that erroneous concepts, such as, this is permanent, this is happy, this is beautiful, or this is substantial, tend to creep into an unguarded mind, in respect of these 4 categories of sense objects. Only if one considers them as impermanent, miserable, ugly, and insubstantial, can there arise no erroneous impulsions to conceive them as permanent, happy, beautiful, and substantial. Then only can insight arise, whereby great meritorious impulsions follow the neutral thought process at the sense cognition stage. The Buddha warned Bahiya to guard against thinking wrongly about the conditioned phenomena which represent the 4 categories of sense objects as being permanent, happy, beautiful, and substantial, and to view them as they truly were, as being impermanent, miserable, ugly, and insubstantial, and thus to cultivate insight so as to let the great meritorious impulsions follow the sense cognition. By showing right view in regard to the 4 kinds of sense objects which are conditioned phenomena, as being impermanent, miserable, ugly, and insubstantial, the Buddha teaches Bahiya Dāruciriya the 6 lower stages of purity and the 10 stages of insight, where it is said, Bahiya, if you are able to remain aware of the seeing, the hearing, the experiencing, and the cognition of the 4 categories of sense objects which are conditioned phenomena, through the 10 stages of insight and attain the path knowledge, then you will have eradicated greed, hatred, and delusion. You will not be one who craves, who hates, or who is bewildered. In other words, you will be free from greed, hatred, and delusion. This indicates the 4 paths, where it is said, noble ones, Arya, on attaining the noble fruitions, Rayaphalla, are totally uninfluenced by craving, conceit, and wrong view, so that they never conceive any conditioned phenomena represented by the 4 categories of sense objects as I, mine, or myself. This indicates the noble fruitions, where it is said, an arahat, after the death consciousness moment, ceases to be reborn either in this world of human beings or in any of the 4 other destinations. This is the total cessation of the aggregates of mind and matter, and is called nibbana without leaving any trace of the aggregates. This step indicates this ultimate nibbana, the remainderless cessation. Bahiya Dāruciriya, even while listening to the Buddha's discourse, had the 4 kinds of monastic morality purified, and had the mind purified through concentration and insight, having cultivated during that short moment, he gained the arahat fruition, Arahataphala, with the 4-fold analytical knowledge, Paisambit A with Makrane. He was able to destroy all the pollutants, asava, because he was of a rare type of person who, through past merit, was destined to gain awakening quickly, being endowed with inherent knowledge. After becoming an arahat, Bahiya Dāruciriya, on reviewing himself with the reviewing knowledge, Pakaveka A with Makrane, of 19 factors, felt the necessity, as in the usual way of an arahat, to become a monastic and requested the Buddha to admit him into the Sangha. The Buddha asked him, have you got the monastic alms bowl and robes? Not yet, venerable sir, he replied. In that case, said the Buddha, go and find them first. After saying so, the Buddha continued his alms round in the city of Savatthi. Bahiya had been a monastic during the time of Buddha Kassapa's teaching. He remained a monastic and strove for awakening for 20,000 years. During that time, whenever he received monastic requisites, he thought that the gains he made were due to his own past merit of alms-giving and did not consider it necessary to share them with fellow monastics. For that lack of generosity in giving away robes or alms bowl to other monastics, he lacked the necessary merit to be summoned by the Buddha in the monastic way. There are other teachers according to the commentary on the Discourse to Bahiya, Bahiya Sutta, UD 1.10, who explain differently about why the Buddha did not summon Bahiya with the words, come monastic. According to them, Bahiya was once reborn as a robber in a world element where no Buddha had arisen. He robbed a Paksabuddha of his robes and alms bowl by killing him with a bow and arrow. The Buddha knew that on account of that evil deed, Bahiya Dāruciriya could not enjoy the benefit of mind-made robes and bowl even if the Buddha summoned him, saying, "Come, monastic." However, the evil consequence of that evil deed is more relevant with the fact of Bahiya's fate in having no proper clothing but only fibers of wood. Bahiya's tragic demise. Bahiya left the Buddha and roamed the city looking for an alms bowl and pieces of rags for making robes, etc. While doing so, he was gored to death by a cow which had a suckling calf. According to the commentary on the discourse to Bahiya in some past existences, for sons of rich men hired a prostitute and enjoyed themselves in a park. When the day was out, one of them suggested that they should rob the girl in the darkness, where nobody was around, of her possessions in the form of jewelry and 1,000 silver coins. The three friends agreed. They attacked her brutally. The girl had angry thoughts while being hit by them. "These wicked and shameless men have used me under passionate impulse and now try to kill me out of greed. I have done no wrong to them. I am helpless now. Let them kill me this time. May I become a yakini in my future lives and be able to kill these men many times over." She died making this curse. In a later existence, one of those four wicked men was reborn as Pukusati in a worthy family. Another was reborn as Bahiya Dāruciriya. Another one was reborn as Tambadika, a robber. Another one was reborn as a leper named Subhuti. The prostitute had been reborn as a yakini in hundreds of various forms of existences of the four murderers whom she gored to death assuming the form of a cow. Bahiya thus met untimely death. He was killed on the spot. When the Buddha had finished the alms round and left the city in the company of many monastics, he found the dead body of Bahiya in a refuse dump, and he said to the monastics, "Go now, monastics, get a stretcher from some house and carry the body of Bahiya, give him a proper funeral by cremation, and enshrine the relics." The monastics carried out the Buddha's instructions. Back at the monastery, the monastics reported to the Buddha the completion of their tasks and asked the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, what is the destination of Bahiya?" By this question they were inquiring whether Bahiya died a worldling, or a noble one, Arya, who had not done away with rebirth, or an arahat who had lived his last life. The Buddha explained, "Monastics, Bahiya is wise. He trained himself in accordance with the gaining of the supermundane. He caused me no trouble on account of the doctrine. Monastics, Bahiya has made an end of suffering, dukkha." Herein the Buddha's instructions to the monastics to enshrine the relics of Bahiya was a plain indication of the fact that Bahiya died an arahat. But some of the monastics failed to understand the implication of the instructions, or it is possible that they asked the Buddha in order to make the fact even clearer. The Buddha's verse on the occasion. On hearing that Bahiya Dāruciriya had died an arahat, the monastics were full of wonder. They said to the Buddha, "When did Bahiya Dāruciriya become an arahat, venerable sir?" "From the moment he heard my discourse," replied the Buddha. "When did the fortunate one give him a discourse?" "Today on my alms round." "But, venerable sir, then the discourse must have been rather insignificant. How could such a brief discourse make him awaken?" "Monastics, how can you judge the effect of my discourse whether long or short? 1,000 verses of unprofitable words are not worth a single verse that is replete with benefit to the hearer." And the Buddha on that occasion uttered the following verse, DHP 101. Sahasam api si gatha, anatha pada sahit, eka gatha pada sayo, yasutva upasamati. Monastics, better than 1,000 verses that are not conducive to knowledge is a single verse such as, "Mindfulness is the way to deathlessness, by hearing which the hearer is calmed." By the end of the discourse many beings gained the various levels of path knowledge, such as stream entry, Sotapati Phala. Foremost title achieved. On one occasion, when the Buddha was amidst the congregation, he declared, "Itad aga bikhave mama svakna bikna, Kappina yad ida Bahiya Dāruciriya." Monastics, among my monastic disciples who gain path knowledge quickly, Bahiya Dāruciriya, who is now no more, was the foremost, Itad aga. 28. Venerable Kumāra Kassapa. Aspiration in the past. The future Kumāra Kassapa was born into a wealthy family in the city of Hasavat during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. As with future great disciples, he went to the Buddha and listened to his discourse, in the course of which he saw a monastic being declared by him as the foremost among the monastics who employ energy in expounding the doctrine. He was fired by a desire to become such a distinguished monastic, and after making a great offering, he made his aspiration known to the Buddha, that he would like to be honored by some future Buddha as the foremost monastic who employed energy in expounding the doctrine. The Buddha saw that his aspiration would be fulfilled, and made the prediction. Meditating on top of a mountain. The future Kumāra Kassapa devoted himself to deeds of merit for the whole of his life, and after that existence, he was reborn either in the Deva realm or the human world. The rest of this section is repeated from the story about Venerable Dabba above. During the waning years of the teaching of Buddha Kassapa, he was reborn as a worthy man and took up the monastic life. He found 6 other monastics who shared the view that living amongst people was not the correct way for gaining awakening and that a real monastic must live in seclusion, and so they went up a high steep mountain by means of a ladder. Once at the top, they discussed among themselves, "He who has self-confidence, let him push away the ladder. He who clings to his life, let him go down by the ladder before it has been pushed away." All 7 monastics chose to remain on the mountain top until they attained awakening, and so they pushed away the ladder. "Now, friends, be diligent in your monastic practice." They exhorted one another before choosing a place of their own on the mountain to strive for path knowledge, ignoring the danger of death. Of these 7 monastics, the eldest became an arahat on the 5th day. He knew he had finished what was required of the noble practice and went to Uttarakuru, the northern island continent, by means of his powers, to collect alms food. Having collected the alms food, he came back and offered it to his 6 monastic companions with these encouraging words, "Friends, have this meal. Let me be responsible for alms food collection. You devote yourselves to your meditation." Then the remaining 6 replied, "Friend, have we made an agreement among us that he who first realizes the supermundane Dhamma would be responsible to feed those who still have to reach that same goal?" The arahat said, "No, friends, there was no such agreement." Then the 6 monastics said, "Venerable Sir, you have become an arahat according to your past merit. We too would make an end of the suffering round of sasra if we could. May the Venerable go wherever he pleases." The eldest monastic, being unable to persuade the 6 monastics into accepting the alms food, took the meal at a suitable distance and left them. On the 7th day, the 2nd eldest monastic attained the state of non-returner, Anagami Phala. He too went to the northern island continent by means of his powers and offered the alms food to the remaining colleagues. Being refused by his friends, he ate his meal at some suitable place and left. After the death and dissolution of his body, he was reborn in the pure abodes of the non-returning Anagami Brahmas. The remaining 5 monastics did not achieve path knowledge during that existence. After passing away from that existence, they were reborn in the Deva realm and the human realm throughout the long eons in the interval period between Buddha Kassapa and Buddha Gautama. During the time of Buddha Gautama, they were reborn in various countries. 1. One was born in Gandhara in the city of Takasila as a member of the royal family and later became King Pukusati. 2. Another in Pabatiya, also called the Majhantika region, as the son of a female wandering ascetic. Later he became Sabiya, the wandering ascetic. 3. The third one in a household in Bahiya country later became Venerable Bahiya. 4. The fourth one in a Rajagaha household was later known as Kumāra Kassapa. 5. The last in the Mulla country in the city of Anyapia in the royal family of a Mulla prince later became Venerable Dabba. Ascetic life in his final existence. That worthy man, the future Kumāra Kassapa, was never reborn in the lower realms throughout the interval of an infinite aeon between the 2 Buddhas, but in the Deva realms and human realm. About the time of the appearance of Buddha Gautama, He was conceived in the womb of the daughter of a merchant. This young woman had always been inclined on becoming a recluse, but her parents gave her in marriage to a son of another wealthy man, and she had to live in her husband's house. She became pregnant but did not know it. She pleaded with her husband to allow her to become a nun, and with her husband's consent she went to the nunnery of female monastics who were disciples of Venerable Devdatta. When the pregnancy became visible, the female monastics reported the matter to Venerable Devdatta and sought his advice. Devdatta said, "She is no more a nun," and expelled her from his community. The young female monastic then went to stay in the nunnery of female monastics who were the disciples of the Buddha. There, the nuns reported her case to the Buddha, who authorized Venerable Upāli to investigate and give a decision. Venerable Upāli called up a group of respectable ladies of Savatthi, including Visakha, and let them investigate into the case, to find out whether the pregnancy took place before or after becoming a nun. With sufficient evidence, the ladies reported to Venerable Upāli that the pregnancy took place during lay life. Venerable Upāli then gave the unequivocal ruling that since the pregnancy took place before entering the saga, she still stood as a pure nun. The Buddha praised Venerable Upāli for his competent judgment in the controversy. This young nun gave birth to a bonny baby boy who looked like a golden statuette. King Pasenadi of Kosala took care of the child and brought him up in his palace like a princeling. The boy was named Kassapa, and at the age of 7, he was dressed finely and sent to the Buddha's monastery for novitiation. For details of the story, see the birth story about the deer named Nigrada, Nigrada Miga Jataka, Ja 12. The name Kumāra Kassapa. As the young boy entered the saga at the age of 7, he was referred to by the Buddha as Kumāra Kassapa, Boy Kassapa, in distinction to other novices by the name of Kassapa. In another sense, Kumāra also means prince. Since Kassapa was fostered by King Pasenadi, Kumāra Kassapa may also be taken to mean Prince Kassapa. The discourse about the anthill. The following is based on the discourse about the anthill Vammaka Sutta, MN 23, and its commentary. Kumāra Kassapa started insight meditation since he was made a novice in the saga, and also learned the teaching of the Buddha. Thus, he diligently pursued both the learning and the practice of the doctrine. When the Buddha was residing at the Jetavana monastery in Savatthi, Kumāra Kassapa was dwelling in the Anhavana forest, which was not far from the Jetavana monastery. At that time, the Mahabrahma of the Pure Lands, who had been a colleague in pursuit of knowledge, who went up a steep mountain to meditate, reviewed the lot of his erstwhile friends. And seeing Kumāra Kassapa striving for awakening, he decided to give some practical guidance to him in his meditation for insight. Even before leaving his Brahma abode for the human world, he planned a 15-point puzzle. In the middle of the night, he appeared in all his splendor before Venerable Kumāra Kassapa in the Anhavana forest. Venerable Kumāra Kassapa asked the Brahma, "Who has appeared here before me?" "Venerable Sir, I am a colleague of yours who previously during the time of Buddha Kassapa went into meditation in pursuit of knowledge, and have been reborn in the Pure Lands, Sudhavesa, after having attained non-returning, Anagami Phala. What is your purpose of your coming to me?" The Brahma then made his purpose plain in the following words. Monastic 1, this anthill 2, emits smoke by night. 3, by day it rises up in flames. 4, the Brahman teacher says 5, to the wise pupil. 6, get hold of the sword, and 7, dig diligently. The wise pupil does as is asked by the teacher, and 8, discovers a door bolt. And he reports to the teacher, "Sir, this is a door bolt." The Brahman teacher then says to the pupil, "Wise pupil, cast away the door bolt. Get hold of the sword and dig on diligently." The wise pupil does as asked by the teacher, and 9, discovers a toad. He reports to the teacher, "Sir, this is a blown-up Udhamayika toad." The Brahman teacher says again, "Wise pupil, cast away the blown-up toad. Get hold of the sword and dig on diligently." The wise pupil does as is asked by the teacher, and 10, discovers a forked road. He reports to the teacher, "Sir, this is a forked road." The Brahman teacher says again, "Wise pupil, Abandon the forked road. Take hold of the sword and dig on diligently. The wise pupil does as is asked by the teacher. And 11. Discovers a water strainer for sifting off soapy sand. He reports to the teacher, "Sir, this is a water strainer for sifting off soapy sand." The Brahmin teacher says again, "Wise pupil, cast away the water strainer. Get hold of the sword and dig on diligently." The wise pupil does as is asked by the teacher. And 12. Discovers a tortoise. "Sir, this is a tortoise," he reports to the teacher. The Brahmin teacher says again, "Wise pupil, cast away the tortoise. Get hold of the sword and dig on diligently." The wise pupil does as asked by the teacher. And 13. Discovers a knife and a mincing board. He reports to the teacher, "Sir, these are a knife and a mincing board." The Brahmin teacher says again, "Wise pupil, cast away the knife and the mincing board. Get hold of the sword and dig on diligently." The wise pupil does as asked by the teacher. And 14. Discovers a lump of meat. He reports to the teacher, "Sir, this is a lump of meat." The Brahmin teacher says again, "Wise pupil, cast away the lump of meat. Get hold of the sword and dig on diligently." The wise pupil does as asked. And 15. Discovers a naga. He reports to the teacher, "Sir, this is a naga." The Brahmin teacher then says to the wise pupil, "Let the naga remain. Do not intrude upon him. Worship him." Monastic ask the Buddha for the answers to these questions. Note the answers as given by the Buddha. With the exception of the Buddha, his disciples, and someone who has heard the answers from me, I do not see anyone in the world of the various abodes with Devas, Maras and Brahmas, and the sentient world of 1306 recluses, Brahmins, kings and other human beings, who can answer them satisfactorily. After saying so, the Brahma vanished. Early the next morning, Venerable Kumāra Kassapa went to the Buddha, made obeisance to him, and related the meeting with the Brahma the previous night. Then he asked, 1. Venerable Sir, what is meant by the ant hill? 2. What is meant by emitting smoke by night? 3. What is meant by rising up in flames by day? 4. What is meant by the Brahmin teacher? 5. What is meant by the wise pupil? 6. What is meant by the sword? 7. What is meant by digging diligently? 8. What is meant by the door bolt? 9. What is meant by the blown-up toad? 10. What is meant by the forked road? 11. What is meant by the water strainer for sifting off soapy sand? 12. What is meant by the tortoise? 13. What is meant by the knife and the mincing board? 14. What is meant by the lump of meat? 15. What is meant by the naga? To these 15 questions that were puzzles to Venerable Kumāra Kassapa, the Buddha gave the answers as follows. 1. Monastic, ant hill, is the name for this body. 2. Monastic, one ruminates at night what one has done in the day. This is emitting smoke by night. 3. Monastic, one does physically, verbal, mentally, deeds by day as one has thought out at night. This is the rising of flames by day. 4. Monastic, Brahmin teacher, is the name for the realized one. 5. Monastic, the wise pupil, is a monastic who is still training himself for to become an arahat according to the threefold training. 6. Monastic, sword, is the name for knowledge, both mundane, lokiya, and supermundane, lokuttara. 7. Monastic, digging diligently means persistent effort. 8. Monastic, door bolt, is the name for ignorance. Cast away the door bolt means getting rid of ignorance. Wise pupil, take hold of the sword and dig diligently, means strive well with knowledge to get rid of ignorance. 9. Monastic, blown-up toad, is a name for wrath. Cast away the blown-up toad means get rid of deep anger. Wise pupil, take hold of the sword and dig diligently, means strive well with knowledge to overcome deep resentment. 10. Monastic, forked road, is the name for uncertainty, vicikiccha. Abandon the forked road means strive well with knowledge to overcome uncertainty. 11. Monastic, water strainer for sifting off soapy sand, is the name for the 5 hindrances, Nvara, that stand in the way of absorption, jhana, and path knowledge, namely, sensual desire, kamakanda, ill will, vyapada, sloth and torpor, thinamita, distractedness, udhaka kakuka, and uncertainty, visakicha. Cast away the water strainer means, strive well with knowledge to overcome the 5 hindrances. 12. Monastic, tortoise, is the name for the 5 objects of clinging, upadana, namely, 1307 the aggregate of corporeality, rupakanda, that is subject to change, the aggregate of sensation, vedanakanda, that is capable of feeling, the aggregate of perception, sanakanda, that has the nature of perceiving, the aggregate of volitions, sakrakanda, that help in the formation of all actions, the aggregate of consciousness, vyakanda, that has the nature of knowing things. Cast away the tortoise means, strive well with knowledge to get rid of the 5 aggregates which are the objects of clinging. 13. Monastic, knife and mincing board are the names for the 5 kinds of sense pleasure that appear desirable, agreeable, attractive and lovely, and that cause the arising of sensual attachment to them, namely, visual objects, or prama, cognizable by eye consciousness, kakuvaya, sounds, sadrama, cognizable by ear consciousness, sodavaya, odors, gandrama, cognizable by nose consciousness, ganavaya, tastes, rasrama, cognizable by tongue consciousness, jiva, vaya, tangible objects, phohabrahma, cognizable by body consciousness, kayavaya. Cast away the knife and the mincing board means, strive well with knowledge to get rid of the 5 kinds of sense pleasure. 14. Monastic, lump of meat, is the name for sensual attachment or craving, nandi ragata. Cast away the lump of meat means, strive well with knowledge to get rid of sensual attachment or craving. 15. Monastic, naga, is the name for the arahat. You are enjoined to let alone an arahat without intruding upon him. You are also enjoined to revere the arahat. Some more elaboration. 1. The body is likened to an ant hill because just as an ant hill lets out snakes, mongoose, rodents, lizards and ants, the body discharges all kinds of loathsome matter through its 9 holes. There are also other reasons that explain the simile. Refer to the commentary on the discourse. 2. Emitting smoke by night signifies the things thought out in the night for the next day's activities. 3. Flames rising up by day signifies physical, verbal, and mental actions that are performed in the day as thought out in the night. 4, 5, 6, and 7. These similes do not need elaboration. 8. The door bolt at the city gate stops the passage of people. So also ignorance stops the arising of knowledge that leads to nibbana. 9. The blown-up toad exemplifies wrath. A toad gets angry and puffs itself up whenever something strikes against it. It may get overblown with anger and lie flat on its back, unable to move about, and it then falls a prey to crows or other enemies. Likewise, when anger begins to arise, one becomes muddled. If one is careful, one may curb it by wise reflection. If not checked in this way, the resentment shows in one's expression, and if left unchecked, it leads one to evil verbalization, cursing or using harsh speech. If anger is allowed to grow, one starts thinking of some dreadful physical action. At that, one is apt to look around to see if there is anyone to join the other side. Then one picks a fight, and unless one restrains oneself, one is apt to find some weapons to strike the other party. If there is no effective checking of oneself, one is apt to commit assault. In extreme cases, death may result, either of the adversary or of oneself or both. Just as the blown-up toad renders itself immobile, lying on its back, and becomes a ready victim of crows and other enemies, so also a person, under the influence of deep anger, cannot concentrate in meditation and knowledge is thus hampered. Lacking knowledge, he is liable to be the ready victim of all kinds of wickedness, Mara, and 1308 become the docile slave of baser instincts. 10. When a traveler, carrying valuable possessions, comes to a forked road and wastes much time there, being unable to choose which way he should proceed. He is inviting highway robbers who would cause him ruin. Similarly, if a monastic who has taken instruction from his teacher on the basic method of meditation and has started practicing, entertains doubts about the truth of the three treasures, he is incapable of meditating. As he sits alone with a mind troubled by uncertainty, he succumbs to defilements and other wicked forces. 11. When a washerman pours water into a water strainer to sift soapy sand, the water flows down the strainer freely. Not a cupful of water that is poured into it, be it 100 potfuls, remains in it. Likewise, in the mind of a meditator which has the 5 hindrances, no merit can remain. 12. Just as a tortoise has 5 protrusions, the head and 4 limbs, so also all the conditioned phenomena, under the eye of knowledge, resolve into 5 aggregates which are objects of clinging. 13. Meat is minced with a knife on a mincing board. Sensual enjoyment or the defilements seek the sense objects. The defilements are likened to the knife and sense objects to the mincing board. 14. A lump of meat is sought after by everyone, high or low, kings or commoners, birds and beasts also like it. All sorts of trouble originate from pursuit of a lump of meat. Similarly, sensual attachment or craving is the source of all woes. But this truth is shrouded by ignorance. Craving or sensual attachment lures all beings into the cycle of rebirth which runs on relentlessly. Taken in another sense, a lump of meat becomes attached to anywhere it is placed. So also, sensual attachment tends to bind beings to the cycle of rebirth which is cherished by them, not realizing its suffering nature. 15. An arahat is called a naga because an arahat is not led astray by the 4 misleading factors: fondness or liking, hatred, fear and bewilderment. Shandadihi naga kanti ti naga. In another sense, an arahat never reverts to those defilements that have been got rid of at the 4 levels of purification. Tena tena majina pahini kalis na agakanti ti naga. Yet in another sense, an arahat is incapable of committing any kind of evil. Napakraka gu na karanti ti naga. In paying homage to the Buddha, the Naga, the arahat, who is free from the pollutants, the commentary recommends this mode of veneration. Buddho Bahiya Dāruciriya, Danto yo Damathaya ca, Samathaya Santo Dhamma, Tayo va Taraya ca, Nabuddho Nibbanathya, Ta Loka Saraname. The Buddha, the awakened one, the refuge of the 3 worlds, the arahat, having known the 4 noble truths by himself and wishing to enlighten others that deserve to be awakened like himself. Having tamed himself in respect of the 6 faculties and wishing to tame others that are fit to be tamed like himself. Having attained peace himself and wishing others that are worthy to attain peace like himself. Having crossed over to the other side of the ocean of Sasra and wishing others that are worthy to cross over to the other shore like himself. Having extinguished the fires of defilement at the 4 stages and wishing others who are worthy to extinguish the fires of defilement like himself. Out of compassion, expounded the glorious Dhamma to devas and humans for 45 years. To him, the Buddha, the Naga, the refuge of the 3 worlds, I pay homage physically, verbally, and mentally in all humility with joined palms raised. Attainment of awakening. The Ant Hill Discourse, Vammaka Sutta, MN 23, the commentary notes, is the meditation lesson for Venerable Kumāra Kassapa. Venerable Kumāra Kassapa learnt the Buddha's answer to the 15-point puzzle, retired into seclusion into the Anhavana forest, meditated with diligence, and not long after he became an arahat. Foremost title achieved. From the time of his becoming a monastic, Venerable Kumāra Kassapa in his discourses to the 4 classes of disciples, male monastics, male lay devotees and female lay devotees, used a variety of similes and allegories. When Venerable Kumāra Kassapa discoursed to Payasi who held wrong views, by employing 15 similes, the Buddha, referring to the discourse to Payasi, Payasi Sutta, DN 23, declared, Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknasita kathikna yad ida Kumāra Kassapo. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who employ imagery in their discourses, Kumāra Kassapa is the foremost, Itad aga. 29. Venerable Maha Kotthita. Aspiration in the past. The future Kotthita was born into a wealthy family in the royal city of Hasavat during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. While he was listening to the Buddha's discourse, he witnessed a monastic being named by the Buddha as the foremost monastic among those who attained the fourfold analytical knowledge. He was very enthusiastic to become such a great monastic in the future. As with all future great venerables, he made a great offering and, after which, he expressed his aspiration before the Buddha. The Buddha made the prediction that his aspiration would be fulfilled in the future, before leaving for his monastery. The future Venerable Kotthita lived a life filled with good deeds, passed away and was reborn in the Deva realm and subsequently, either in the human realm or the Deva realm. Ascetic life in his final existence. At the time of Buddha Gautama, he was reborn into a Brahmin family in Savatthi and was named Kotthita. When he came of age, he mastered the 3 Vedas. One day, on hearing the Buddha's discourse, he became so devoted to the Buddha that he joined the Sangha. Since then, he meditated for insight and became an arahat and was endowed with the fourfold analytical knowledge. Pisambid A with Makrone. Foremost title achieved. After attainment of awakening, Venerable Kotthita, as an adept at the fourfold analytical knowledge, usually posed his question on these forms of knowledge. Thus, with reference to the long discourse giving an elaboration Mahavadalasutta, MN 43, the Buddha declared, Itad aga bikhave mama svakna bikna pazambid patna yad ida makahito. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who attained the fourfold analytical knowledge, Maha Kotthita is the foremost, Itad aga. "30. Venerable Ānanda. Aspiration in the past. 100,000 eons ago, from the present aeon, there appeared in the world Buddha Pajamuttara, who was born in the city of Hasavat as the son of King Ānanda and Queen Sujata. The 2 chief disciples of the Buddha were Venerable Devala and Venerable Sujata. His 2 female disciples were Venerable Amita and Venerable Asama. The personal attendant to the Buddha was Venerable Sumana. The Buddha had 100,000 monastic disciples, and the privilege of attending to his needs was extended to his royal father. He and the Sangha stayed near the city, from which they collected their daily alms food. Before renouncing the world, Buddha Pajamuttara had a younger half-brother by the name of Prince Sumana, who was the future Venerable Ānanda. King Ānanda appointed Prince Sumana, lord of a district, which was 120 leagues from the capital. The prince visited his father and his elder brother Buddha Pajamuttara occasionally. Once, there broke out a rebellion in the border region. The prince reported the matter to the king, who said, "Were you not placed there to keep law and order?" The prince, on receiving the king's reply, took upon himself the quelling of the uprising and restored peace. The king was pleased and summoned his son to his presence. Prince Sumana left for the capital accompanied by 1,000 officers. On the way, he discussed with them what reward he should ask, if his royal father were to grant him a boon. Some of the officers suggested elephants, horses, towns, gems, etc., but a few wise ones among them said, "Prince, you are the king's son. Material prizes are of no consequence to you. You may get them, but you must leave them behind at death. You should ask for a boon that is meritorious. Your deed of merit alone will be your real possession when you leave this existence. So, if the king were to grant you a boon, ask for the privilege of attending on the Buddha, your own elder brother, for one reign's retreat, Vasa." The prince was pleased with the idea. "You are friends indeed to me. I had never thought about such a noble idea. I accept your advice." Once in the capital, he was received with great love and esteem by his royal father, who embraced him, kissed him on the forehead, and said, "Dear son, name any boon and I will grant it." The son replied, "Great king, I wish to make my present life highly productive in the future, instead of going barren. To that end, I wish to attend on my elder brother, the Buddha, for one rain's retreat. May my dear father grant this privilege to me." The king replied, "Dear son, I cannot grant this wish. Name any other." "Dear father," Prince Sumana said, "a sovereign's word is steadfast as a rock. I do not want any other thing. I stand by my wish." The king then said, "Dear son, no one can know what the Buddha has in mind. If the Buddha does not accept your invitation, what good is my concession to you? In that case, dear father, I will go and ask the Buddha myself and find out what he thinks of my request," replied Prince Sumana. Having thus made the king committed to his obligation, Prince Sumana went to the Buddha's monastery. When he arrived there, the Buddha had just gone into his perfumed chamber after having had his meal. Prince Sumana went to the assembly hall and met the monastics, who asked him the purpose of his visit. "I have come, venerable sirs," he said, "to see the Fortunate One. Would anyone show me where the Buddha is now?" "Prince," the monastics said, "we have no right to see the Buddha as and when we want to see him." "Who then has that right?" the prince inquired. "Venerable Sumana has." "Prince," they said, "where is Venerable Sumana now?" And having been directed to where the monastic was, the prince went to him, made obeisance, and said, "Venerable sir, I would like to see the Fortunate One. Would you present me to the Fortunate One?" Venerable Sumana then entered upon the absorption of a water object, Apokesha Jhana, in front of the prince, and making his wish that the earth turn into water, he dived into the mind-made water and appeared inside the Buddha's perfumed chamber. The Buddha asked the monastic his purpose. Venerable Sumana answered, "Venerable sir, Prince Sumana is here to see the Fortunate One. If so, prepare a seat for me," said the Buddha. Venerable Sumana then disappeared into the water from the Buddha's chamber and emerged from the water right in front of the prince, in the monastic compound, and prepared a seat for the Buddha. Prince Sumana was very much impressed by the supernormal powers of the monk. Buddha Pajamuttara came out of his perfumed chamber and sat on the seat prepared for him. Prince Sumana made obeisance to the Buddha and exchanged cordial greetings with him. "When did you come, Prince?" asked the Buddha. "Venerable sir, I arrived here just when the Fortunate One retired into the perfumed chamber," replied the prince. "The monastics told me that they had no right to see the Fortunate One as and when they wished, and directed me to Venerable Sumana. As for Venerable Sumana, by saying just one word, he announced my presence to the Fortunate One and also arranged for my seeing the Fortunate One. I presume, Venerable Sir, that Venerable Sumana is close to the Fortunate One in this teaching." "Prince, what you say is true. This Sumana is close with the realized one in this teaching." "Venerable Sir, what kind of meritorious action leads one to become a close disciple to the Buddha?" "Prince, by giving in generosity, by keeping morality, and by observing the precepts, one may aspire to become a close disciple to the Buddha." Prince Sumana now had the right opportunity to invite the Buddha to his place to receive an offering. He said, "Venerable Sir, I wish to become an intimate disciple to some future Buddha, just like Venerable Sumana. May the Fortunate One accept my offering of food tomorrow." The Buddha signified the acceptance of the invitation by remaining silent. The prince returned to his temporary quarters in the city and made preparations for a great offering which lasted for 7 days at his temporary quarters. On the 7th day, Prince Sumana paid homage to the Buddha and said, "Venerable Sir, I have obtained consent from my father, the king, to have the privilege of attending to the Fortunate One during the 3-month rains retreat, Vassa period. May the Fortunate One accept my attendance on him for the rains retreat, Vassa." The Buddha reviewed the benefit that would accrue to the prince if the request be allowed, and seeing that it was going to be beneficial for him, said, "Prince, the Fortunate One likes to stay in a quiet place." "Exalted Buddha, I understand. Fortunate One, I understand," said the prince. "I shall now build a monastery for the Fortunate One. When completed, I shall send messengers to the Fortunate One. Then may the Fortunate One and 100,000 monastics come to our monastery." The prince left after obtaining consent from the Buddha. He then went to see his royal father and said, "Dear father, the Buddha has agreed to come to my town. When I send messengers to inform the time for the Buddha to come, May you see to the escorting of the Buddha on the journey. He made obeisance to his father and left the city. Then he built a resting place for the Buddha and his company at intervals of 1 league along the 120 leagues stretch of the road from the city to his town. Back in his own town, he chose a suitable site to build a monastery for the Buddha. He bought the site, a garden owned by a rich householder Subhana, for 100,000. And he spent another 100,000 for the building. He built a perfume chamber for the Buddha, sleeping places for 100,000 monastics, latrines, huts, small caves and sheds, some for use by day and others by night, and an enclosure to the monastic compound with gates. When everything was completed, he sent messengers to the king to escort the Buddha at the start of the journey. King Ānanda made food offerings to the Buddha and 100,000 monastics. Then he said to the Buddha, "My son, exalted Buddha, the Venerable's younger brother has made all the necessary preparations to receive the fortunate one, and is eagerly expecting your arrival." The Buddha then made the journey accompanied by 100,000 monastics, and resting for the nights at the rest houses put up along the route at intervals of 1 league. The 120 leagues distance was made without hardship. Prince Sumana welcomed the Buddha from a league's distance along the way from his residence. Giving a ceremonial welcoming with flowers and scents, he escorted the Buddha and the company of monastics to the monastery. Then he offered the monastery to the Buddha, speaking this verse recorded in the story about the elder Ānanda, Anandatharvathu, AA, PTS 1.291. Sata Sahasinam Ita, Sata Sahasinam Pita, Sabana Nama Waina, Paigaha Mahamuni. Great sage of sages, I, Sumana, have bought the Sabhana park for 100,000 pieces of money, and built this monastery at the cost of a further 100,000. May the great sage accept my gift of the monastery. Prince Sumana donated the monastery on the day of the beginning of the rain's retreat, Vasa. After the offering was completed, he called his family and followers and said, "The fortunate one has come from a distance of 120 leagues. Buddhas attach importance to the Dhamma and not to material gifts. That being so, I will stay in this monastery during these 3 months using only 2 sets of clothing and observe the 10 precepts. You will attend to the Buddha and 100,000 monastics for the 3 months as you have done today." And so he spent the retreat at the monastery. Prince Sumana ensured that the Buddha stayed not far away from his personal attendant, Venerable Sumana, who attended to all his needs. He admired the monastic and set his mind on becoming such a close monastic disciple sometime in the future. So, about a week before the end of the retreat, he gave a great offering to the Buddha and the Sangha. On the 7th day of this great offering, he placed a set of 3 robes before every one of the 100,000 monastics and paying respects, said to the Buddha, "All my meritorious deeds that began in the city of Hasavat at my temporary quarters are not aimed at future worldly glory as Saka or a Deva or a Mara. My aspiration in doing these deeds is to become the personal attendant to a Buddha of some future period." The Buddha reviewed the matter and seeing that the prince's aspiration would be fulfilled, made the prediction and then departed. On hearing the prediction of Buddha Pajamuttara, the prince was so convinced of the certainty of the Buddha's pronouncement as if he were to become the personal attendant of Buddha Gautama immediately as predicted by Buddha Pajamuttara, carrying the Buddha's alms bowl and robe. Deeds of merit in the interim period. Prince Sumana spent 100,000 years during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara doing deeds of merit. At his death, he was reborn in the Deva realm. During Buddha Kassapa's time, he donated his cloak to a monastic who was on alms round, to be used as the base for the alms bowl to rest on. Upon his death in that existence, he was reborn in the Deva realm. After his Deva existence, he was reborn in the human world as the king of Bras. When he saw, from the upper story of his palace, 8 Pakska Buddhas traveling in the air coming from Mount Gandhamadana, he invited them to his palace and offered food. He also built 8 monastic dwellings in the royal gardens as residences for these 8 Pakska Buddhas. Moreover, he made 8 bejeweled seats for them to be used on their visits to the palace as well as the same number of ruby stands for placing their alms bowls. He attended upon the 8 Pakska Buddhas for 10,000 years. These are some outstanding deeds of merit during the intervening period of 100,000 eons. Many other meritorious deeds also were done by him in that period. Ascetic life in his final existence. After performing various good deeds and thereby sowing seeds of merit during the intervening period of 100,000 eons, the future Venerable Ānanda was reborn in Tusita realm along with the Bodhisattva Gautama. After passing away from that existence, he was reborn as the son of Prince Amitabhadana of Kapilavatthu. He was named Ānanda or joy, signifying the pleasure he caused to the family by his birth. On the first 1313 visit of Buddha Gautama to Kapilavatthu, a number of Sakyan princes headed by Prince Badiya renounced worldly life and became monastics as the Buddha's disciples when the Buddha was sojourning at Anyapia Grove near the town of the same name. Venerable Ānanda established in stream entry. Not long after becoming a monastic, Venerable Ānanda listened to a discourse by Venerable Mantaputtapua and attained stream entry, Sotapadiphala. This is on record in the discourse about Ānanda, Ānanda Sutta, SN 22.83. The gist of that discourse is as follows. During the time when the Buddha was staying at the Jetavana monastery in Savatthi, Venerable Ānanda addressed the monastics, "Friend monastics," and the monastics responded, saying, "Friend." Venerable Ānanda then said, "Friends, Venerable Mantaputtapua was very helpful to us when we were new monastics. He admonished us with this instruction. Friend Ānanda, it is through having a cause that the conceit, I am, arises through craving and wrong view. The trio of craving, conceit, and wrong view perpetuate the rounds of rebirth. They do not arise without a cause. Through what cause does the conceit, I am, arise? Because of corporeality, rupa, the conceit I am, along with its associates craving and wrong view arises. Without such cause, the conceit I am does not arise. Because of sensation, vedana, perception, sana, volitions, sakra. Because of consciousness, vaya, the conceit I am, along with its associates craving and wrong view arises. Without such cause the conceit I am does not arise. Friend Ānanda, let me give an example. If a young woman or man who is fond of adorning herself or himself looks at the image of their face in a clean and bright mirror or a bowl of clear water, they will see it depending on a cause. Their own image and the reflecting surface of the mirror or the water, and not otherwise. Friend Ānanda, even so, because of corporeality, the conceit, mana, I am, along with its associates craving ta and wrong view, mikadaihai, arises. Without such cause, it does not arise. Because of sensation, perception, volitions, and consciousness the conceit I am, along with its associates, craving and wrong view, arises. Without such cause, it does not arise. Friend Ānanda, what do you think of what I am going to ask you? Is corporeality permanent or impermanent? Impermanent, friend. This dialogue continues as in the discourse about the characteristics of non-self, Anatta Lakha Sutta, SN 22.59. There is nothing more to do for the realization of the path. Friends, Venerable Mantaputtapua was very helpful to us when we were new monastics. He admonished us with the above instruction. By hearing the exposition of Venerable Mantaputtapua, I gained knowledge of the Four Noble Truths and attained stream entry, Sotapadiphala. With reference to the above discourse, it is clear that Venerable Ānanda became stream enter, Sotapanna, after listening to Venerable Mantaputtapua's discourse on the simile of the mirror. Venerable Ānanda appointed personal attendant. There were no permanent personal attendants to the Buddha during his first 20 years after becoming a Buddha, called the first period after awakening. During that period, a number of monastics acted as personal attendants, carrying the Buddha's alms bowl and robe. They were Vens, Nagasamala, Najita Upava, Sanakata, who was formerly a Lichavi prince, Kunda, a younger brother of Venerable Sariputta, Sagata, Radha, and Meghiya. On a certain occasion, the Buddha, attended by Venerable Nagasamala, was making a long journey when they reached a forked road. Venerable Nagasamala, departing from the main route, said to the Buddha, "Venerable Sir, I am taking this road on the left of the forked road." The Buddha said, "Monastic, come. Let us take the other road." Venerable Nagasamala then, saying impatiently, "Venerable sir, take that road, I am going this way." And he made a move to put the Buddha's alms bowl and robes on the ground. Thereupon, the Buddha said to him, "Monastic, bring them to me." And he had to carry them himself, and then went by the way he chose while Venerable Nagasamala took the other way, leaving the Buddha. When he had gone a short distance, Venerable Nagasamala was robbed by a gang of robbers who took away his alms bowl and robes and also hit him on the head. With blood streaming down from his head, he remembered the Buddha as his only refuge and went back to him. The Buddha asked him, "Monk, what has befallen you?" Venerable Nagasamala related his story to the Buddha and he said to him, "Monk, take heart. For seeing this danger, I had asked you not to take that road. This is one of the incidents that led to the appointment of a permanent personal attendant." On another occasion during the 13th Rain's retreat, Vassa, when the Buddha was staying on the mountain abode at Kalika Hill, after the alms round in Janta village, the Buddha, with the temporary attendant Venerable Maghaya, was going by the side of the river Kimik when, on seeing a mango grove, Venerable Maghaya said to the Buddha, "Venerable sir, take the alms bowl and the double robe yourself. I want to meditate in that mango grove." The Buddha tried to dissuade him 3 times not to do so, but he would not listen. Then, no sooner had Venerable Maghaya sat on a rocky platform to start meditating, than 3 demeritorious thoughts oppressed him. He returned to the Buddha and related what had occurred in his mind when he tried to meditate. The Buddha solaced him saying, "Seeing that was going to happen to you, I told you not to resort to that place." For details about this event, read chapter 32a. This is another instance that led to the appointment of a permanent attendant. On account of such mishaps, the Buddha, on another occasion, sitting on the Buddha's seat at the assembly hall in the precincts of his perfumed chamber at the Jetavana monastery, said to the monastics, "Monastics, I have grown old now. Some of the monastics attending upon me would take a different route from what I chose. Some monastics would even think of putting down my alms bowl and robes on the ground. Now please think of a monastic who will attend upon me on a permanent basis." On hearing these words, many of the monastics became emotional. Then Venerable Sariputta rose from his seat, paid homage to the Buddha and said, "Venerable sir, for one incalculable and 100,000 eons, I have fulfilled the perfection simply to become a disciple of the Fortunate One. A person of great knowledge like myself must be deemed as one fit to be the permanent personal attendant to the Fortunate One. May I be allowed to attend on the Fortunate One?" The Buddha said, "That will not do, Sariputta. Wherever you are, there is the doctrine. For you expound the doctrine in the same way as the realized one does. You ought not to attend upon the realized one." After the Buddha had extolled the virtues of Venerable Sariputta, he repeated the offer to attend on him. Venerable Moggallana offered himself for the post but was likewise rejected. Then the 80 great monastic disciples all offered themselves, all sharing the same result. Venerable Ānanda's Eightfold Boon. Venerable Ānanda remained silent without offering himself for the post. The monastics then urged him, "Friend Ānanda, each member of the Sangha is offering himself for the privilege of attending on the Fortunate One. You should also offer yourself." Venerable Ānanda said to them, "Friends, a position relating to the Fortunate One is not something to be asked for. Does the Fortunate One not notice me? If the Fortunate One so wishes, he will say, 'Ānanda, be my personal attendant.'" Then the Buddha said to the monastics, "Monastics, Ānanda does not need anybody's advice to attend upon the realized one. He will do so on his free will." Thereupon the monastics, 1315, pleaded with Venerable Ānanda, saying, "Friend Ānanda, now rise up and offer yourself to be the personal attendant." Then Venerable Ānanda rose from his seat and asked the Buddha to grant him these 8 boons. "Venerable sir, if the Fortunate One would agree to these 4 refraining conditions, I will become personal attendant to the Fortunate One. 1. The Fortunate One should refrain from giving me the fine robes that he has received. 2. The Fortunate One should refrain from giving me fine food. 3. The Fortunate One should refrain from letting me stay in the same dwelling place reserved for him. 4. The Fortunate One should refrain from taking me to lay supporters' houses when they invite him. The Buddha said to Venerable Ānanda, "Ānanda, what disadvantages do you see in these four matters?" And Venerable Ānanda explained thus, "Venerable Sir, if I were given the four requisites enjoyed by the Buddha, then there is bound to arise the criticism that Ānanda has the privilege of receiving the fine robes received by the fortunate one, receiving the fine food received by the fortunate one, getting to stay together in the Buddha's perfume chamber, and having the privilege of accompanying the Buddha who visits to the houses of lay supporters. I see those criticisms as disadvantages." Further, Venerable Ānanda requested from the Buddha these four special privileges. "Venerable Sir, if the fortunate one would grant me these four special privileges, I will become the personal attendant to the fortunate one. 1. The fortunate one should agree to go to the places I invite him to. 2. The fortunate one should give audience to visitors immediately upon their arrival. 3. The fortunate one should explain to me any points of the doctrine that need elucidation. 4. The fortunate one should recount to me all the discourses he makes while not in my presence." The Buddha asked Venerable Ānanda again, "Ānanda, what benefits do you see in these four favors?" Venerable Ānanda explained thus, "Venerable Sir, in this teaching which has 8 marvelous quantities, certain lay supporters, who have great devotion to the Buddha, do not have direct access to invite him personally to their houses. They would ask me, as the Buddha's personal attendant, to make their invitations, and if I will accept their invitations on your behalf. Those devotees who come from afar to pay homage to the fortunate one should be allowed to see the Buddha without much waiting. Whenever I am not satisfied with a certain saying of the fortunate one, I, as his personal attendant, ought to be allowed to ask the fortunate one to have those unclear points of the doctrine elucidated. Venerable Sir, if the fortunate one were not to comply with my requests to accept the invitations that are made by lay supporters through me, or not to comply with my request on behalf of pilgrims to give early audience, not to comply with my request to have the right to ask for elucidation on doctrinal problems, then people would say, what is the purpose of Ānanda's personal attendance to the fortunate one, if he is devoid of even these things? These are the reasons in my asking for the first 3 boons. As regards the 4th boon, if other monastics were to ask me, Friend Ānanda, where was this verse or this discourse or this birth story given by the fortunate one? And if I should be unable to answer their query, they would say, Friend, you have been as close to the fortunate one as his very shadow, and yet you do not know even this much. Venerable Sir, to avoid such criticism, I am asking the fortunate one this 4th favor, to relate to me all the discourses made by the fortunate one not in my presence. Venerable Sir, these are the advantages I see in 4 boons I am asking. The Buddha granted Venerable Ānanda all 8 boons which comprised the 4 restraints and the 4 favors. Thus Venerable Ānanda, after being granted the 8 boons by the Buddha, became his permanent attendant. Hence he saw the realization of his aspiration, for which he had fulfilled the perfections over 100,000 eons. His daily routine consisted of getting cold and hot water for the Buddha, making ready the 3 sizes of woodbine toothbrushes to suit the occasion, massaging the arms and legs of the Buddha, scrubbing the Buddha's back when he took a bath, cleaning up the precincts of the Buddha's perfume chamber, etc. Moreover, he was always by the Buddha's side, seeing to the Buddha's needs at all times and charting out an appropriate activity to be performed by the Buddha. Not only did he keep a close loving supervision on the Buddha's activities by day and at night, he also would keep himself awake by holding up a lamp and going round the precincts of the Buddha's chamber. Every night, he made 9 rounds with the lamp in hand, his intention being to be ever ready when called by the Buddha at any hour. These are the reasons that lay behind his being designated as a foremost monastic. Foremost titles achieved. On one occasion, when the Buddha was staying at the Jetavana monastery, he extolled the virtues of Venerable Ānanda, the custodian of the doctrine, in many ways. 1. Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknabahu sutanam yad ida anando. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who have wide learning, Ānanda is the foremost, itad aga. 2. Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknasadamantna yad ida anando. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who have mindfulness in retaining my discourses, Ānanda is the foremost. 3. Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknagadamantna yad ida anando. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who comprehend my teaching, Ānanda is the foremost. 4. Itad aga bikhave mamasvakna biknidhitamantna yad ida anando. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who are diligent in learning, remembering and reciting my teaching, Ānanda is the foremost. 5. Itad aga bikhave mamasvakna biknapakna yad ida anando. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who render personal service to me, Ānanda is the foremost, itad aga. Thus in Buddha Gautama's teaching, Venerable Ānanda was named by the Buddha as the foremost, itad aga, monastic disciple in 5 areas. Wide learning, mindfulness in retaining the doctrine, comprehending the teaching, diligence in bearing the teaching, and in caring for the teacher by giving personal service to the Buddha. A section on the First Council, which includes many details about Ven Ānanda, has been removed from here and placed after the Buddha's Parinibbana in chapter 41a. Venerable Ānanda's Parinibbana. At the time of the First Council, in 483 BCE, Venerable Ānanda, who was born on the same day as the Buddha, was already 80 years of age. On the 40th year after the First Council, when he was 120 years old, he reviewed his life-maintaining faculty and saw that he had only 7 more days to live. He told this to his pupils. When people learned this news, those living on one side of the river Rohi, the bone of contention between the Sakyans and the Kolyans concerning the distribution of its waters that led to the Buddha's discourse known as the Discourse on the Great Assembly, Maha Sutta DN 20, said that Venerable Ānanda had benefited much from them and so he would pass away on their side of the river. And those living on the other side of the river also said so. On hearing these words from both sides, Venerable Ānanda thought, both groups have done much to benefit me. None can dispute this fact. If I were to pass away on one side of the river, those living on the other side would fight for possession of my relics. Then I would become the cause of strife between them. If there be peace, I will have to be the cause of peace. It now depends on how I handle the matter. After reflecting thus, he said to both groups, male and female supporters, those of you who live on this side of the river have done me much benefit. Likewise, those of you who live on the other side of the river have done me much benefit. There is none among you who have not benefited me. Let those who live on this side gather together on this side, and let those who live on the other side gather together on that side. Then on the 7th day, he remained aloft in the sky at about 7 palm trees' height, sitting cross-legged above the middle of the river Rohini, and delivered a discourse to the people. At the end of the discourse, he willed that his body should split into 2, with each portion falling onto each side of the river. He then entered into the absorption jhana on the fire element Teju Dhatu, which is the basis of attaining supernormal powers. On emerging from that absorption, the thought process pertaining to supernormal power arose in him. At the impulsion moment of that thought process, his body became ablaze, and immediately after the end of that thought process, the death consciousness arose and he passed away, realizing nibbana and making an end of all traces of existence. His body split into 2 as he had willed, one portion falling on one side of the river and the other portion falling on the other side. People on both sides wailed wildly. The outburst of their emotion sounded as if the earth itself were crumbling. The lamentation on this occasion would seem even more pitiable and desperate than it was on the death of the Buddha. They wailed for 4 whole months, muttering, so long as we saw the Buddha's personal assistant who went about holding the Buddha's alms bowl and robes, we got some solace about the absence of the Buddha, but now that person himself is dead and no more, we have no means to solace ourselves. The Buddha's passing away is now complete for us. Verses of urgency.
Ha salyoga viyoganta.
Dreadful indeed is grief, lamentation, etc. All forms of association between spouses, kinsmen, friends, teachers, and pupils end because there inevitably comes the parting between those dear ones either through death or through severance.
Ha anitsa vasakhata.
Dreadful indeed is grief, lamentation, etc. All conditioned phenomena, mind, temperature, and nutriment all end, due to their impermanence.
Ha upana tsabhaganta.
Dreadful indeed is grief, lamentation, etc. all conditioned phenomena that have the nature of a rising end because they are subject to decay and dissolution. Haha Sakradamita. Dreadful indeed is it to be liable to sink in the turbulent ocean of woes is the unalterable course of mind and matter of conditioned phenomena, which all have the characteristics of impermanence, suffering and non-self.
Trīsdesmit pirmais Ven. Uruvela Kassapa.
Aspiration in the past. The future Uruvela Kassapa was born into a worthy family in the city of Hasavat during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. When he came of age, he listened to a discourse by the Buddha. While doing so, he witnessed a monastic being named by the Buddha as the foremost monastic in having a large following. He was inspired by that monastic to become someone similar in the future. He made great offerings to the Buddha and his Sangha for 7 days, at the end of which, he made an offering of a set of 3 robes to the Buddha and each of the members of the Sangha and, thereafter, he expressed his aspiration to become a foremost monastic at some future time, having a big following. The Buddha reviewed his aspiration and saw that it would be fulfilled and thus made the prediction. You will be named by Buddha Gautama as the foremost monastic in his teaching with a big following. After making the august pronouncement, Buddha Pajamuttara returned to his monastery. Life as royal brother to Buddha Fusa. In that existence of receiving Buddha Pajamuttara's prediction, the future Uruvela Kassapa lived a meritorious life until he died and was reborn in the Deva realm and subsequently either in the human world or the Deva realm. Then 92 eons prior to the present aeon, when Buddha Fusa appeared in the world, the future Uruvela Kassapa was reborn as the half-brother of the Buddha. The Buddha had 3 younger half-brothers and this prince, the future Uruvela Kassapa, was the eldest of the 3. The 3 brothers attended upon the Buddha with the 4 monastic requisites for 1 rain's retreat, Vassa, the details of which have been described in Venerable Rayaphalla story, section 2021, above. Also refer to chapter 14 for more information on the Kassapa brothers. Ascetic life in his final existence. The 3 royal brothers gave a great offering of valuable articles to the Buddha and his Sangha at the end of the rain's retreat, Vassa. They also spent their whole lives in doing meritorious deeds, and were reborn in the fortunate destinations only. During the present aeon, before the advent of Buddha Gautama, they were reborn into a Brahmin family whose clan name was Kassapa. On coming of age, they become masters of the 3 Vedas, and the eldest brother had 500 pupils. The second brother had 300 pupils, and the youngest brother had 200 pupils who became their disciples. When they reviewed their learning, they realized that the Vedas offered teachings for the present life but lacked knowledge that was of benefit in the hereafter. The eldest Kassapa brother, together with his 500 disciples, renounced the world and led the life of a recluse. They retired into the Uruvela forest and he became known by the name of his 1327 place as Uruvela Kassapa. The second brother and his 300 disciples likewise became recluses and lived at the river bend of the Ganges, and he came to be known as Nadi Kassapa. The youngest brother also became a recluse together with his 200 disciples, and they dwelled at a place called Gayasisa, and hence he became known as Gaya Kassapa. The 3 Kassapa brothers became famous as teachers of their own religious sections. During the time when the 3 Kassapa brothers were giving guidance to their respective groups, the Buddha Gautama appeared in the world. The Buddha passed the first rain's retreat, Vassa, at the deer park, also known as Isapatana, where he caused the awakening of the group of 5 ascetics and the 55 youths led by Yasa, son of a merchant, and these 60 disciples become the first arahats in this world. At the end of the rain's retreat, Vassa, the Buddha enjoined the 60 arahat monks to spread the good doctrine while he headed toward the Uruvela forest alone. On his way, he met the 30 princes, all brothers, at Kapasika forest, whom he summoned as monastics using the words, "Come, monastic," and caused their awakening as noble ones, Arya, of various grades, training them for awakening. The Buddha then proceeded alone to the Uruvela forest because he saw the ripeness of Uruvela Kassapa for awakening, and also saw that all 3 Kassapa brothers and their followers would gain awakening. When the Buddha met Uruvela Kassapa, He had to display 3,500 miracles to convince him, the most remarkable of which was the taming of the powerful Naga. Finally, Uruvela Kassapa and his 500 disciples were summoned by the Buddha into the monastic life. On learning the news of the eldest brother becoming a follower of the Buddha, the younger brothers and their followers likewise became followers. All of them were summoned by the Buddha into the monastic life. The Buddha took the 1,000 newly admitted monastics to Gayasisa. He sat on the rock platform there and considered the appropriate discourse for them. He remembered that these recluses of Brahmin origin had all along been indulging in fire worship, and accordingly delivered them a discourse giving the simile of the fire that relentlessly burns through the three forms of existence: the sense, form, and formless realms. The discourse, entitled The Instruction About Burning, Adita Pariyaya SN 35.235, had the desired effect of turning all the monastics into arahats. Then the Buddha saw that the time was opportune for him to visit Rajagaha, where before his awakening, as he had promised King Bimbisara that he would visit his city after becoming a Buddha. He journeyed to Rajagaha accompanied by 1,000 arahats and rested in the toddy palm grove. King Bimbisara, on hearing about the arrival of the Buddha, went to meet him in the company of 120,000 Brahmin householders. After paying respects to the Buddha, he sat in a suitable place. On that occasion, the fame of Uruvela Kassapa had become so well established that the Brahmin retinue of the king paid their homage to Uruvela Kassapa. The Buddha knew that the audience were unable to decide which of the two, himself or Uruvela Kassapa, was superior. He was also aware that the people, having doubts, could not pay attention to the Dhamma. So he said to Uruvela Kassapa, "Kassapa, your followers are in a quandary. Clear up their mental confusion." Thus, the Buddha indicated to Venerable Uruvela Kassapa to show his allegiance. Venerable Uruvela Kassapa respectfully responded. Rising from his seat, he made obeisance to the Buddha with the hands, knees and forehead touching the ground, and rose up to the sky about a palm tree's height. There, remaining in mid-air, he took on various forms as he wished, and said to the Buddha, "The Fortunate One is my teacher. I am his pupil, his disciple. The Fortunate One is my teacher. I am his pupil, his disciple." Then he descended to the ground and paid homage to the Buddha at his feet. Then he rose up again to twice the height of a palm tree, created a variety of forms, came down and paid homage at the Buddha's feet. On the seventh time of repeating this miraculous feat, he rose to a height of 7 palm trees, and after descending to the ground and paying respects to the Buddha, he sat in a suitable place. The big audience were now in no doubt about the supremacy of the Buddha and acclaimed him as the great ascetic. Then only the Buddha gave a discourse to them, at the 1328 end of which, King Bimbisara and 110,000 Brahmin householders attained stream entry, Sotapadiphala, and the remaining 10,000 Brahmins took the 3 treasures as their refuge. In that way they acknowledged the Buddha. Foremost title achieved. The 1,000 pupils who had served Venerable Uruvela Kassapa, after attaining awakening, thought that since they had reached the peak of monastic practice, they did not need to go anywhere else for their religious advancement, and so they remained in the company of their erstwhile leader. On one occasion, the Buddha, in a monastic congregation at the Jetavana monastery, declared, "Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknama parisna yad ida Uruvela Kassapo." Monastics, among my monastic disciples who have a big following, Uruvela Kassapa is the foremost, Itad aga. The collection of the numerical discourses, Agutta Nikaya, commentary, notes that Venerable Uruvela Kassapa had the unique position of having a constant following of 1,000 monastics, taking into account the followers of his 2 younger brothers. If each of the 1,000 monastics were to act as preceptor and admit 1 monastic, Uruvela Kassapa's following would become 2,000, and if the original 1,000 were to admit 2 new monastics each into the saga, his following could become 3,000. Hence he was in an unrivaled position in the number of following.
Ven.
Kaludāyi. Aspiration in the past. The future Kuti was born into a worthy family in the city of Hasavati. during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. While he was listening to a discourse by the Buddha, he happened to witness the Buddha appoint a monastic as being the foremost disciple who could arouse devotion in the Buddha's kinsmen, even before they had met the Buddha. The worthy man, the future Kuti, aspired to such an honor during the time of some future Buddha. After making the great offerings, he expressed his aspiration before the Buddha. Later, the Buddha uttered words predicting the fulfillment of his aspiration. Ascetic life in his final existence. Future Kuti devoted himself to meritorious deeds till the end of his life. He was reborn in the fortunate destinations only. Finally, he was conceived in the womb of the mother who was of a high official family in Kapilavatthu. This took place simultaneously with the conception of the Bodhisattva, Prince Siddhartha, as the two boys were born on the same day. His parents placed him on a white cloth and presented him to King Suddhodana to become an attendant to Prince Siddhartha. The name Kuti. On the day of naming the boy, they named him Udayi because he arose Udaya. On the same day the Bodhisattva was born, and the whole city was filled with joy and excitement because of that. Since the boy had a somewhat darker skin, the word Ka, dark, was prefixed to the original name of Udayi, and he was therefore called Kuti. As a boy, Kuti lived in the royal palace and he played games privately with Prince Siddhartha in the place of Kapilavatthu. Later on, Prince Siddhartha renounced the world and spent 6 harrowing years in pursuit of the truth. He eventually attained awakening and delivered his first discourse, the Dhamma wheel, Dhammacakka. He was then residing at Rajagaha, which was his place for collecting alms food. This happened on the dark fortnight of the cold month of January Fusa, in the year 528 BCE. When King Suddhodana heard the good news that his son, the Buddha, was residing at the Vavana monastery in Rajagaha, he sent a courtier with an entourage of 1,000 men, whose order was to request the Buddha to pay a visit to Kapilavatthu. The royal messenger made the 60-league journey to Rajagaha and entered the Vavana monastery. At that time, the Buddha was teaching a discourse to the audience which consisted of the 4 types of listeners. The royal messenger sat at the edge of the audience and paid attention to the Buddha's discourse, thinking he would communicate the king's message to the Buddha after the discourse. But even while he was listening attentively to the discourse, he, as well as his entourage of 1,000 men, gained awakening. Then the Buddha extended his hand and said to them, "Come, monastics." And all the men instantly became monastics with the grave appearance of those with 60 years of monastic standing and fully equipped with the requisites, created magically, iti maya parikara. As it is in the nature of noble ones, Arya, to become indifferent to worldly matters, the 1,000 monastics did not impart King Suddhodana's message to the Buddha. They dwelt in the bliss of the attainment of awakening. King Suddhodana felt annoyed to hear nothing from his messenger, and sent another courtier with 1,000 men on the same mission. This messenger also went before the Buddha, became absorbed in his discourse, and became an arahat together with his 1,000 men. In this way, King Suddhodana sent a total of 9 missions, one after another, each headed by a courtier with an entourage of 1,000 men to the Buddha, and all the 9 messengers and their 9,000 men neglected their mission because they became arahats before they could extend the king's invitation to the Buddha. Kuti's mission to Kapilavatthu. King Suddhodana then reflected on the situation. The 9 courtiers had no affection for me, and so they said nothing to my son, the Buddha, about his visit to this city of Kapilavatthu of ours. Others would also fail to do so, but Kuti, born on the same day as the Buddha, was his playmate in their childhood. This young man is affectionate to me. And so he summoned him and said to Kuti, now an official at his court, "Son, go to the Buddha with 1,000 men, and invite him to Kapilavatthu." Courtier Kuti said to the king, "Great king, if you would give me permission to become a monastic, like the previous royal messengers, I will see to the Buddha's visit to Kapilavatthu." To which the king readily responded, "Son, do as you wish. Only see that my son, the Buddha, visits me." "Very well, great king," said Kuti. "I shall do so." When the king gave his permission, he left the city accompanied by 1,000 men and eventually reached Rajagaha. Sitting at the edge of the audience, he listened to the Buddha who was teaching a discourse. After hearing it, he and his 1,000 men became arahats and were called up by the Buddha into the monastic life. But Minister Kuti did not forget his mission. He thought that the cold season was not suitable for the Buddha to make the long journey to Kapilavatthu, and that, when spring had appeared, and the forest flowers were blooming forth and the grass and foliage putting on fresh greenness, then only should the Buddha travel to Kapilavatthu. So he waited till the full moon of March, Phagwa, and then he sang 60 verses giving a picturesque portrayal of the pleasantness of the season, indicating to the Buddha that the time was right for him to visit Kapilavatthu. For more on this, see Chapter 17a above. The Buddha knew Venerable Kuti's mind and decided that it was time that he visited Kapilavatthu. Then, accompanied by 20,000 arahats, he took the journey of 60 leagues at a leisurely pace. Acharita Desa Karika. Venerable Kuti, noting the Buddha's departure from Rajagaha, appeared at King Suddhodana's palace. The king was delighted on seeing him standing mid-air above the palace, and offered his throne for his seat. Then he filled the alms bowl of the Venerable with cooked rice and dishes prepared for himself. Venerable Kuti then moved as if to depart. The king said to him, "Son, take your meal here." To which the Venerable said, "I shall take it when I get back to the Fortunate One." "Where is the Buddha now?" asked the king. "The Buddha is now on his way, with 20,000 arahats, to visit you. Then, son, take your meal here. Then carry the food prepared in my palace to the Buddha daily, till he arrives." Henceforth, Venerable Kuti took his meal at the palace and then received the alms food on behalf of the Buddha. In doing so, he gave a discourse to the king and the royal household on the noble qualities of the Buddha, thereby giving them a foretaste of the unparalleled pleasure they were to experience on meeting with the Buddha. Then, just as the people were watching him, he threw up into the air his alms bowl filled with food for the Buddha. He also rose into the air, took the alms bowl and offered it to the Buddha on the way. The Buddha received it in his hands and took his meal for the day. Venerable Kuti took upon himself the task of receiving alms food for the Buddha, and making the appropriate discourses to warm up the feelings of King Suddhodana and the royal household towards the Buddha, for the entire journey of his memorable journey to Kapilavatthu, which was 60 leagues long, taken leisurely at the rate of 1 league a day. This remarkable routine that Venerable Kuti set for himself, to bring food to the Buddha, was the basis of his receiving a special mention from the Buddha. Foremost title achieved. On a later occasion, in a congregation of monastics, the Buddha reflected on the role that Venerable Kaludāyi had played in warming up the feelings of King Suddhodana and the kinsmen of the Buddha, declared, "Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknakalapastakna yad ida kuti." Monastics, among my monastic disciples who are able to kindle devotion to me in the hearts of my kinsmen, Kuti is the foremost, itad aga. (33) Venerable Bakula. Healing a Buddha. The future Bakula was born in a Brahmin family on the eve of the advent of Buddha Anomidasi, one incalculable period and 100,000 eons before the present aeon. When he came of age, he learned the 3 Vedas and gained mastery in them. But he found that this learning lacked the essence of what he was looking for. "I will seek welfare in the hereafter," he decided, and so he renounced the world, became a recluse and resorted to a remote mountain. After due diligence, he gained the 5 kinds of super-knowledges abhina and the 8 absorption jhana attainments. He spent his time in dwelling in the bliss of absorption. Then the Buddha Anomidasi appeared in the world and went from place to place in the company of a big number of noble disciples. The recluse, who was to become Venerable Bakula eons later, was thrilled by the news of the appearance in the world of the Buddha, the Dhamma and the Sangha. He went to Buddha Anomidasi and on hearing his discourse, became established in the 3 refuges. He did not want to leave his mountain abode and remained a recluse, but often visited the Buddha to hear his Dhamma. One day, the Buddha suffered from an attack of colic. On his visit to him, the recluse, the future Bakula, was told by the Buddha of his ailment. The recluse went back to his mountain gladly, grasping the opportunity of earning merit by collecting herbs to cure the Buddha. He delivered the medicine to the attendant monastic who then administered it to the Buddha. A single dose of the medicine completely cured the colic. When the Buddha had recovered, the recluse approached him and made his solemn wish. "Venerable Sir, I have brought the cure for the fortunate one's disease. For this deed of merit, may I be free of disease at all times in my farings in Sasra, and never subject to the slightest ailment even for the duration of the milking of a cow." This was the remarkable merit done by the future Bakula in that past existence. Aspiration in the past. After passing away from that existence, the recluse was reborn in the Brahma world, and after this Brahma existence, he was reborn only in the Deva realm and the human world over the entire length of one immeasurable period, Asakya Kappa. During the time of Buddha Pajamuttara, he was reborn into a worthy family in the city of Hasavat. On one occasion, he saw the Buddha name a monastic as the foremost monastic in perfect health or freedom from disease, and so he aspired to that honor at some future time. He made great offerings to the Buddha and the Sangha, as was usual with aspirants to such unique statuses, and later expressed his aspiration. The Buddha made the prediction that his aspiration would be realized. Healing as a recluse. The future Bakula spent the whole of his life doing deeds of merit and passed away to good destinations only. Then 91 eons prior to the present aeon, he was born into a Brahmin family, in the city of Bandamati, on the eve of the appearance of Buddha Vipassi. As in his former existence during Buddha Anomadasi, he became a recluse and took up his dwelling at the foot of a mountain, enjoying the bliss of absorption. Then Buddha Vipassi appeared in the world and went about in the company of 6,800,000 monastic arahats, with Bandamati as the resort for collecting daily alms food, where he benefited his father, King Banduma, with discourses on the doctrine. Later he resided in the deer park known as Kima, the sanctuary. The recluse, the future Bakula, heard the news of the appearance of the Buddha in the world. He approached Buddha Vipassi, and on hearing his discourse, became a disciple of his. Although he took refuge in the 3 refuges, he did not want to leave his mountain abode and remained there as a recluse, but frequenting the monastery of the Buddha to attend on him. One day, the Sangha, with the exception of the 2 chief disciples and the Buddha himself, developed headaches, which was due to contact with poisonous pollen wafted in the air from a certain poisonous kind of plant growing in the Himavanta. When the recluse visited the Buddha and saw the infected monastics lying down with their heads covered, he inquired from a monastic about the cause of the ailment. On being told the cause, he thought that an opportunity presented itself for him to tend to the sick monastics and earn merit. He gathered the necessary herbs, prepared a medicine, and administered it to the sick monastics who were immediately cured. Repairing an old monastery. After living the full lifespan as a recluse, he passed away and was reborn in the Brahma realm. After that existence, he was reborn only in the fortunate destinations for a period of 91 eons, Kappa only when Buddha Kassapa appeared. Then he was born a householder in Braz. One day, he went to a remote country together with a team of carpenters to fetch timber for repairing his house. On the way, he came across an old monastery in a state of disrepair. He considered that repairing his own house had no particular merit to his life hereafter, but by repairing the monastery he could earn much merit. Therefore he sent his team of carpenters to find timber from the countryside and had the old monastery fully renovated, adding a new kitchen, a new eating place, a new firehouse for the cold season, a new walkway, a new hot bathroom, a new larder, a new latrine, a new clinic, a store of medicines and medicinal requisites comprising drugs, ointments, snuffs, inhalants. All these he dedicated to the Sangha. Ascetic life in his final existence. The worthy man, the future Bakula, devoted himself to good deeds till the end of his life, and for the whole of the interim period between the 2 Buddhas lasting infinite eons, he was reborn in the Deva realm and the human world only. During the era of Buddha Gautama, just before he attained perfect awakening, future Bakula was conceived in the womb of the wife of a merchant of Kosambi. His parents reached the height of fortune and fame from the time of his conception. His mother believed that her child was endowed with great past merit, and on the day she gave birth to him, she had the infant bathed in the river Yamuna for the sake of his health and long life. This was done with ceremony. The reciters of the collection of the middle-length discourses, Majjhima Nikaya, say that the infant was sent to bathe in the river on the 5th day after his birth. The nurse, who took the baby to the Yamuna, amused herself by dipping the baby in and out of the water. As she was doing so, a big fish drew near it, mistaking the baby for food. The nurse was frightened and ran away, leaving the baby to be swallowed by the fish. But as the baby was endowed with great past merit, he suffered no pains in being swallowed by the fish, but felt quite comfortable in the stomach of the fish, as though he were lying in bed. If it were any other child, it would die instantly. But since this baby was destined to be an arahat, the power of the path knowledge, Maga with Mekrane, which was dormant in him, saved his life. This is the kind of supernatural power, Iti, called the supernatural spreading of knowledge, with Mekrane Vipara Iti. The fish suffered great pain due to the power of the supposed victim inside it. It felt as if it had swallowed an iron ball and swam downstream for 30 leagues where, at Braz, it was caught in a fisherman's net. Big fish usually do not die in the net but are beaten to death. In this case, due to the power of the baby inside it, it died on its own accord so that no beating was necessary. The usual practice of fishermen was to cut up such a big fish to pieces for sales. But, in this case, the child inside it had great power to prevent it from being cut. Therefore, the fisherman carried it on his shoulder by means of a yoke and went about calling for prospective buyers, declaring the price as 1,000 pieces of money. This was an unusually high price and the citizens of Braz could not buy it. In Braz, there was a merchant worth 800 million who had no child born to his family. His household servants purchased the fish for 1,000 pieces of money. Normally, preparing of food such as cutting a fish was left to her servants by the merchant's wife. But, in this case, she went into the kitchen and cut open the big fish, not at the stomach as was usually done, but at the back. This too was due to the great power of the baby inside. She was pleasantly surprised to find a bonny baby inside the fish. She took the baby, who was golden-hued, and carrying him in her arms crying, "I've got a baby! I got him from inside the fish!" She showed him gleefully to her husband, who had the strange find of the living baby announced with the beat of the drum in the city. Then he reported the matter to the king, who said, "The baby, who has survived in the stomach of a fish, must surely be of a person of great past merit. Let it remain in your care." The name Bakula. The natural parents of the baby in Kosambi learnt the news of a living baby being found in a fish in Braz, and they went to Braz to investigate. They found the baby richly adorned, playing in the house of the rich man in Braz. "What a lovely child this is," the mother remarked, and said that it was her child. The foster mother disagreed and said, "No, it is my child." Natural mother: "Where did you get this child?" Foster mother: "I got it from the stomach of a fish." Natural mother: "If so, this is not your child. It is mine." Foster mother: "Where did you get yours?" Natural mother: "I conceived it and it was born out of my womb after 10 months of pregnancy. I sent it to the river Yamuna to bathe and it was swallowed by a big fish." Foster mother: "Maybe it was another fish that swallowed your child. It is however true that I got this child from inside a fish." Thus the two mothers each claimed the child as their own. This matter was brought before the king for decision. The king of Braz gave his decision as follows. The wife of the merchant of Kosambi is the natural mother whose claim to the child is unshakable. On the other hand, the wife of the merchant of Braz is not groundless in her claim to the child. For, when one buys fish, it is customary that the entrails of the fish are not taken out by the seller so that the buyer gets the whole fish. The child she got from inside the fish is legally her property. The former has the right to the child as a natural mother. The latter has right to the child as a son by way of a gift. Each is entitled to claim the child, and he is entitled to inherit from both families. From that day onwards, both the families enjoyed unprecedented fortune and fame, and the child was brought up in luxury by both families. His name was Bakula Kumāra, meaning the child of two families. When Bakula came of age, his two pairs of parents built 3 mansions each for his seasonal residence at Kosambi and Bras. He spent only 4 months at each of the 2 cities, attended by a big retinue of girls for entertainment. When he moved from one city to the other at the end of a 4-month stay, he traveled in pomp in a grand barge with dancing girls. The entertaining girls at each city divided the transit period equally between them, so that the sending-off team served on the barge for 2 months, after which they were relieved about halfway by the welcoming team. The merchant's son then spent 4 months in great ease and comfort at the each place. He completed 80 years of age living in that manner. Bakula's monastic life and awakening. When Bakula was 80 years old, Buddha Gautama had attained perfect awakening. After teaching his first discourse, the Dhamma wheel, the Buddha toured the country and, traveling by stages, reached Kosambi. On learning of the arrival of the Buddha, his previous meritorious deeds prompted Bakula to go and see the Buddha. Making offerings of flowers and perfumes to the Buddha, he listened to his discourse, which heightened his devotion so much that he took up the monastic life. As a monastic, he remained a worldling for 7 days only because, at the dawn of the 8th day, he became an arahat with the fourfold analytical knowledge. At that time, the former ladies who waited upon him had returned to their parents' homes in Bras and Kosambi. They were devoted to Venerable Bakula and made robes for him. He wore their robes in turns, a half-month using those offered from Kosambi, another half-month on those from Bras. Besides, the citizens of both the cities made special offerings to him of whatever fine food or articles which they had. Foremost title achieved. During the 80 years of household life, Bakula never experienced any ailment, even for a fleeting moment such as it takes to hold a piece of solid unguent and savor its smell. On the completion of his 80th year, he became a monastic with great satisfaction, and as a monastic, he also enjoyed perfect health. Moreover, he was never in want of any of the 4 monastic requisites. Thus, on one occasion, when the Buddha was residing at the Jetavana monastery in Savatthi, in a monastic congregation, he declared, "Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknapna yad ida bakulo." Monastics, among my monastic disciples who enjoy good health and are free from disease, Bakula is the foremost. Itad aga. Wonders of Bakula. Some marvelous facts concerning Venerable Bakula, as mentioned in the Discourse concerning Bakula, Bakula Sutta, MN 124, are reproduced here. Once, Venerable Bakula was staying in Rajagaha in the Vavana monastery, when the naked ascetic Kassapa, who had been his friend during his lay life, visited him. After the usual exchange of greetings, he sat in a suitable place and said to Venerable Bakula, "Friend Bakula, for how long have you been a monastic?" "Friend, I have been a monastic for 80 years. "Friend Bakula, during these 80 years, how many times have you had sexual intercourse?" This was a rude question. Then Venerable Bakula revealed some marvelous and extraordinary things about himself as follows. 1. "Friend Kassapa, you should not have put the question to me thus. Friend Bakula, during these 80 years, how many times have you had sexual intercourse? Instead, friend Kassapa, you should have put the question to me in this way. Friend Bakula, during these 80 years, how many times has perception concerning sense pleasures, kamasana, arisen in you? Friend Kassapa, I have been a monastic for 80 years. All through these 80 years, never has there arisen in me any perception concerning sense pleasures. That no consciousness concerning sense pleasures had ever arisen in Venerable Bakula is one marvelous fact about him. 2-3. Friend Kassapa, I have been a monastic for 80 years. All through these 80 years, there never has arisen in me any perception concerning ill will, vyapadasana, or any perception concerning harmful thoughts, vihisasana, towards anyone. That no perception concerning ill will had ever arisen in Venerable Bakula is also a marvelous fact, and that no perception concerning harmful thought towards others had ever arisen in him is yet another marvelous fact concerning him. 4. Friend Kassapa, I have been a monastic for 80 years. All through these 80 years, there never has arisen in me any sensual thought. The fact that no sensual thought had ever arisen in Venerable Bakula is a marvelous fact concerning him. 5-6. Friend Kassapa, I have been a monastic for 80 years. All through these years, no thought of harming has ever arisen in me. The fact that no thought of harming had ever arisen in Venerable Bakula is a marvelous fact concerning him. 7. Friend Kassapa, I have been a monastic for 80 years. All through these 80 years, I have never accepted any robe offered by lay supporters who are not related to me. That he had not accepted robes offered by non-relatives is a marvelous fact concerning Venerable Bakula. 8. Friend Kassapa, I have been a monastic for 80 years. All through these 80 years, I have never cut robe material with a knife. This non-cutting of robe material is a marvelous fact concerning Venerable Bakula. Friend Kassapa, I have been a monastic for 80 years. All through these 80 years. 9. I have never sewn a robe with a needle. 10. I have never dyed a robe. 11. I have never sewn a cloth kahina. 12. I have never taken part in the making of robes of companion monastics. 13. I have never accepted an offering of alms food at any lay person's house. 14. I have never had any such thought as, it would be well if somebody were to invite me. 15. I have never sat in a house. 16. I have never taken a meal in a village or a town. 17. I have never cast my eyes on a woman, noticing her feminine characteristics. 1335. 18. I have never given a discourse to any woman, even a verse of 4 lines. It is proper for a monastic to discourse to a woman in 5 or 6 words. If a doctrinal question be asked by a woman, a monastic may answer it in as many as 1,000 verses. Yet Venerable Bakula did not discourse to a woman. Discoursing to lay supporters is mostly the job of those monastics who have attachment to them. 19. I have never gone near a nunnery. It is proper for a monastic to visit a sick female monastic. And yet Venerable Bakula did not do so. In such a rule where exceptions are allowed, he never bothered with those exceptions. 20. I have never given a discourse to a nun. 21. I have never given a discourse to a probationer female monastic. 22. I have never given a discourse to a female novice. 23. I have never initiated anyone into the saga as a novice. 24. I have never acted as a preceptor to a candidate for full monastic life. 25. I have never given any instruction to any monastics. 26. I have never allowed myself to be served by a novice. 27. I have never bathed in a bathhouse. 28. I have never used bath powder. 29. I have never allowed myself to be massaged by a companion monastic. 30. I have never been ill, even for the duration taken to draw a drop of milk. 31. I have never taken even a bit of herbal medicine. 32. I have never leaned against a support. 33. I have never lain on a bed. These are also marvelous facts about Venerable Bakula. 34. Friend Kassapa, I have been a monastic for 80 years. All through these 80 years, I have never taken up residence for the rain's retreat period near a village. This mode of dwelling in the forest throughout the whole period of the monastic life is another marvelous fact about Venerable Bakula. 35. Friend Kassapa, I remained in a defiled state as a worldling only for the first 7 days of the monastic life, eating the alms food from the people. On the 8th day, knowledge of the Arahat fruition arose in me. That Venerable Bakula became an Arahat on the 8th day of his monastic life is also a marvelous fact concerning him. After hearing the marvelous and extraordinary facts about Venerable Bakula, the naked ascetic Kassapa requested Venerable Bakula to admit him into the saga as a monastic under this teaching. Venerable Bakula did not act as preceptor to him, but he found a suitable monastic to be preceptor to Kassapa, who was admitted into the saga. Not long after, Venerable Kassapa, by diligently engaging in the noble practice, became an arahat. 36. Then one day Venerable Bakula, holding his key, went from one monastery to another and announced thus, "Venerable ones, come forth! Venerable ones, come forth! Today I shall realize parinibbana." The fact that Venerable Bakula was able to do so is also a marvelous thing concerning him. 37. When the saga was thus apprised and the companion monastics had gathered themselves, Venerable Bakula, reflecting that during his whole life he had never caused any monastics any inconvenience, and that at his death also he did not wish any monastic to bear the burden of his dead body, he wished that his body be consumed by fire. He sat in the midst of the gathering of monastics, entering into the absorption, jhana, on the element of heat and passed away. As soon as he passed away, his body was consumed by a flame which arose from the body, and there was just a small collection of relics resembling jasmine buds. This way of passing away in the midst of a gathering of monastics is also a marvelous thing concerning Venerable Bakula. (34) Venerable Sobhita. Aspiration in the past. The future Venerable Sobhita was born into a worthy family, in the city of Hasavat, during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. While listening to a discourse by the Buddha, he saw a monastic being designated as the foremost among the male monastic disciples who could remember their past lives. He aspired to that honor in some future existence. After making extraordinary offerings to the Buddha, he expressed this wish. The Buddha predicted that his wish would be fulfilled. Ascetic life in his final existence. The future Sobhita spent his life in doing deeds of merit and passed away into good destinations only. During the time of Buddha Gautama, he was reborn in the Brahmin caste in Savatthi. He was named Sobhita. Young Sobhita had occasions to listen to the Buddha's discourses. His devotion grew to such an extent that he became a monastic and engaged in the noble practice well, and eventually became an arahat. He was especially endowed with a keen power of remembering past existences. Pub Navesa A with Makrane. Foremost title achieved. 500 eons ago, from the present aeon, the future Sobhita, under the teaching of other faiths, had practiced absorption, jhana, on the form sphere which is devoid of consciousness. While dwelling in the fourth absorption of that description, he passed away without relapsing from absorption and was reborn in the form realm where he lived for 500 eons, which is the full lifespan in that existence. After passing away from that existence, he was reborn in the human world as Sobhita, the Brahmin youth. As he was ripe for awakening, he became a monastic in the teaching of Buddha Gautama. He strove diligently for awakening and eventually attained it and was endowed with the three powers: the power of remembering past existences, the power of divine sight, and the power of the destruction of the pollutants, asava. One day, as he exercised his power of remembering past existences, he could see his rebirth in the present existence, and on going back he could see his death, or the death-conscious moment at the existence in the second-last existence. But he could not see the existence before that which was in the form realm, which is without consciousness. Power of remembering past existences is founded on the recalling of the death consciousness moments and the rebirth consciousness moments of past existences. This power pertains only to mental phenomena such as understanding the causal relation of mental processes by way of proximity. The form realm, which is devoid of consciousness, asanasata, does not lend itself to this scrutiny. Thus, his second-last existence being devoid of mental phenomena and hence unknowable even by the power of remembering past existences, Venerable Sobhita used his intuition thus. Any being who still fares in the round of rebirth has not a single moment when the aggregates, khanda, do not arise. A being reborn in the form realm is devoid of consciousness, has a lifespan of 500 eons. Therefore, I must have been reborn in that sphere and remained alive without consciousness. That was surely my second to last existence. That was how Venerable Sobhita arrived at the knowledge of his past existence. Recollecting past existence of one who is reborn in the form realm that is devoid of consciousness is a matter falling within the province of the Buddhas only. The conclusion drawn by Venerable Sobhita was an extraordinary mental faculty, which is like hitting a yak's hair with a dart of yak's hair, or like printing a foot track in the sky. Therefore, referring to this unparalleled power of Venerable Sobhita, the Buddha, on another occasion when naming foremost monastics, declared, Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknapub nivsa anusarantna yad ida Sobhito. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who have the power to recollect their past existences. Venerable Sobhita is the foremost, Itad aga. For more information on this extraordinary faculty of Venerable Sobhita, refer to the Vinaya, PTS 3.109, and the commentary and sub-commentary thereon.
Ven. Upāli.
Aspiration in the past. The future Upāli was born into a worthy family in the city of Hasavati during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. While he was listening to a discourse being delivered by the Buddha, he witnessed a monastic being designated as the foremost among the male monastic disciples who strictly lived by the Vinaya rules. He wished to be honored by the same title by some bodhisattva. After making extraordinary offerings to the Buddha, he expressed his aspiration before him, and the Buddha predicted that the aspiration would be fulfilled. Ascetic life in his final existence. The future Upāli spent his whole life in meritorious actions and passed away to good destinations only. During the time of Buddha Gautama, he was reborn in the barber caste and was named Upāli. When he came of age, he served as barber to the 6 Sakyan princes, Badiya, Anuruddha, Kimala, Bhagu, Ānanda and Devdutta. When the 6 Sakyan princes renounced the world and joined the Buddha at the Anupiya mango grove in order to get admission into the Sangha, Upāli also became a monastic together with them. For details of the episode about the group of Sakyan princes taking up the monastic life, refer to chapter 19. After becoming a monastic, Venerable Upāli listened to a discourse by the Buddha and said to him, Venerable Sir, may the Fortunate One allow me to dwell in the forest. To which the Buddha replied, Son, if you live in the forest you will be pursuing insight cultivation only. If you live by my side you will be pursuing insight cultivation as well as pursuing learning. Venerable Upāli gladly agreed, and with due diligence he became an arahat not long afterwards. Then the Buddha personally taught the Vinaya extensively to Venerable Upāli. Venerable Upāli proved himself the greatest disciple in the Vinaya rules by his decisions on 3 cases, namely, 1. The story of Bharakaka, 2. The story of Uggesa, and 3. The story of Kumāra Kassapa. Of these 3, the story of Kumāra Kassapa appears in section 28 of this chapter. The remaining 2 stories are briefly given below. The story of a venerable from Bharakaka. A monastic from Bharakaka, a seaport town, dreamt that he had sexual intercourse with his previous wife in his lay life. He had qualms of conscience and considered himself no longer a monastic. He returned to his native seaport town, Bharakaka, intending to return to lay life. On his way, he met Venerable Upāli and related his experience to him. Venerable Upāli said, Friend, what you committed in a dream does not amount to a breach of the Vinaya rules. This episode is recorded in the Vinaya, Vin SS1, PTS 3.39. Venerable Upāli was giving judgment on a matter regarding which no decision had been pronounced by the Buddha because the Vinaya does not take dreams as acts of volition. But he knew that having a wet dream is not a fault, and so he rightly decided that the monastic from Bharakaka was not at fault. When the Buddha learnt of that decision, he lauded Venerable Upāli, saying, Monastics, Upāli has ruled on the matter correctly. He has done something like one who has made a foot track in the sky. The story of Venerable Uggesa. Once, in the city of Vakkali, a certain lay supporter of Venerable Uggesa, who had a son and a nephew as his possible heirs, entrusted Venerable Uggesa with a weighty personal affair. He said to Venerable Uggesa, "Venerable Sir, here is my son and here is my nephew. Of these two boys, may Venerable Uggesa show where my property is located to the one who has devotion to the three treasures." Having thus created a private trust, the lay supporter died. Venerable Uggesa found that the nephew of the deceased man was devoted to the three treasures, and so he showed him where the property of the man was located. The boy made proper use of his inheritance by engaging in business, which resulted in the preservation of his uncle's wealth and enabled him to do deeds of generosity. The son of the deceased man brought this question to Venerable Ānanda, asking, "Venerable Sir, as between a son and a nephew, who is the rightful heir to a deceased person?" Lay supporter, "The son is the rightful heir." "Venerable Sir, Venerable Uggesa has shown the property which is rightfully mine to my brother-in-law, my father's nephew." Venerable Uggesa then said to Venerable Ānanda, "Friend Ānanda, give me your decision on the matter." Venerable Ānanda, without going into the details of this matter, said hastily, "In that case Venerable Uggesa is no longer a monastic, he has fallen from the monastic life." But on this problem Venerable Upāli sided with Venerable Uggesa. Herein, Venerable Upāli was not taking sides without a just cause. He was simply taking up the righteous cause of Venerable Uggesa, who was blameless under the Vinaya rules. In other words, he was upholding the Vinaya. Venerable Upāli put this question to Venerable Ānanda. "Friend Ānanda, where a certain monastic was told by someone, 'Show my property to such and such a person,' and the monastic did as he was told, what fault does he incur?" "There is no fault whatsoever, Venerable Sir, not even a minor offense." Friend Ānanda, Venerable Uggesa was under instructions by the owner of the property to show it to such and such person, and he showed it to the nephew. Therefore, Friend Ānanda, Venerable Uggesa incurs no wrong under the Vinaya. The news of this bold decision reached the Buddha, who said, "Monastics, Upāli has given a right decision," and lauded him. There are many more remarkable events that revealed the greatness of Venerable Upāli, which may be found in the traditions about the elder monks. Thera Apadana, the AP8. Foremost title achieved. The Buddha endorsed the three Vinaya rulings given by Venerable Upāli, lauding him each time. Based on these three instances, on another occasion, the Buddha, sitting in a congregation of monastics, declared, "Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknavaniya durna yad ida Upāli." Monastics, among my monastic disciples who strictly uphold the Vinaya, Upāli is the foremost, itad aga. (36) Venerable Nandaka. Aspiration in the past. The future Nandaka was born into a worthy family in the city of Hasavat, during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. While listening to a discourse by the Buddha, he witnessed a monastic being honored by the Buddha with the title of foremost monastic in giving admonition to female monastics. He had an ardent desire to be designated with the same title by some future Buddha. He therefore made extraordinary offerings to the Buddha and later expressed his wish before him. The Buddha saw that his aspiration would be fulfilled and made the prediction accordingly. Ascetic life in his final existence. The future Nandaka devoted himself to meritorious deeds till his death, and after passing away from that existence, he was reborn only in good destinations. During the time of Buddha Gautama, he was reborn into a worthy family in Savatthi. When he attained adulthood, he listened to the Buddha's discourse, which aroused his devotion so much that he renounced lay life and took up the monastic life. Soon after, striving strenuously in monastic practice, he became an arahat. He had a special competence in exercising the power of remembering past existences. He also was a gifted orator who could draw the attention of the four types of devotees who gathered before the Buddha or the Sangha by his skill in exposition. Thus, he came to be popularly known as Venerable Nandaka, the expounder of the doctrine. At one time, the Buddha had to intervene between the two warring groups of Sakyan princes, the Kolian clan and the Kapalavathu clan. They were living on each side of a small river called the Rohini. They could not amicably decide on the distribution of the scanty water to each clan's cultivators. After pacifying both sides, the Buddha asked for 250 princes from each clan to take up the monastic life. These 500 Sakyan princes were young and attached to their families, and did not find happiness as monastics. Hence, the Buddha took them to a faraway forest in the midst of which lay Lake Cūḻa. There, he delivered the birth story about the king of the cuckoos, Cūḻa, Cūḻa Jataka, Ja 536, and aroused spiritual urgency in them. The Buddha knew about this and expounded the Four Noble Truths to them, which caused them to be established in stream entry, Sotapatiphala. Then he taught them the discourse on the Great Assembly Mahasamaya Sutta, DN 20, in the Great Wood, at the end of which the 500 monastics became arahats. The 500 wives of the monastics who had renounced their lay lives did not see any reason to remain in their lofty mansions. So they all gathered around Maha Pajapati Gautami, the Buddha's foster mother, to plead with the Buddha for admission into the Sangha. They went to the Great Wood where, at the ardent request by Maha Pajapati Gautami, the Buddha allowed them to become female monastics after laying down 8 cardinal principles to be observed by them. Since there were no female monastics before them, their admission ceremony was performed by monks only. The important thing relating to Venerable Nandaka is that all these 500 female monastics were, in one of their former existences, queen consorts to Venerable Nandaka, who was then a king. Then the Buddha enjoined the monastics to admonish the female monastics. When it was Venerable Nandaka's turn to give admonition to the 500 female monastics, he did not go to them but deputed another monastic to carry out the task. This was because he knew, by his knowledge of recollecting past existences, that these 500 female monastics had been his consorts in his former existence. He was concerned that if some other monastic who was endowed with similar knowledge saw him surrounded by these female monastics, he might be misunderstood as being still attached to his former consorts. The 500 female monastics were keen on receiving admonition from Venerable Nandaka. The Buddha then said to Venerable Nandaka, "Nandaka, admonish the female monastics personally. Do not depute another monastic when it is your turn." Venerable Nandaka, in respectful compliance with the Buddha's words, went to the female monastics on the allotted day, the 14th day of the lunar month, which was an observance, Upāsatha, day. He admonished them on the subject of the 6 internal sense bases, ayatana, at the end of which, the 500 female monastics, former Sakyan princesses, attained the fruition of stream entry, Sotapatiphala. The female monastics were pleased and delighted with Venerable Nandaka's discourse. They approached the Buddha and expressed their appreciation of the supermundane path and the fruition which they had experienced. The Buddha then reviewed their case and saw that the same discourse by Venerable Nandaka, if repeated, would lead them to becoming arahats. So, on the following day the Buddha let them hear the same discourse from Venerable Nandaka, as the result of which the 500 female monastics became arahats. On the day when the 500 female monastics approached the Buddha, he knew that the repeated discourse had benefited them, and so he said to the monastics, "Monastics, the discourse by Venerable Nandaka yesterday is like the full moon that appears on the 14th day of the month, whereas the discourse he made today is like the full moon that appears on the 15th day of the month." Thus the Buddha extolled the merit of Venerable Nandaka's discourse. The full text of the discourse by Venerable Nandaka is found in the discourse giving Nandaka's advice, Nandakovada Sutta, MN 146. Foremost title achieved. With reference to the above episode, the Buddha, on another occasion, sitting in the monastic congregation, declared, "Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknababhikanavdikna yad ida nandako." Monastics, among the male monastic disciples who give instruction to female monastics, Nandaka is the foremost, Itad aga. (37) Venerable Nanda. Aspiration in the past. The future Nanda was reborn into a worthy family in the city of Hasavat during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. When he came of age, he had the occasion to listen to a discourse by the Buddha. As he was listening to the discourse, he witnessed the Buddha name a certain monastic as foremost in guarding his sense faculties. He aspired to that distinction in the teaching of some future Buddha. After making extraordinary offerings to the Buddha, he expressed his aspiration. The Buddha predicted that the aspiration would be fulfilled. Ascetic life in his final existence. The future Nanda was reborn as the son of Maha Pajapati Gautami, the foster mother of the Buddha, in the city of Kapilavatthu. He was born 2 or 3 days after the Bodhisattva, Prince Siddhartha, was born by Queen Maya, who was the elder sister of Maha Pajapati Gautami. On the 3rd day of his first visit to Kapilavatthu, the Buddha admitted Prince Nanda into the saga. The details of Venerable Nanda's story have been given in chapter 20b. Although Prince Nanda had taken up the monastic life, the pitiable words of Princess Janapatakalı were always ringing in his ears. "My lord came back to me soon." Quite often he imagined his erstwhile beloved wife was standing by his side. Finding no comfort in the teaching, he tried to run away from the Nigrodharama monastery. But he had not gone beyond a thicket when he thought the Buddha was standing in his way, and he was obliged to go back to the monastery with a mind crumpled like a burnt feather. The Buddha knew the distress of Venerable Nanda, his utter negligence and his dissatisfaction in the monastic life. To give immediate relief to his boredom and despair, the Buddha said to him, "Come, Nanda, let us pay a visit to the celestial world." Venerable Sir, the celestial world is accessible to powerful beings only. How would I be able to visit there? Asked Venerable Nanda. Nanda, just make your wish to go there and you will get there and see the celestial realms. The above account is taken from the commentary on the collection of the numerical discourses, Anguttara Nikaya. The following account about Venerable Nanda will be based on the discourse about Nanda Sutta UD 3.2 and the commentary thereon. The Buddha's objective was to allay the pangs of attachment in Nanda's mind by a strategy. Then, as if taking Nanda by the arm, the Buddha, by means of his supernormal powers, took Venerable Nanda to the Tvetisa realm. On the way, the Buddha let him see a decrepit old female monkey sitting desolately on the stump of a burnt tree in a burnt paddy field, with her nose, ears and tail burnt away after a big forest fire. In this matter, the Buddha took Nanda personally to the Tvetisa realm to let him experience the stark contrast between the nature of human existence and Deva existence, how lowly in birth the former is when compared with the latter. Just by letting him see the Tvetisa realm, the Buddha could have opened up the vista of the Deva realm while remaining at the Jetavana monastery, or else he could have sent Nanda alone by his Buddha power to the Tvetisa realm. The magnificence of the Deva realm was purposely impressed on Nanda so as to make him take up, as an object of his goal, the task of the threefold training of a monastic which he would consider enjoyable and worthwhile. At the Tvetisa realm, the Buddha showed him Devakana, or divine maidens, who had crimson feet like the color of the feet of the pigeon, who were entertaining Sakka, the lord of the Devas. Then followed a dialogue between the Buddha and Venerable Nanda. Buddha: Nanda, do you see those 500 Devakana whose feet are crimson like the color of pigeons' feet? Nanda: I do, Venerable Sir. Buddha: Now answer my question honestly. What do you think of this? Who is more beautiful, these Devakana or your one-time wife, the Sakyan princess Janapatakalı? Who is more attractive? Nanda: Venerable Sir, compared to these Devakana, Janapatakalı would seem to me just like the decrepit old female monkey we saw on our way here. She cannot stand beside these girls who are much too superior to her, who are much more lovely, much more attractive. Buddha: Nanda, take up your monastic practice well. Make yourself happy in the teaching. I assure you that if you do so, you will have these 500 Devakana. Nanda: Venerable Sir, if the fortunate one assures me of getting these lovely girls with crimson feet, I will make myself happy in the teaching and stay with the fortunate one. After that dialogue in the Tvetisa realm, the Buddha brought along Venerable Nanda instantly to the Jetavana monastery as if taking him by the arm. The Buddha's strategy needs to be understood here. As a good physician would administer some purgative to purge out the toxic waste inside his patient, before administering milder medicine, so as to vomit out the remaining harmful matter 1342 that causes the disease. So also Venerable Nanda's sensual attachment for his ex-wife had first to be purged by means of his desire for the Devacana. After that, the Buddha would direct Venerable Nanda's efforts to the practice of the noble path whereby he could get rid of the remaining defilements. Again, the reason for setting up some sexual object, such as divine maidens for Nanda, whom the Buddha wishes to get established in the noble practice marked by celibacy, needs to be understood. The Buddha is giving a temporary visual object of a much greater attractiveness so that Nanda could readily forget his erstwhile wife. By giving his assurance to Nanda to get that objective, the Buddha sets the mind of the youthful monastic at ease. Incidentally, the course of the Buddha's discourse, which usually progresses from attainment of celestial glory on the part of a supporter towards path and fruit, should also be understood likewise. From the time he got back to the Jetavana monastery, Venerable Nanda arduously pursued monastic practice, with the object of getting Devacana. Meanwhile, the Buddha had given instructions to the monastics to go about Venerable Nanda's meditation place and say, "A certain monastic is said to be striving hard in monastic practice to get Devacana under the assurance of the Fortunate One." The monastics said, "Very well, Venerable Sir," and they went about within earshot of Venerable Nanda, saying, "Venerable Nanda is said to be striving hard in monastic practice to get Devacana. The Fortunate One is said to have given him the assurance that 500 Devacana with crimson feet like the color of pigeons' feet will be his prize. What a mercenary monastic Venerable Nanda is! What an undignified traitor Venerable Nanda is!" When Venerable Nanda heard those stinging epithets, mercenary and undignified traitor, being applied to his name, he was greatly agitated, thinking, "Ah, how wrong I have been! How unbecoming for a monastic! Due to a lack of control of my sense faculties, I have become the laughing stock of my companion monastics. I must guard my sense faculties well." From that moment, Venerable Nanda trained himself to be mindful with clear comprehension in all things that he looked at, whether looking east or west, south or north, upwards or downwards, across or at any intermediate point of the compass, not to allow any thought of greed, hatred, or any other demeritorious thought arise in him due to whatever he saw. By restraining himself with respect to his sense faculties to a most exacting degree, his pursuit of monastic practice culminated in awakening not long afterwards. Then, at about midnight, a Brahma went to the Buddha and gave the good news that Venerable Nanda had become an arahat. The Buddha directed his mind to Venerable Nanda and confirmed that what the Brahma had said was true. The Buddha's freedom from obligation. The thought that he was practicing the noble path with the object of getting divine maidens, brought to his rude awakening by his companion monastics, made Venerable Nanda remorseful, and the sense of spiritual urgency corrected his attitude and made him ever more ardent in the right practice, culminating in awakening. Then he remembered how he had made the Buddha a guarantor to get him the Devacana. He thought it necessary to relieve him of that undertaking. So the next morning he went to the Buddha, made obeisance, and sitting in a suitable place said, "Venerable Sir, the Fortunate One had undertaken to see that I get the 500 Devacana with crimson feet like the color of the feet of the pigeon. Venerable Sir, I do not want the Fortunate One to be bound any more on that account." The Buddha said, "Nanda, I know in my own mind, by reading your mind, that you are now established in the arahat fruition, arahata phala. Moreover, a Brahma also brought this news to me. Nanda, from the moment of your freedom from the pollutants, asava, from your attainment of awakening, I have been released of that bond. This is a natural thing. You need not free me from it." The Buddha saw the unshakable nature of an arahat, in the face of the vicissitudes of life rendered possible through the extinction from the pollutants, and feeling very delighted with the present status of Venerable Nanda, uttered this joyous verse, UD 3.2. Yasa nityopako, mad ito kama kako, mohakya anapato sukha dukkhasu na vedhati sa bhikkhu. The arahat has crossed over the mire of rebirth by means of the noble path which serves as a bridge. He has completely destroyed with the noble path as the weapon the darts of sensuality that torment devas and humans alike. He has reached by progressing along the 4 stages of the path knowledge the end of delusion, and attained nibbana. That enlightened monastic, unlike a worldling, does not flutter when faced with pain or pleasure. Foremost title achieved. On another occasion, when the Buddha was in congregation with the monastics at the Jetavana monastery, he declared, Itad aga bikhave mamasvakna bikna indriisu gutta durna yad ida nando. Monastics. Among the male monastic disciples who guard their sense faculties well, Nanda is the foremost, Itad aga. Other monastic disciples also guarded their sense faculties well. Venerable Nanda excelled all others in that whenever he looked in any of the 10 directions to look at something, he did so only after making sure that he had the 4 kinds of clear comprehension. Clear and wise comprehension as to the pros and cons of an action beforehand, Sathaka Sampajana. Clear and wise comprehension as to whether an action, even though beneficial, would be proper for oneself to do, Sapaya. Clear and wise comprehension so as not incur fault in one's going about various places, Gakara. Clear and wise comprehension so as to avoid any action influenced by delusion, Asamoha. He applied the rigorous self-discipline because he felt repentant about his lack of such control, which lay at the root of his unhappiness in the monastic life. Moreover, he had an innate sense of shame to do evil and dread to do evil. And above all, there was also his past aspiration to attain this distinction which he expressed before Buddha Pajamuttara 100,000 eons previously, which was now fulfilled. (38) Venerable Maha Kappina. Aspiration in the past. The future Maha Kappina was born into a worthy family in the city of Hasavat, during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. While he was listening to a discourse by the Buddha, he witnessed the honoring by the Buddha of a monastic as the foremost in admonishing other monastics. He aspired to that distinction at some future time. After making extraordinary offerings to the Buddha, he expressed his aspiration before the Buddha. The Buddha predicted that the aspiration would be fulfilled. The following account of the future Maha Kappina's meritorious actions is taken from the commentary on the Dhamma verses. Dhammapada, DHP 79. The commentary on the collection of the numerical discourses, Anguttara Nikaya, gives only a brief description of his meritorious action during the time of Buddha Kassapa, and then proceeds to his last existence. Life as a chief weaver. After passing away from the existence where he received the Buddha's prediction, the future Maha Kappina was reborn only in the fortunate destinations. In one such existence, he was the chief weaver in a big village, near the city of Braz. During that time, there were 1,000 Pakskabuddhas who used to live at the Himalayas for 4 months of the cold season and 4 months of the hot season, but lived near the town in the countryside during the 4 rainy months. On one occasion, the 1,000 Pakskabuddhas descended near Braz and deputed 8 among them to go and ask the king of Braz to provide workmen for construction of monastic dwellings. It so happened that the time of this request was made when the king was preparing for the annual ritual of plowing. As soon as the king heard the news of the arrival of the Pakskabuddhas, he went to meet them and asked about the purpose of their visit. Then he said, "Venerable sirs, there is hardly any time to start building monasteries immediately because tomorrow I shall be engaged in the annual plowing ceremony. Therefore, may the venerables allow us to start on the 3rd day from now." After saying so, the king returned to his palace without remembering to invite the Pakskabuddhas to receive food offerings on the next day. The Pakskabuddhas left the palace, thinking of going elsewhere. At that time, the wife of the chief weaver happened to be in the city on business. When she saw the Pakskabuddhas, she made obeisance to them and asked them why they were in the city at that untimely hour. The Pakskabuddhas told her about their meeting with the king. The weaver's wife, being possessed of conviction in the Buddha and having innate wisdom, invited the Pakskabuddhas to accept her food offerings the next day, to which they said, "Sister, we are rather too many." "How many, venerable sir?" "There are 1,000 of us." "Venerable sir, there are 1,000 households in my village. Each household will offer food to each of the Pakskabuddhas. Just allow us to make the offerings. We shall also build monastic dwellings for your reverences, for which I am going to take a lead." The Pakskabutas agreed to accept the invitation. The wife of the chief weaver then went about in the village announcing to everyone, "Brothers, oh sisters, I have met 1,000 Pakskabutas and invited them to receive our food offerings tomorrow. Please prepare rice gruel and cooked rice for them." The next morning she went to the Pakskabutas and led them to a big pavilion which was at the center of the village. After having seated them in their respective places, the offering of choice food and delicacies was made. At the end of the meal, she and the other ladies from the village made obeisance to the Pakskabutas and said to them, "Venerable sirs, may the revered ones agree to dwell at this village for the rain's retreat, Vasa, period of 3 months. The Pakskabutas agreeing, the weaver's wife went about in the village, announcing, "Brothers, sisters, let us build a monastery for the Pakskabutas. Let every household lend a hand in this work. Let a man from every house bring axes, adzes, and necessary tools. Let them go into the forest and gather timber. Let them join in this construction." There was a very good response to her call for action. The whole village joined in the noble effort of putting up a humble monastic dwelling with thatched roofs for each of the 1,000 Pakskabutas, complete with living space for the night's shelter and for spending the daytime. Every householder was eager to serve the Pakskabutas, with requests that their services be accepted. Thus they happily arranged for the 3-month period, tending to the needs of the 1,000 Pakskabutas. At the close of the rain's retreat period, the weaver's wife called upon the village, "Brothers, sisters, make ready the cloth for robes for each Pakskabuta who had stayed at each of the monastic dwellings during the rain's retreat period." Thus each household, which had built a dwelling for a Pakskabuta, donated robes to its respective Pakskabuta. Each robe was worth 1,000 pieces of money. After the offering of robes, the Pakskabutas delivered a discourse in appreciation of the donations, wished them well, and returned to their Himalayan abodes. Life as a chief householder. All the residents of the weaver's village, after passing away from that existence, were reborn together in the Tvatisa realm. After enjoying the full lifespan of a deva, the whole group was reborn into families of rich householders in Bras. The chief weaver was reborn into the family of the chief householder, and his wife of the former existence also was reborn into the family of a senior householder. When they were of marriageable age, the spouses in their previous existence in the weaver's village became spouses again. One day, this community visited the monastery of Buddha Kassapa to listen to his discourse. As soon as they had stepped into the monastic compound, there came a deluge of rain. Then those other people who had members of the saga related to them went into their premises for shelter from the rain. The 1,000 couples who were householders had nowhere to go for shelter but to remain in the monastic compound and were drenched thoroughly. Then the chief of these householders said to them, "Look, friends, how helpless we are. Considering our social standing, what we now find ourselves in is a total disgrace. What good work do we need to do?" This question was raised by the community. "We meet with this disgrace because we are total strangers to the saga in this monastery. So let us build a monastery by our joint efforts." "Very well, chief," the men agreed. Then the chief householder started a fund with his 1,000 pieces of money. The rest of the householders put in 500 each. The wives of the householders donated 250 each. With this initial outlay, they started constructing a big pinnacled monastery for Buddha Kassapa. It was a big project and the funds fell short. So they each donated an additional amount, which was half of what they donated initially. And in this way they were able to complete the project. Then they held a grand inauguration ceremony for 7 days to mark the transfer of the monastery to the Buddha and his saga. They also offered a robe each to the 20,000 arahats. The wife of the chief householder had innate wisdom. She showed greater devotion to the good work undertaken by the community of 1,000 rich householders. When robes were offered to the Buddha and the saga, she also offered golden-hued flowers of the Asoka tree to the Buddha besides the golden-hued robe, which was made especially for offering to the Buddha, and which was worth 1,000 pieces of money. When Buddha Kassapa delivered a discourse in appreciation of the donation of the great monastery, the wife of the chief householder, placing her specially made robe at the feet of the Buddha, made her aspiration thus: Venerable sir, in all my future existences, may I have a complexion as golden-hued as these Asoka, Anoja, flowers, and may I also have the name of that flower, Anoja. And the Buddha replied, may your wish be fulfilled. Ascetic life in his final existence. This community of householders filled their lives with good deeds. After passing away from that existence, they were reborn in the Deva realm. At the time of the appearance of Buddha Gautama, they passed away from the Deva existence, and the chief of them was reborn into the royal family in Kukwāvat and was called Prince Maha Kappina. When he came of age, he ascended the throne as King Maha Kappina. The remaining householders were reborn into the noble families and became courtiers at the court of King Maha Kappina. The wife of the chief householder was born into the royal family at Sagata in Mata country. Princess Mata had a golden complexion and she was called Princess Anoja, the golden-complexioned, as she had aspired. When Princess Anoja came of age, she became the chief queen of King Maha Kappina. The wives of the householders in their previous existence were again united with their spouses of the past existence. The 1,000 ministers and their wives enjoyed the same glories of life as the king and the queen. When the king and queen rode on elephant back, the 1,000 ministers and their wives rode on elephant back too. When the king rode on horseback, they also rode on horseback, and when the king rode on a chariot, they also rode on chariots. This was because all of them had done meritorious deeds together in their past existences. Looking for wonderful news. King Maha Kappina had 5 thoroughbred horses: Bala, Balavahana, Puppa, Puppavahana, and Subhata. The king used only Subhata and let his royal riders use the other 4. It was the duty of his royal riders to gather daily information for him. They were properly fed in the morning, after which the king sent them out on their daily mission with the command, "Go ye, my good men, go to a distance of 2 to 3 leagues around this city of Kukwāvat, each in his own direction to the 4 quarters, and see if there is news of the appearance of the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha in the world. As soon as you hear the happy news, bring it to me with great haste." The 4 riders would gallop away to the 4 quarters from the 4 city gates, went 3 leagues distance each day, and then returned to the palace, but without the good tidings the king eagerly awaited. Then one day, as King Maha Kappina visited the royal gardens riding his horse, Subhata, accompanied by his 1,000 ministers, he saw a caravan of 500 merchants, all looking tired, enter the city. The king thought, these merchants had a weary journey. Probably they must have some fresh news to tell. He summoned them and addressed them, "Good men, where have you come from?" "Great king, there is the city of Savatthi, which is 120 leagues away from this city of Kukwāvat. We have come from that Savatthi." "Good men, tell me if there is some special news current in Savatthi." "Great king, there has appeared a Buddha at Savatthi." On hearing the word Buddha, the king was so overwhelmed by the 5 stages of delightful satisfaction that he was senseless for a short while. What did you say?" "Great king, the Buddha has appeared in the world." For 3 times, the news had the same stunning effect on the king. This was due to his intense delight. For the 4th time, the king asked again, "What did you say?" "Great king, the Buddha has appeared in the world." "Men, you have brought me the good news that the Buddha has appeared in the world. For bringing this precious news to me, I award you 100,000 pieces of money of silver." Then King Maha Kappina further asked, "Any other strange news?" "Yes, great king, the Dhamma has appeared in the world." On hearing the word Dhamma, the king was so overwhelmed by intense delight that he was senseless for a short while. 3 times he repeated his question, and 3 times he seemed to have lost his senses for a while. On the 4th time, after being told, "Great king, the Dhamma has appeared in the world," the king said, "For bringing this precious news to me, I award you 100,000 pieces of money." Then the king further asked, "Good men, have you any other strange news?" "Yes, great king," they said, "the Saga has appeared in the world." On hearing the word Saga, the king was so overwhelmed by intense delight, he became senseless for a while as before. This happened 3 times when he was told of the good news. On the fourth time he said to the merchants, "Good men, for bringing this precious news to me, I award you 100,000 pieces of money." Renunciation of King Maha Kappina. Then the king looked at his 1,000 ministers and said, "My good men, what would you do now?" The ministers repeated the same question to the king. "Great king, what would you do now?" "Good men, now that we have been told that the Buddha has appeared, the Dhamma has appeared, the Sangha has appeared, we do not intend to return to our palace. We will go from here to the Buddha, and I will become a monastic as his disciple." The ministers said, "Great king, we too will become monastics together with you." King Maha Kappina had a gold plate etched with his order to disburse 300,000 pieces of money and handed it to the merchants. "Go, you good men," he said to them. "Present this message to the queen at the palace, and she will disburse to you on my behalf 300,000 pieces of money. Also tell Queen Ānanda that the king has relinquished the throne and the country to her, and that she may reign supreme in the land. If she asks, 'Where is the king?' you should tell her that the king has gone to the Buddha to become a monastic." The 1,000 ministers likewise sent messages of their renunciation to their wives. When the merchants went to the palace, the king rode his horse, Subhuti, and, accompanied by his 1,000 ministers, went forth to become a monastic. Maha Kappina welcomed by the Buddha. The Buddha, on his daily reviewing of the sentient world, saw that King Maha Kappina had learnt of the appearance of the Buddha, the Dhamma and the Sangha from the merchants, that he had honored the three treasures by making an award of 300,000 pieces of money, and that he was renouncing the world and would be arriving the next day. The Buddha also saw that King Maha Kappina and his 1,000 ministers would become arahats together with the 4 analytical knowledges. "It would be well if I go and welcome King Maha Kappina," reflected the Buddha. And like the universal monarch welcoming a vassal lord, the Buddha, taking his alms bowl and robes, left the monastery alone to welcome King Maha Kappina on the way, at a distance of 120 leagues from Subhuti, where he sat underneath a Bodhi tree by the side of the river Kundadhāna, displaying the 6 Buddha radiances. King Maha Kappina and his 1,000 ministers, mounted on horseback, went for renunciation when they came across a river. "What is this river?" he asked of his ministers. "This is the river Aparaka, great king," they said. "How big is it?" "Great king, it is 1 mile deep and 2 miles wide." "Is there any craft to cross?" "There is none, great king." The king pondered thus, "While we are looking for some boats to cross this river, birth is leading us to aging, and aging is leading us to death. I have implicit faith in the 3 treasures and have gone forth from the world. By the power of the 3 treasures, may this expanse of water prove no obstacle to me." Then reflecting on the supreme attributes of the Buddha, such as the Buddha, the Arahat, the perfectly self-awakened, the fortunate one, he uttered the following verse, Maha Kappinathra Apadana, TJP 530. Bhava soda ses Buddho, Tayo lokantagu vidu, etna saka vagina, gamana me samajatu. The all-knowing Buddha indeed has crossed over the floods of the recurring existences in the 3 worlds. Having crossed over the floods, the Buddha has reached the end of the world and known all things analytically. By this asseveration of the truth, may my journey to the Buddha, on my renunciation, be accomplished without any problems. King Maha Kappina, uttering this verse, crossed the river with his 1,000 ministers on horseback. The waters of the river, which was 2 miles wide, did not even wet the tips of the hoofs of their horses. As the king proceeded, he came across another river. "What is this river?" he asked his ministers. "This is the river Nilavahini, great king," they said. "How big is it?" "Great king, it is 1/2 league deep and 1/2 league wide." The king's further inquiry about boats and his pondering on the urgency of his journey should be read as before. Then reflecting on the supreme attributes of the Dhamma, such as, "The Dhamma is well propounded," etc., he uttered the following verse and crossed the river together with his 1,000 ministers. Yadi Santi Gamo Mago, Mako Kakantaka Sukha, Etna Saka Vagina, Gamanami Samajatu. The noble path, Arya Magga. The supermundane path, indeed leads to the peace of Nibbana. The release attained through the noble path is absolute happiness. By this asseveration of the truth, may my journey to the Buddha on my renunciation be accomplished without any problems. Uttering this verse, King Maha Kappina crossed the river with his 1,000 ministers on horseback. The waters of the river, which was half a league wide, did not even wet the tips of the horses' hoofs. Beyond that river Nilavahini lay another river to be crossed. He asked his ministers, "What is this river?" "This is the river Kandabhaga, great king," they said. "How big is it?" "Great king, it is 1 league deep and 1 league wide." As with the previous 2 rivers, the king pondered on the urgency of his journey. Then reflecting on the supreme attributes of the saga, such as, the noble disciples of the Fortunate One are endowed with right practice, he uttered the following verse and crossed the river together with his 1,000 ministers. Sago v Taya Kintaro, Punaketo Anataro, Etna Saka Vagina, Gamana mi Samajatu. The noble saga has indeed crossed the wilderness of Sasra, and are the incomparable field for sowing seeds of merit. By this asseveration of the truth, may my journey to the Buddha on my renunciation be accomplished without any problems. Uttering this verse, King Maha Kappina crossed the river with his 1,000 ministers on horseback. The waters of the river, which was 1 league wide, did not even wet the tips of the horses' hoofs. The 3 verses uttered by King Maha Kappina are taken from the traditions about the elder Maha Kappina, Maha Kappina Thera Apadana, the AP 533. Adoption of the ascetic life. As the king had crossed over the river Kandabhaga, he saw, to his great wonder, the 6 Buddha radiances emanating from the Buddha, who was sitting at the foot of a Bodhi tree. The entire tree, the trunk, the boughs, branches and foliage was awash with the golden glow. The king rightly knew that this golden glow is not the sun's radiance nor the moon's, nor that of any Deva or Mara or Naga or Garua, but must be that of Buddha Gautama, for the Fortunate One has seen me coming and is welcoming me. At that instant, King Maha Kappina dismounted and bowing himself, approached the Buddha, being drawn towards the Buddha radiance. He felt as though he were immersed in a mass of cool liquid realgar as he walked through the Buddha radiance. He and his 1,000 ministers made obeisance to the Buddha and sat in a suitable place. Then the Buddha gave them a discourse by gradual stages of exposition, through the merit in giving, the merit in morality, the merit leading to the Deva realm, and the gaining of path knowledge, Maga A with Mekrane. By the end of the discourse, King Maha Kappina and his 1,000 ministers attained stream entry, Sotapati Phala. Then they all rose up and asked the Buddha to be admitted into the saga as monastics. The Buddha reviewed their past to find out whether they were fit to receive robes and alms bowl created by his supernormal powers, and he saw that their past merit of having donated robes to 1,000 Pakska Buddhas, and that, during Buddha Kassapa's time, they had donated robes to 20,000 arahats, were their merits, and that they could receive robes and alms bowls created by supernormal powers. Then the Buddha stretched out his right hand and said, "Come, monastics, receive the monastic life as you request. You have heard the doctrine. Now work out your release with diligence through the threefold training." At that very instant King Maha Kappina and his 1,000 ministers were transformed from laymen into that of monastics of seemingly 60 years standing, equipped with the monastic paraphernalia, such as alms bowls, which were created by the will of the Buddha. They rose into the air, then descended to the ground and, paying obeisance to the Buddha, sat at a suitable distance. Queen Anoja. The merchants of Savatthi went to the court of Kukavat and sought audience with Queen Anoja, informing her that they were seen by the king. Having obtained the queen's assent to see them, they entered the palace, saluted her, and sat at an appropriate place. Then a dialogue took place between the queen and them. Queen: Men, what brought you to our court? Merchants: Queen, we are being directed to you by the king to claim 300,000 pieces of money as reward. Queen: Men, you are making a big claim. What good turn have you done for the king so as to be granted such a rich reward? Merchants: Queen, we have not done any good turn for the king except to impart some strange news, which gladdened him. Queen: Will you be able to tell me what that strange news was? Merchants, yes, we can. Queen. Queen, then go ahead. Merchants. Queen, a Buddha has appeared in the world. On hearing that news, the queen was overwhelmed with delight and remained senseless for a short while, just like the king. This happened 3 times. On the 4th time that she heard the news, she asked the merchants, Men, how much did the king reward you for bringing to him the news about the Buddha? The king rewarded us 100,000 pieces of money for that. The king's reward of 100,000 for bringing such extraordinary and wonderful news is improper and inadequate. For my part, I reward you, as poor subjects of mine, 300,000 pieces of money. But what further news did you tell the king? The merchants told her that they also apprised the king of the appearance of the Dhamma and the appearance of the Sangha, one by one. The queen, being overwhelmed by delight, was senseless for a short while, for 3 times, on hearing each of those wonderful tidings. On the 4th time of mentioning the news about the Dhamma and about the Sangha, the queen rewarded them with 300,000 pieces of money for each piece of wonderful news. Thus the merchants received 900,000 pieces of money as the queen's reward, in addition to the king's reward of 300,000, making a total of 1,200,000. Then the queen asked the merchants where the king was, and they told her that the king had gone forth to become a monastic, as a disciple of the Buddha. The queen added, What message did the king leave for me? The merchants told her that the king was leaving the throne and the country to the queen who was to succeed him as sovereign. Then the queen inquired after the 1,000 ministers. The merchants told her that the ministers also had gone forth to become monastics. The queen sent for the wives of the 1,000 ministers, and a discussion took place as follows. Queen, dear sisters, your husbands have renounced the world and become monastics along with the king. What are you going to do now? Wives, Great Queen, what was the message to us by our husbands? Queen, your husbands have bequeathed all their properties to you. You are lords of the household now. Wives, Great Queen, what do you intend to do? Queen, sisters, my lord, King Maha Kappina, was greatly delighted by the news of the appearance of the 3 treasures and rewarded 300,000 pieces of money to the conveyors of the news as token of honoring the 3 treasures, even while he was on his journey. Now he has renounced the world, considering the glory of kingship as if it were saliva. As for me, the news of the appearance of the 3 treasures was equally welcome. I have rewarded 900,000 pieces of money to the merchants who brought me the news as token of honoring the 3 treasures. The glory of a sovereign is a source of suffering for me, as much as it is for the king. Now that the king has bequeathed sovereign power to me, if I were to accept it, it would be like receiving saliva with relish. I am not as foolish as that. I too will renounce the world and become a recluse, as a disciple of the Buddha. Wives, Great Queen, we will also join you in going forth as recluses. Queen, it is well and good if you are capable of it. Wives, Great Queen, we are capable of it. Queen, then let us go. The queen mounted on a chariot. Each of the wives of the ministers also mounted on their chariots and departed forthwith for Subhuti. On the way, they came across the first river. She inquired, as the king did before, about the possibility for crossing it. She asked her charioteer to look for the footprints of the king's horses, but no trace could be found. She rightly surmised that since her husband had a deep devotion for the 3 treasures and for the sake of which he was renouncing the world, he must have made some asseveration in getting across the river. I too have renounced the world for the sake of the 3 treasures. May the power of the 3 treasures overcome this stretch of water, and let the water lose its property as water. And reflecting on the supreme attributes of the 3 treasures, she drove her chariot and accompanied by 1,000 other chariots across the river. And lo, the water did not stay as water but hardened itself like a piece of rock, so that not even the rims of the chariots were wet. At the 2 further rivers that lay across her path, she crossed them without difficulty, with the same devotion as the king. The above material is gleaned from the commentary on the Dhamma verses, Dhammapada. From this point on, we shall be drawing on the commentary to the collection of the numerical discourses, Anguttara Nikaya. After she had crossed over the river Kandabhaga, The third obstacle, Queen Anoja saw the Buddha sitting beneath a Bodhi tree. The Buddha knew that if these women were to see their husbands, they would be torn by attachment to them, which would render them unable to listen to the discourse which he taught, which would be great disadvantage for attaining the path knowledge. So, he employed his supernormal powers whereby the women could not see their spouses who were with him. Then he taught them a discourse, at the end of which, all of them attained stream entry, Sotapadiphala. At that moment they were able to see their spouses. The Buddha then willed that the elder nun Upāli appeared where the women were sitting. The elder nun Upāli admitted Queen Anoja and her companions into the saga of female monastics, after which she took them to the nunnery. The Buddha took the 1,000 monastics to the Jetavana monastery by his psychic power. Verse spoken about Maha Kappina. Then Venerable Maha Kappina practiced the noble path and became an arahat. Knowing that he had finished his task as a monastic, Venerable Maha Kappina dwelt most of the time in the arahat fruition, and did not bother to discourse to his 1,000 followers, his erstwhile ministers. Resorting to seclusion, whether underneath a tree or elsewhere, he would utter words of ecstasy. Blissful it is! Blissful it is! When other monastics heard this, they thought that Venerable Maha Kappina was ruminating on his kingly pleasures, and they reported to the Buddha what they had heard. The Buddha said to these monastics, "Monastics, Maha Kappina is extolling the bliss of the paths and fruitions, Magaphala, only," and on that occasion he uttered this verse, HP 79. Dhamma piti sukha seti, vipasanana satasa, Aryapavadite dam, Sata Ramadi Pito. Monastics, he who drinks of the supermundane lives happily with a serene mind. The wise man always finds delight in the Dhamma. The 37 constituents of awakening, expounded by the noble ones, Arya, such as the Buddha. At the end of the discourse, many listeners attained path knowledge at various levels. Venerable Maha Kappina's instruction to his pupils. Then one day, the Buddha called the 1,000 monastics who had been ministers and asked them whether Venerable Maha Kappina had given them any instruction. The monastics said that their teacher, Venerable Maha Kappina, never gave them any instruction, but dwelt in the attainment of the arahat fruition most of the time, and that he did not even give an admonition to any of his pupils. The Buddha then asked Venerable Maha Kappina, "Kappina, is it true that you do not give an admonition even to your close pupils?" Venerable Maha Kappina replied, "Venerable Sir, that is correct. Kappina, do not remain like this. From now on, give discourses to your close pupils." "Very well, Venerable Sir," replied Venerable Maha Kappina, and, just by him giving a discourse, the 1,000 monastics became arahats. This is the achievement that entitled Venerable Maha Kappina to be designated the foremost monastic. Foremost title achieved. On one occasion, when the Buddha held a congregation of monastics, he declared, "Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknaba bikovdakna yad ida Maha Kappino." Monastics, among my monastic disciples who gives instruction to monastics, Maha Kappina is the foremost, Itad aga. (39) Venerable Sagata. Aspiration in the past. The future Sagata was born into a worthy family in the city of Hasavat, during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. On a certain occasion, while he was listening to the Buddha's discourse, he witnessed the Buddha honoring a monastic as the foremost among the monastics who were adept at the attainment of concentrating on the element of the heat meditation device, Teju Keja Datu. He aspired for that honor and expressed his aspiration to become the foremost monastic in the mastery of that concentration to the Buddha. The Buddha predicted that his aspiration would be fulfilled. Ascetic life in his final existence. The future Sagata devoted himself to works of merit throughout his life. After his death, he was reborn in the Deva realm and the human world only, and during the time of Buddha Gautama, he was reborn into a Brahmin family in Savatthi. The young Brahmin, named Sagata, had occasion to listen to a discourse by the Buddha which caused him to become steadfastly devoted to the Buddha and hence become a monastic. He mastered the 8 mundane absorption attainments and became adept at the 5 mundane supernormal powers. Taming of a Naga. The following is an extract from the training rule about strong drink, Surapana Sikapada, Vin Pack 51, PTS 4.108. Once, on his tour of the country, in the province of Satya, the Buddha arrived at Bhattavadaka village, which was so named because of its strong fencing. Cow herds, goat herds, cultivators and passers-by saw the Buddha coming at a distance and warned him urgently that there lived a swift, vicious, poisonous serpent at the ferry crossing, which was marked by the mango tree, and that they were concerned that the Buddha might face danger if he went that way. The Buddha did not say anything to them. The vicious serpent at the mango tree ferry was, in its former life, a ferryman plying there. He quarreled with some travelers and was killed in the fray. He swore vengeance on his attackers before his death and consequently he was reborn as a powerful serpent there. Since the man held a grudge against the local populace, when he was reborn as a powerful serpent, he exercised his powers in such a way that he would cause drought in the rainy season and heavy rains to fall in the wrong season. Crops failed and people resorted to propitiating him every year. They also put up a shrine for him at the ferry point. The Buddha crossed the river at the mango tree ferry with his company of monastics, meaning to put up for the night at that place. Then the Buddha, going by stages, arrived at Bhattavadaka village. Venerable Sagata stayed at the shrine dedicated to the serpent at the mango tree ferry. He went into the den where the serpent lived, placed a grass mat on the ground, sat down with legs crossed, and with his body held erect, he entered into absorption, jhana. The serpent was very angry with the intruder and sent out hot fumes. Venerable Sagata responded with fumes of even greater power. The serpent got furious and sent out flames. But Venerable Sagata, who was entering into the absorption attainment of concentration on the element of heat, produced flames of greater intensity. Then the serpent realized that he was up against someone who was more powerful than himself. He said, "Venerable Sir, I take refuge in your reverence." Venerable Sagata said, "You need not take refuge in me. Take refuge in the Buddha." "Very well, Venerable Sir," the serpent said. Hence, he became a disciple of the Buddha and was established in the 3 refuges, and became friendly to the local populace. Rains fell during the proper season and bumper crops were harvested. After Venerable Sagata had tamed the serpent, he joined the Buddha at Bhattavadaka village. The Buddha's visit to Kosambi. After bringing awakening to many deserving persons, the Buddha proceeded to Kosambi. The citizens of Kosambi had learnt about the conquest of Venerable Sagata over the serpent, after a great battle. When the Buddha entered Kosambi, he was welcomed by the citizens. They also visited Venerable Sagata, made obeisance to him, and sitting in a suitable place said to him, "Venerable Sir, what sort of thing is a rare thing for your reverence? What sort of a thing would please your reverence? What sort of thing shall we prepare for your reverence?" Although Venerable Sagata did not say anything, monastics of the group of 6 intervened and said, "Lay supporters, there is a red beverage with the color of the pigeon's feet and which is clear. That alcoholic drink is a rare thing for monastics. It is delightful. So prepare that kind of beverage." A note on the group of 6 monks. There were in Savatthi 6 friends who considered earning a living burdensome and preferred a life of ease as monastics. They were the pair Pankhaka and Lohitaka, the pair Mitya and Bhumajaka, and the pair Asaji and Punabasuka. They sought elders of great authority, the 2 chief disciples, as their preceptors whom they could look to in case of trouble. After 5 years standing in the monastic life and having mastered the fundamental rules for monastics, Padamaka, they agreed among themselves to split up into 3 subgroups to be stationed at prosperous places. This was to ensure a regular livelihood for themselves. The first subgroup with Pankhaka and Lohitaka as leaders was, by agreement among the group of 6, assigned to Savatthi with these considerations. Savatthi is a city of 5,700,000 houses resided in by worthy families. It has suzerainty over the provinces of Kasi and Kosala with 80,000 villages. Pakha and Lohitaka were to set up monastic compounds at advantageous sites at Savatthi, where fruit trees of all sorts were to be cultivated and gardens, to attract lay supporters. These fruits and flowers would be presented regularly to lay supporters who, thus befriended, would send their boys to the monastery to become novices and then admitted into the Sangha. In this way, a big following of monastic pupils was to be raised by the two leaders. Likewise, Metiya and Bhumajaka, the second subgroup, was assigned to Rajagaha with these considerations. Rajagaha was a city where 130 million people lived. It had suzerainty over the provinces of Agha and Magadha, which were 300 leagues wide, and had 80,000 villages. Similarly, Metiya and Bhumajaka were to set up monastic compounds at advantageous sites at Rajagaha, where fruit tree of all sorts were to be cultivated and gardens to attract lay supporters. By making gifts of fruits and flowers, the people would be befriended, and they would send their boys to the monastery to become novices and then be admitted into the Sangha. In this way, a big following of monastic pupils was to be raised by the two leaders. Kiri was a market town with a big area around it. Since it received rains during the rainy season as well as during the cold season, it produced 3 crops of paddy a year. There the third subgroup, headed by Asaji and Punabasuka, would settle down. They were given the same assignments and objectives as the previous leaders. The 6 leaders carried out the above plan with some success. Each of the 3 subgroups were able to raise 500 or more monastic pupils, making a total of over 1,500 monastic pupils in their fold, who were known as the sect of the group of 6 monastics. Of the 6 leaders of the sect, Pakha and Lohitaka with their 500 pupils were of good morality. They used to accompany the Buddha on his tours. Although they might commit fresh infringements of the monastic precepts, they would do so because there was no specific ban on that particular action. If the precept clearly prohibited something, they did not infringe it. The other 4 leaders of the sect and their people did not care at all about the precepts. The citizens of Kosambi were simple folk. They took the advice of the monastics of the group of 6 in all sincerity. They made a clear red brew, like the color of the pigeon's feet, and hence called Kapataka. As Venerable Sagata passed their door, each house offered a rare drink to him. At that time there was no Vinaya rule prohibiting monastics from taking liquor. Venerable Sagata did not consider it improper to drink it. He obliged his supporters by drinking a little of the brew at each house. When he left the city, he collapsed at the city door. As the Buddha was leaving the city in the company of monastics, he saw Venerable Sagata lying on the ground. He had him carried to the monastery, where the other monastics laid him with his head turned towards the Buddha. But Venerable Sagata, who was intoxicated with liquor, turned himself such that his feet were towards the Buddha. Then the Buddha addressed the monastics thus: Buddha, monastics, Sagata usually has respect and deference for me, does he not? Monastics: he does, Venerable Sir. Buddha: now, does Sagata show any respect and deference for me? Monastics: no, Venerable Sir. Buddha: monastics, Sagata had vanquished the serpent at the mango tree fairy, did he not? Monastics: yes, he did, Venerable Sir. Buddha: in his present state, would Sagata be able to vanquish the serpent? Monastics: no, Venerable Sir. Buddha: monastics, by taking liquor one is rendered senseless through intoxication. Would it be proper for one to take liquor? Monastics: no, Venerable Sir. The Buddha continued: monastics, taking alcoholic drinks is improper, wrong, unwarranted, unbecoming for a monastic, and yet Venerable Sagata, possessed of the 5 supernormal powers, took it. Why did he do it? Monastics, this is an act which does not lend itself to reverence by those who do not already have reverence for monastics. After denouncing the act, the Buddha declared that any monastic who takes alcoholic drink is liable to incur a confessable, pasatya, offense against the precepts. Attainment of awakening. On the next day, Venerable Sagata recovered his senses and repented his mistake. A sense of shame and dread overcame him. After admitting his fault to the Buddha and paying respects, he had a deep sense of spiritual urgency. And with diligence in the development of insight, he soon became an arahat. Foremost title achieved. On one occasion, when the Buddha held a congregation of monastics at the Jetavana monastery, he declared, Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknatejo datu kasalna yad ida sagato. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who are adept at dwelling in the absorption on the element of heat, Sagata is the foremost, Itad aga.
Chalis Ven. Radha.
Aspiration in the past. In describing the past aspiration of Venerable Radha, we draw from the commentary on the verses of the elder monks, Theragatha, Thag 127, as it is more informative than the commentary on the collection of the numerical discourses, Anguttara Nikaya. The future Venerable Radha was born into a worthy family in the city of Hasavat, during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. When he came of age, he visited the Buddha's monastery and, after paying respects to the Buddha, sat in a suitable place. While sitting there, he witnessed the Buddha honor a monastic as the foremost in the field of illuminating the doctrine to his audience. As such, he had a great desire to be honored with the same recognition by some future Buddha. He made exceptional offerings to the Buddha and, thereafter, he aspired to that honor. The Buddha predicted that his aspiration would be fulfilled. Life as a clansman during Buddha Vipassa's time. The future Radha, after aspiring to the senior discipleship at the time of Buddha Pajamuttara, and after many more existences of meritorious deeds, was reborn as a worthy man again during the time of Buddha Vipassa. When he came of age, he met Buddha Vipassa, who was going on alms round. He had an intense devotion to the Buddha and offered him a mango of a very delicious type. Ascetic life in his final existence. Future Radha was reborn in the Deva realm because of that meritorious deed. After the Deva existence, he was reborn only in the Deva realm and the human world, where he engaged himself in further deeds of merit. During the time of Buddha Gautama, he was reborn as a Brahmin youth by the name of Radha, in the city of Rajagaha. He married, and when he became old, he did not enjoy the usual care from his wife. Wishing to become a monastic, he went to the monastery, but his requests for admission into the Sangha were refused by all the monastics because they were not interested in having an aged pupil who would not be able to serve them personally. Radha the Brahmin, already decrepit due to old age, looked even more aged because of his frustrations in being refused repeatedly to be admitted into the Sangha. He was a pitiful sight as he was being reduced to a mere skeleton, completely worn out, pale like a withered leaf with veins running over his whole body, like netting. One day, he went to the Buddha and after an exchange of courteous greetings, sat in a suitable place. The Buddha saw that the old Brahmin had sufficient merit to gain path knowledge. And to start a dialogue, the Buddha asked, "Brahmin, are you being taken good care of by your wife and children?" The old Brahmin replied, "Gautama, I am far from being taken care of by my wife and children. In fact, they have been treating me as a total stranger because I am too old to be of any use to them. Brahmin, in that case, had you not better take up the monastic life?" Venerable Sariputta's sense of gratitude. Gautama, who would admit me as a monastic? There is no monastic who is willing to be my preceptor due to old age. The Buddha then asked the monastics why the old Brahmin looked so haggard and wasted. The monastics answered that he looked so desperate and forlorn because he could not find a preceptor. Monastics, is there any monastic who is in some way obligated to this Brahmin? Thereupon Venerable Sariputta said, "Venerable Sir, I remember a good turn done to me by this Brahmin." "What was that?" asked the Buddha. "Venerable Sir, when I went on alms round in Rajagaha, he offered me a spoonful of cooked rice. I remember that good turn done to me." "Very good, Sariputta, very good. Virtuous persons do not forget a good turn done to them, and they feel obliged to repay the debt of gratitude. In that case, Sariputta, see that the Brahmin is made a novice and then admitted into the Sangha. Venerable Sir, by which mode of admission may I admit him? The Buddha gave a discourse concerning the question of Venerable Sariputta and declared thus, Monastics, from now on, the mode of admitting a person into full monastic life by getting him established in the 3 refuges is to be discontinued. Henceforth, a novice should be admitted by a Sangha, after a formal proposal 3 times and, if there be no objection, then the novice shall be admitted. This was the first instance of the new mode of admission called the admission following an announcement and 3 proposals. Nadi Katutha. The Buddha attained perfect self-awakening on the full moon day in May Visakha, 528 BCE. He passed his first rains retreat Vassa in the Isipatana Deer Park. At the end of that rains retreat Vassa, he sent the first 60 of his monastic disciples, all arahats, to the 4 corners of the land to propagate the Dhamma. He admitted into the Sangha new monastics, first as novices, and then as full monastics, sponsored by these 60 arahats, by having them established in the 3 refuges. The Buddha himself adopted the same mode. Later, considering the great distances the new entrants had to travel to the Buddha's monastery, admissions by this mode were allowed by the Buddha by other members of the Sangha. On the full moon day in January Fusa of the same year, the Buddha went to reside at Rajagaha. A fortnight later, the 2 chief disciples together with their pupils became monastics. On the 7th day of their monastic life, Venerable Maha Moggallana became an arahat. On the 15th day in February Magha, Venerable Sariputta became an arahat. The Brahmin Radha's admission into the Sangha took place during the month falling between the full moon day in February and the full moon day in March, Phagwa. Venerable Sariputta had known that when the Buddha lived in the Isipatana Deer Park, admission as novices and as full monastics was done by getting the incumbent established in the 3 refuges. And yet why did he ask about the mode of admission in this case? The answer is, Venerable Sariputta, as a constant companion to the Buddha, knew the Buddha's wishes, as was the usual competency of those companions. As a matter of fact, he was the most competent among those close companions. He had foresight that the Buddha was thinking of instituting a stricter mode of admission than the simple mode of getting the incumbent established in the 3 refuges. Since the Buddha's residence at Rajagaha, the number of arahats had also grown to more than 20,000. The remarkable acuteness of Venerable Sariputta's understanding of the Buddha's mind was revealed on another occasion too. It was in connection with Rāhula, the Buddha's son. In 528 BCE, at the close of the year, the Buddha traveled to his native place, the city of Kapilavatthu. The journey took 2 months. On the 7th day after arrival in that city, his son, Rāhula, who was aged 7, demanded his inheritance. The Buddha gave him the most worthy inheritance by requesting Venerable Sariputta to admit Rāhula as a novice. On that occasion, Venerable Sariputta, knowing well that being made a novice was done by making the incumbent established in the 3 refuges, asked the Buddha, Venerable Sir, by what mode shall I admit Prince Rāhula as a novice? The earlier practice adopted at the Deer Park was to give admission to novices as well as to full monastics by getting them established in the 3 refuges. But in the later case of Radha, the admission into the monastic life was done by a congregation of the Sangha making formal proposal for admission by the preceptor thrice, and then if the Sangha agreed by remaining silent, admission was effected. But, in the case of making a novice, Venerable Sariputta fathomed the Buddha's intention that being made a novice should be done either by getting the incumbent established in the 3 refuges or by a formal Sangha. Otherwise, the Sangha might be under the impression that being made a novice would be valid only by congregation. Therefore, to get the express consent from the Buddha to perform making a novice by getting Rāhula established in the 3 refuges, Venerable Sariputta put that question to the Buddha. Venerable Radha's ascetic life and awakening. Venerable Sariputta, respectfully complying with the orders of the Buddha, acted as preceptor in the formal congregation which admitted Brahmin Radha into the Sangha. He knew that the Buddha had a high regard for the Brahmin, and so after the admission, he looked after the personal welfare of the aged monastic. 1357. He took Venerable Radha to a forest abode. A monastic, who is junior in monastic standing, has little privileges in the matter of the 4 requisites. Venerable Sariputta, who was a senior monastic, enjoyed priority in receiving these requisites, but he shared them with Venerable Radha, while he himself lived on the daily alms food. Thus, sharing monastic dwellings and food with his preceptor, Venerable Sariputta, Venerable Radha recovered physically into a healthy state. Then, taking instructions in the practice of the noble path from his preceptor, he worked with diligence and soon became an arahat. Then Venerable Sariputta took Venerable Radha to pay homage to the Buddha. Although the Buddha knew how Venerable Radha was doing, he asked Venerable Sariputta, "Sariputta, I had given Radha to your care. How is Radha doing? Is he happy in the monastic life?" Venerable Sariputta replied, "Venerable Sir, if one were to point to a monastic who finds full satisfaction in the teaching, one has only to point to a monastic of Radha's type." Then words of praise by Venerable Sariputta became common among the monastics, who said, "Friends, Venerable Sariputta has a strong sense of gratitude and is also apt to repay the debt of gratitude he owes to others." When the Buddha heard these words, he said to the monastics, "Monastics, it is not so great a wonder that Sariputta, in his last existence, should remember his debt of gratitude and repay it. Even in the long past, when he was a mere animal, he had this sense of gratitude." The monastics then requested the Buddha to relate to them a past life story concerning Venerable Sariputta. The Buddha related to them the birth story about Prince Alanasiddha Jataka, Ja 156. The story about Prince Alanasiddha. Monastics, in the past, there lived 500 carpenters who used to fell trees in the forest at the foot of a hill. They would cut them into suitable sizes and then float the lumber downstream in rafts. At one time, an elephant was wounded in the forest by a piece of heavy bough which it tore off from the tree. The pointed piece of wood pierced its foot and he was in great pain. After 2 or 3 days, the wounded elephant noticed that there were a big group of men passing its way every day and hoped that they might be able to help it. It followed the men. When the men saw it following them, they were frightened and ran away. The elephant then did not continue to follow them but stopped. When the carpenters stopped running, the elephant drew near them again. The head of the carpenters, being wise, pondered on the behavior of the elephant. "This elephant comes to us as we do not move on, but stops when we run away from it. There must be some reason." Then the men went up the trees and observed the movements of the elephant. The elephant went near them and, after showing them the wound at its foot, lay down. The carpenters understood the elephant's behavior then. It was badly wounded and was seeking help. They went to the elephant and inspected the wound. Then they cut the end of the big wooden spike piercing into the elephant's foot into a neat groove, tied a strong rope around the groove, and pulled the spike out. They washed the wound with herbs, applied medicinal preparations to the best of their ability, and then dressed the wound. Soon the wound healed and the elephant was well. Deeply grateful to its healers, the elephant thought about repaying the debt of gratitude. It went back to its den and brought back a young calf which was white all over. This was a most auspicious kind of white elephant, one of the Gonda species. The carpenters were very glad to see the elephant returned with a calf. The elephant was not merely showing them the noble calf, but it meant to make a gift of it to the benefactors. To make its intention clear, it left the place alone. The calf followed it, but the father elephant gave a signal to the calf to go back to the men. The calf obeyed. The men then said to the calf, "Dear boy, we have no use with you. Just go back to your father." The calf went back, but the father would not take him back. 3 times the carpenters sent him back, only to be refused by the father. So they were obliged to keep it. The 500 carpenters each gave a handful of cooked rice to the calf, which was sufficient nourishment for it. It would help them by piling up the cut-up logs, ready to be rafted. The commentary on the collection of the numerical discourses, Anguttara Nikaya, relates the story up to this point only, to show the sense of gratitude of Venerable Sariputta when he was an elephant. We now continue the story as described in the birth story, Ja 156. From that time on, the white elephant calf became part of the team of carpenters. Obeying their commands, he assisted them in all their tasks. The carpenters fed him with their share of cooked rice. At the close of the day's work, the men and the calf went into the river to bathe and play together. There is a noteworthy thing about noble elephants or noble horses or noble humans. They never defecate or urinate in the water, but go up to dry ground for the purpose. One day, a great torrent came down from upstream to Braz. In that current, there floated down a piece of dry dung excreted by the white calf, and was caught in a bush at the public washing place in Braz. The tenders of the royal elephants brought to the river 500 elephants to be washed. These elephants sniffed around, got the smell of the dung of the white elephant and panicked. They dared not enter the water but tried to run away with raised tails. The elephant tenders reported the strange behavior of the elephants to the physicians in charge of elephants. They knew that there must be something in the water that caused the panic of the king's elephants. A close search was made and they discovered the piece of dung in the bush. Thus, the reason for the fright of the 500 elephants was ascertained. A big jar was filled with water and in it the white elephant's dung was made to dissolve. The 500 elephants were then washed in that solution which had a pleasant odor. Then only the elephants would enter the water. The elephant physicians reported their experience to the king and strongly suggested to him that the noble white elephant should be searched for. The king led the expedition in a big flotilla upstream until they reached the place where the carpenters were working, at the foot of the hill. The white elephant calf was then bathing in the river. He heard the sound of the royal drums and ran to its masters, the carpenters, who welcomed the king. "Great king," they said, "you do not need to come up personally to obtain timber. You could send someone for that." The king answered, "Friends, we have not come here for timber. We have come to take this white elephant calf that is in your possession." "Then, king, take it by all means." The young calf, however, was not willing to leave its masters, and would not budge from where it was standing. The elephant physicians were consulted. They explained to the king that the young calf would like to see its masters fully compensated for its upkeep. The king then ordered that 100,000 pieces of money in silver be placed at each of the 6 parts of the body of the calf, at the 4 feet, at the trunk and at the tail. Still the calf would not budge. It wanted the king to give personal presents as well. When every man in the party of carpenters and their wives were given a piece of clothing and playthings for their children, who were his playmates, it then agreed to go with the king. It cast long parting looks at the men, their wives and children as it went along with the king. The calf was escorted to the city which it was made to go round clockwise thrice in pomp and ceremony. The whole of the city and the elephant yard was decorated. He was then housed at the elephant yard, fitted with the paraphernalia of a royal mount. Then it was anointed as the king's personal associate, as well as the royal mount. It was assigned half of the royal estate with every aspect of regal status. From the day of its arrival, Braz acquired the dominance of the whole Jambudvipa. After some time, the Bodhisattva was conceived in the womb of the chief queen of Braz. When the gestation period was due, the king died. The news of the king's demise was not revealed to the white elephant for fear that it might suffer a broken heart. However, the news could not be kept secret for long. For when news of the king's death became known to the neighboring province of Kosala, the king of Kosala besieged Braz. The citizens of Braz sent an envoy to the Kosalan king with the message which purported to say, "Our queen is due to give birth to a child 7 days hence, according to persons adept at reading people's appearance. If the queen gives birth to a son, we shall wage war." Meantime, would the Kosalan king hold his peace just for 7 days? The Kosalan king agreed. The queen gave birth to a son on the 7th day. The birth of the child was marked by the citizens of Braz being in cheerful spirits. Hence the boy was named Prince Alanasida, meaning the prince who brings good cheer. The war started as mutually agreed on the day of the birth of the prince. The warriors of Braz, lacking a general on the field, fought bravely, yet their morale was running low. The ministers confided with the queen that to avert defeat, the white elephant should be told of the death of the king, and the plight of the kingless city that was under siege by the Kosalan king. The queen agreed. Then fitting the royal infant in regalia, placing it on a piece of white cloth, she carried it to the elephant yard accompanied by her ministers and put down the child near the foot of the white elephant. She said, "Great white elephant, We have kept the news of the king's death from you, because we feared you might suffer a broken heart. Here is the prince, the son of your deceased friend, the king. Now our city is under siege by the Kosalan king, your little child, the prince, is in danger. The people defending the city are in low spirits. You may now destroy the child, or save him and his throne from the invaders." Thereupon the white elephant fondled the baby with his trunk, took it up, and placing it on his head, wailed bitterly. Then he put down the baby and placed it in the arms of the queen. It made a signal of his readiness for action, which meant, "I will capture the Kosalan king alive." Then it went out of the elephant yard. The ministers fitted the white elephant with chainmail and, opening the city gate, let it out, surrounded by them. After coming out of the city, the white elephant gave out a shrill sound like that of the crane, and ran through the besieging forces, taking the Kosalan king by his hair, put him at the feet of the princeling Ānanda. Frightening off the enemy troops who threatened to harm the princeling, it seemed to say to the Kosalan king, "From now on, Kosalan king, be mindful. Do not take the princeling as someone to trifle with." The Kosalan king was thus properly subdued. From that time on, the suzerainty of the entire Jambudvipa became secure in the hands of Prince Ānanda. No rival king dared challenge the authority of the prince. When the prince, the Bodhisattva, was aged 7, he was anointed King Ānanda. He ruled righteously, and at the end of his lifespan, he was reborn in the Deva realm. The birth story about Prince Ānanda, Alina Siddha Jataka, Ja 156, was originally related by the Buddha in connection with a certain monastic who was faltering in the observance of the noble practice. At another time, in connection with the sense of gratitude shown by Venerable Sariputta in the case of Venerable Radha, this episode was partially related, up to the noble tusker giving up its white elephant calf to its benefactors. After discoursing on the story that had taken place in the past, the Buddha, in the present context, uttered these two verses, Ja 156. Alina Siddha Nisaya, Paha Mahati Kamu, Kosala Sensantutha, Jvaga Agahayi. Monastics, dependent on Prince Ānanda, the Bodhisattva, the big army of Bras had captured alive, through the might of the royal white elephant, the Kosalan king who was unsatisfied with his own domain. Eva Nisaya Sampano, Bhikkhu Arata Virio, Bhavayam Kasala Dhamma, Yogakamasa Pu Anupubana, Sabba Sayo Janakya. Similarly, with the good fortune in having the virtuous ones, such as the Buddha and the noble ones, as friends, a monastic who puts forth earnest effort 1360 may cultivate the good doctrine, the 37 constituents of awakening, and become an arahat, which is characterized by the extinction of all fetters, and by gradual stages reach nibbana, the end of the four bonds. After ending the discourse with the attainment of the deathless as its highest objective, the Buddha continued to show the Four Noble Truths, at the end of which, the faltering monastic attained path knowledge, Magga A with Makrone. The birth story ended with the usual identification of the personalities involved. The chief queen, the Bodhisattva's mother, was Queen Maya in the present existence. The king of Bras, King Suddhodana. The royal white elephant, the faltering monastic. The noble tusker, the father of the white calf, Venerable Sariputta. The Kosalan king, Venerable Maha Moggallana. Prince Ānanda, the Buddha. The Buddha related the birth story, Jataka, in connection with Venerable Sariputta's sense of gratitude, how in the past existence he repaid his debt of gratitude. As regards Venerable Radha, the Buddha had made 46 discourses in connection with him, Radha Sayutta, SN 23. Further, when Venerable Sariputta took Venerable Radha before the Buddha after Venerable Radha's attainment of awakening, both of them knelt before the Buddha, and the Buddha asked Venerable Sariputta, "Sariputta, does your close pupil Radha take kindly to your admonition?" Venerable Sariputta replied, "Venerable Sir, Radha is very amenable to admonition. Whenever a fault of his is pointed out, he does not show the slightest resentment." Sariputta, how many amenable pupils like Radha would you be prepared to accept? Venerable Sir, if I am to receive pupils as amenable as Venerable Radha, I would accept as many as they might come to me. Then, after relating the past story of Venerable Sariputta, as described in the birth story about Prince Ānanda, how, even as an animal, Venerable Sariputta had shown his sense of gratitude, which was the subject matter of their fellow monastics' remarks, the Buddha extolled the virtues of Venerable Radha thus, A monastic should be amenable to admonition like Venerable Radha. When the teacher points out a fault of the pupil, the latter should not show resentment but should take it as if rich treasures had been revealed to him. In this connection, the Buddha uttered this verse, DHP 76. Nidna va pavatra, yam passe vajadasina, nagahav di medvi, tissa pita bage, tissa bajamanasa, seo hodi na papio. Monastics, if you should meet with a man of wisdom who points out faults and reproves you, you should associate with such a wise person as someone who reveals to you hidden treasures. It will be to the advantage, and not a disadvantage, of one who seeks the company of such a wise man. By the end of the discourse, many hearers attained path knowledge at various levels. Foremost title achieved. On one occasion, when the Buddha named foremost monastics, he declared, Itad aga bikhave mamasvakna biknapa ibayakyakna yad ida radho. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who inspire me to amplify my discourses. Venerable Radha is the foremost, Itad aga. Venerable Radha's perspicacity and deep conviction in the doctrine was a source of inspiration to the Buddha to amplify his discourses. This fact may be 1361, gathered from the thematic discourses concerning Radha, Radha Sayata, SN 23, particularly the 6 last discourses, SN 23:510, and the whole of the 4th chapter, SN 23:35-46. The designated term has been defined as Pibna Janenti Ti Pabniak, those disciples who arouse the Buddha's facility in giving discourses. (41) Venerable Mogharaja. The story of Venerable Mogharaja is gleaned from the commentary on the collection of the numerical discourses, Anguttara Nikaya, and the commentary on the Way to the Beyond, Prayavagga, SNP 5. Aspiration in the past. The future Mogharaja was born into a worthy family in the city of Hasavat, during the time of Buddha Pajamuttara. On one occasion, while he was listening to a discourse by the Buddha, he witnessed a monastic being declared by him as the foremost monastic among his disciples who wear robes that were inferior in 3 ways: of inferior rag material, of inferior thread, and of inferior dye. The future Mogharaja had a strong desire to be acknowledged likewise as a foremost monastic in some future time. He made extraordinary offerings to the Buddha and expressed this aspiration before him. The Buddha predicted that the aspiration would be fulfilled. Life as minister to King Kahavana. The future Mogharaja spent a meritorious life and passed away into the realm of Devas and then in the realm of humans and Devas. Prior to the appearance of Buddha Kassapa, he was reborn in the city of Kahavana into a noble family. When he was of certain age, he became a courtier at King Kahavana's court and later was appointed as a minister. We shall now relate the story of King Kahavana, the details of which are found in the commentary on the Way to the Beyond, Prayavagga, SNP 5. Before the advent of Buddha Kassapa, there was an accomplished carpenter, a native of Braz, whose carpentry skill was unrivaled. He had 16 senior pupils, each of whom had 1,000 apprentices. Thus, together with this master carpenter, there were 16,017 carpenters who made their living in Braz. They would go to the forest and gather various kinds of timber to make various kinds of articles and high-class furniture, which were fit for royalty and nobility in the city. They brought their wares to Braz in a raft. When the king wanted to have palaces built, ranging from a single-tiered mansion to a 7-tiered mansion, they did it to the satisfaction and delight of the king. They also built other structures for other people. Construction of a flying machine. The master craftsman conceived an idea one day. It would be too hard for me to live on my carpenter's trade in my old age. I must do something. He ordered his pupils to gather species of light wood with which he built a flying machine resembling the Garua bird. After assembling the machinery in it, he started the engine which made the contraption fly in the air like a bird. He flew in it to the forest where his men were working and descended there. He said to his pupils, "Boys, let us build flying machines like this, and with our superior power, we can rule Jambudapa. Now copy this flying machine. We must escape from the drudgery of our carpenter's existence." The pupils successfully built similar flying machines and reported it to the master. "Now, which city shall we conquer?" asked the master. "Let us conquer Braz, master," they suggested. "That would not do, boys. We are known as carpenters in Braz. Even if we were to conquer and rule it, everybody will know our origin as carpenters. Jambudapa is a vast place. Let us find our fortune elsewhere." Thus advised the master, and the pupils agreed. Ascension to the throne as Kahavana. The Carpenter Guild of 16,017 members had each of their families put aboard a flying machine, and wielding arms, flew in the direction of the Himalayas. They entered a city, grouped together in the royal palace, and dethroned the king. They then anointed the master craftsman as king. Because he was the inventor of the flying machine made of wood, he came to be known as King Kahavana, one who rode on a vehicle made of wood. Based on this personal name of the king, the city and the country also acquired the same name. An heir apparent and a council of 16 ministers were appointed. The king and all these top leaders of the country conducted themselves with righteousness. The king extended necessary assistance to the people according to the principle of the four means of help, with the result that the people were happy and prosperous and had few dangers and hazards. Everybody spoke in praise of the king and his staff, who were loved, respected, and relied upon. Friendship with the king of Braz. One day, a group of merchants from Braz went to Kahavana with their merchandise. When they were given audience by King Kahavana, the king asked them where they lived. Being told that they lived in Braz, the king said to them, "Men, I would like to be on cordial terms with the king of Braz. Would you render your service to that end?" The merchants gladly undertook to help. During their stay in Kahavana, the king provided them with all their needs, and at the time of their departure, they were again reminded courteously to help promote friendship between the two cities. When the merchants arrived at Braz, they conveyed to their king the message of the king of Kahavana. The king was delighted. He made public announcement by the beat of the drum that the merchants of Kahavana, who were selling their goods in Braz, would be exempt from taxes. Thus, the two kings, who had never met, were already in the bonds of friendship. The king of Kahavana reciprocated by proclaiming that merchants of Braz, who were doing business in his city, would also be exempt from taxes. He also issued standing orders that merchants of Braz would be provided with all their needs out of the king's coffers. The king of Braz then sent a message to the king of Kahavana to the effect that if there should occur within the domains of Kahavana something noteworthy, whether seen or heard, King Kahavana see to it that that event is also seen or heard by the king of Braz. The king of Kahavana also sent to the king of Braz a similar message. An exchange of gifts. One day the king of Kahavana obtained a certain fabric of most rare quality, which was not only extra fine but had a sheen that dazzled like the rising sun. He remembered the message received from the king of Braz and thought it fit to send this extraordinary fabric to Braz. He had 8 caskets of ivory carved out for him, and in each he put a piece of the fabric. Outside the ivory caskets, he had a lac ball cover each casket. The 8 lac balls were placed in a wooden box which was wrapped in very fine fabric. On it was written the inscription, "To be presented to the king of Braz." An accompanying message suggested that the king of Braz open this gift himself on the palace grounds where all the ministers should be present. The royal delegation from the court of Kahavana presented the gift box and the message to the king of Braz, who caused a meeting of the ministers at the courtyard. He opened the box in their presence. On finding just 8 balls of lac, he was disappointed, thinking that the king of Kahavana had played a practical joke on him. He struck one of the lac balls hard against the throne which he was sitting on, and to his amazement, when the lac broke open and the ivory casket and its lid came apart, inside the king saw the fine fabric. The 7 other lac balls yielded similar ivory caskets with the fabric inside. Each piece of fabric measured 16 by 8 cubits. When these fabrics were unfolded, they presented a most spectacular scene, as though the entire courtyard were glimmering in the sun. The onlookers snapped their fingers in amazement, and some threw up their headgear into the air in joy, saying, "King Khadiravaniya, the unseen friend of our king, has sent such a marvelous gift. Truly that king is a worthy friend of our king." A gift from Braz. The king of Braz sent for valuers and referred the fine fabrics to them for their appraisal. The valuers were at a loss to name a value for them. Then the king thought to himself, "My good friend, the king of Khadiravaniya has sent me a priceless gift. A return gift should be somehow superior to the gift received. What should that gift be?" It was the time when Buddha Kassapa had appeared in the three worlds and was residing at Braz. The king considered that there is nothing as adorable as the three treasures. "I should send the news of the appearance of the Buddha to King Khadiravaniya. That would make the most appropriate return gift." So he had the following verse consisting of 6 lines inscribed with vermilion on gold plate. "Buddho lok samapano, hitaya sabapinya. Damo lok samapano, sukhaya sabapinya. Sago lok samapano, poketa anatara." Friend Khadiravaniya, for the welfare of all living beings, the all-knowing Buddha has appeared in our world, like the rising of the sun at Mount Uddaya in the east. For the happiness of all living beings, the Dhamma, comprising the 4 paths, for fruits, nibbana and the doctrine, has appeared in our world like the rising of the sun at Mount Uddaya in the east. The Saga, the incomparable fertile field for all to sow seeds of merit, has appeared in our world, like the rising of the sun at Mount Uddaya in the east. Besides these lines, the king had an inscription containing the practice of the Dhamma, beginning from getting established in morality for a monastic, progressively towards becoming an arahat. The above gold plate was 1. First put inside a casket wrought with the 7 kinds of gems. 2. Then the jewel casket was placed inside a casket of emerald. 3. Then the emerald casket was placed inside a casket of cat's eye gem. 4. The cat's eye casket was then placed inside a casket of red ruby. 5. The red ruby casket was then placed inside a gold casket. 6. The gold casket was then placed inside a silver casket. 7. The silver casket was then placed inside an ivory casket. And 8. The ivory casket was then placed inside a casket of scented musk wood. This casket was put inside a box, wrapped with fine fabric, and on it the royal seal was affixed. This gift was sent to Khadiravaniya in state. A noble tusker in musk was fitted with golden ornaments, covered with gold lace, and a golden flag flew on his majestic body. On its back, they secured a raised platform, on which the gift box was placed. A white umbrella was hoisted above it. It was sent off after performing deeds of honor with flowers and scents, dancing and music. The king himself headed the group of royal escorts in sending it off up to the border of Kasi country, the king's domain. Moreover, the king of Braz sent presents with his messages to other rulers of neighboring states on the route, requiring them to pay homage to the special return gift of his. All those rulers complied gladly till the carrier tusker reached the border of Khadiravaniya. King Khadiravaniya went out to some distance to welcome the return gift, paying homage to it. The gift was opened in the courtyard before the people. After removing the thin cloth wrapper and opening the box, a scented hardwood casket was found. Inside it, the 8 caskets were opened, one after the other in turn till the gold plate informing of the appearance of the 3 treasures was revealed. This is the rarest gift that one comes by, and only over an immense period of time. My good friend, the king of Braz, has been very thoughtful in sending this news to me together with an outline on the practice of the Dhamma, reflected King Khadiravaniya joyfully. The appearance of the Buddha, never heard of 1364 before, has taken place. It were well if I should go and see the Buddha and learn his doctrine, he reflected. He consulted about the idea with his ministers, who advised him to stay a while in the city, during which they would go and inquire. The minister's mission. The 16 ministers, together with 1,000 followers each, said to the king, "Great king, if the Buddha has actually appeared in the world, there is no likelihood of our seeing you again at your palace. as we are all going to become monastics. If the Buddha has not actually arisen, we shall come back to you. Among the ministers was the king's own nephew, the son of his sister, who said, I am going too. The king said to him, Son, when you have found that the Buddha has appeared, come back to me and tell me the news. His nephew agreed, Very well, king. The 16 ministers with their 16,000 followers went hastily, resting only once at a night camp on the way, and reached Bras. However, before they got there, Buddha Kassapa had passed away. The ministers entered the Buddha's monastery and asked, Who is the Buddha? Where is the Buddha? But they found only the male monastic disciples who had been living together with the Buddha. The monks told them, The Buddha has passed away. The ministers then wailed, saying, We have come from afar and we missed the chance to even see the Buddha. They said to the monks, Venerable sirs, are there some words of advice or admonition of the Buddha left for the world? Yes, lay supporters. They are, Be established in the 3 refuges. Observe the 5 precepts all the time. Also keep the observance day Upāsitha precepts of 8 constituents. Give in generosity. If you are capable, take up the monastic life yourself. Thereupon, all the ministers, with the exception of the king's nephew, together with their followers, took up the monastic life. King Khadiravaniya's demise. King Khadiravaniya's nephew returned to Khadivana after having obtained an article that had been used by the Buddha as an object of veneration. It was a water strainer. In this connection, it may be noted that the articles that had been used by the Buddha include the Bodhi tree, alms bowl, robes, water strainer, etc. The nephew also arranged for a monastic who had learnt by heart the Dhamma, the Vinaya, and the Abhidhamma to accompany him to Khadivana. Traveling by stages, the nephew reached Khadivana and reported to the king, Uncle, the Buddha actually has appeared in the world, and it is also true that he had passed away. He related the Buddha's advice as he had learned from the Buddha's disciples. The king resorted to the monastic learned in the 3 baskets, Tipiyaka, and listened to his discourses. He built a monastery for the teacher, erected a relic shrine, stupa, where the Buddha's water strainer was enshrined, and planted a new Bodhi tree. He was established in the 5 precepts and kept the observance day precepts on the appropriate days. He gave freely in generosity, and after living till the end of his lifespan, he passed away and was reborn in the Deva realm. The 16 ministers, who had become monastics together with their 16,000 followers, also practiced the noble teaching, died as worldlings, and were reborn in the Deva realm as followers to the Deva who had been King Khadivana. Among the 16 followers of the Deva king there was the future Venerable Mogharaja. Ascetic life in his final existence. During the aeon that intervened between the 2 Buddhas, the master craftsman and all his followers had existence in the Deva realms. Then, on the eve of the advent of Buddha Gautama, they were reborn in the human world. Their leader was born as a son of the king's Brahmin chaplain at the court of King Maha Kotthita, father of Pasenadi Kosala, and he was named Bavari, and was endowed with 3 distinguishing marks of a great man. Being a master of the 3 Vedas, he succeeded to the office of Brahmin chaplain at the death of his father. The remaining 16,000 men were reborn in Savatthi in the Brahmin clan. Among them, 1365 were Ajito Tisamateo, Puako Athamatagu, Dotako Upasivo Ca, Nando Ca Athahimako, Tadaya Kapadubheo, Jatuka Ca Paido, Badravudo Udeo Ca, Pasalo Kapi Bermeo, Mogharaja Ca Medhavi, Pigio Ca Maha Isi. 1. Ajita. 2. Tisametia. 3. Puaka. 4. Metagu. 5. Dotaka. 6. Upasiva. 7. Nanda. 8. Hemika. 9. Tadaya. 10. Kappa. 11. Jatuka. 12. Badravuda. 13. Udaya. 14. Pasala. 15. Mogharaja. 16. Pajya. These 16 Brahmins learned the 3 Vedas from Master Bavari. The 1,000 followers under each of them, in turn, learned from them. Thus, Bavari and his company of followers, making a total of 16,017 Brahmins, became united again in their last existence. Renunciation by Bavari and his followers. At the death of King Maha Kotthita, his son, Pasenadi Kosala, was anointed king. The king's Brahmin chaplain Bavari retained his office under the new king, who granted fresh privileges to him in addition to those given by his father. The new king, as a prince, had been a pupil under Bavari, so that his relationship with the old Brahmin chaplain was not only official but also personal. One day, Bavari, remaining in seclusion, took a cool assessment of the learning that he possessed. He saw that the Vedas were not of any value to him in good stead in the hereafter. He decided to renounce the world as a recluse. When he revealed this plan to King Pasenadi Kosala, the king said, "Master, your presence at our court gives me the assurance of elderly counsel which makes me feel I am still under the eyes of my own father. Please don't leave me." But, since past merit had begun to ripen into fruition, old Bavari could not be persuaded against his plan, and insisted that he was going. The king then said, "Master, in that case, I would request you to stay as a recluse in the royal gardens, so that I might be able to see you by day or by night." Bavari acceded to this request, and he and his company of 16 senior pupils together with the 16,000 followers resided in the royal gardens as recluses. The king provided them with 4 requisites and paid his master regular visits, in the morning and evening. After some time, the pupils said to their master, "Master, living near the city makes a recluse's life unsatisfactory because of the many troubles. The proper place for a recluse is somewhere remote from the town. Let us move away from here." The master had only to agree. He told this to the king, but the king would not let him leave him alone. 3 times Bavari made persistent requests to the king, and at last the king had to yield to his wishes. He sent along 2 of his ministers with 200,000 pieces of money to accompany Bavari and his followers to find a suitable site for their hermitage, on which all monastic dwellings for them were to be built. The recluse Bavari, together with 16,016 pupils, under the care of the 2 ministers, left in the southerly direction from Savatthi. Then they went to South Jambudapa, to a place which lay between the 2 kingdoms of Asaka and Akka, which was a big island where the 2 streams of the river Godavari parted. A 3-league wide forest of edible fruits, Bavari said to his pupils. "This is the spot where ancient recluses have lived. It is suitable for us." As a matter of fact, it was the forest where famous recluses, such as Sarabhaga, had made their dwellings. The king's ministers paid 100,000 pieces of money of silver each to King Asaka and King Akka for possession and use of the land. The 2 rulers gladly ceded the property and also added the 2-league wide land adjoining the forest, thereby granting a total area of 5 leagues. The ministers from the court of Savatthi caused a dwelling to be built there. They also brought some necessary materials from Savatthi and set up a big village for the recluses to gather daily alms food. When their task was completed, they returned to Savatthi. The above account is what is stated in the commentary on the way to the beyond, Prayavagga, SNP 5. The commentary on the collection of the numerical discourses, Aguttara Nikaya, tells us of further incidents concerning recluse Bavari which are described now. On the day, after the 2 ministers had returned to Savatthi, a man appeared at the dwelling and sought permission from the recluses to build a house for his dwelling on the estate. He was allowed to do so. Soon other families followed suit, and there were 100 houses on the estate. And so, with the kindness of Bavari, the community of lay householders flourished, providing a source of daily alms food for the recluses, who also got daily sustenance from the fruit trees. Yearly charity worth 100,000. The village at the hermitage had become prosperous. Revenues from agriculture and other activities amounted to 100,000 every year, which the villagers paid to King Asaka. But King Asaka said to them that the revenue should be paid to recluse Bavari. When they took the money to Bavari, the recluse said, "Why have you brought this money?" The householders said, "Reverend Sir, we pay this sum as a token of our gratitude for the right of occupancy of your land." Bavari replied, "If I cared for money, I would not have become a recluse. Take back your money." "But, sir," The householders said, "We cannot take back what has been given to you. We shall be paying you the sum of 100,000 every year. We may humbly suggest that you accept our annual tribute and make your own donations with the money as you please." Bavari was obliged to agree, and so every year there took place a big alms giving by the good recluse for the benefit of destitutes, peasants, travelers, beggars, and mendicants. The news of this noble act spread to the whole of the Jambudvipa. A bogus Brahmin's threat. After one such annual occasion, in a certain year, while Bavari was exulting in the good deed at his dwelling, he was roused up from his short slumber by a hoarse cry of a man demanding, "Brahmin Bavari, give something in generosity. Give something in generosity." It was the voice of a bogus Brahmin who was a descendant of Brahmin Jajaka of the birth story about the great king Vesantara Jataka, Ja 547, who came from Dunaviha Brahmin village in the kingdom of Kaliga. He had come at the behest of his nagging wife, who said to him, "Don't you know that Brahmin Bavari is giving away freely in generosity? Go and get gold and silver from him." The bogus Brahmin was a hen-pecked husband. He could not help but do her bidding. Bavari said to him, "Brahmin, you are late. I have distributed everything to those who came for help. I have not a penny left now. Bavari, I do not want a big amount of money. For you, who are giving away such big sums, it is not possible to be penniless, as you say. Give me just 500. I don't have 500. You will get it at the next round. Do I have to wait till the next time you chose to give?" He was clearly angry in saying those words, for he started to utter a curse with some elaboration. He fetched some cow dung, red flowers, coarse grass into the dwelling, and hastily smeared the floor at the entrance to the residence of Bavari with cow dung, strewed it with red flowers, and spread the coarse grass all over. Then he washed his left foot with water from his water pot, made 7 steps on the floor, and, stroking his left foot with his hand, uttered the following curse as when a holy man would chant a mantra, S&P 1.989. Sasmi Yakamanasa, Bhava Nanyupadasati, Sat Tame Dives Tuha, Muda Falata Satata. If you refuse to give me the money I asked for, may your head splinter into 7 pieces on the 7th day from now. Bavari was deeply disturbed. Perhaps his curse might take effect. He pondered as he lay on his bed, unable to sleep. Then Bavari's mother, in the immediately previous existence, who was now the guardian goddess of the hermitage, seeing her former son in distress, said, "Na so muda pajanati, quaco so donatico, mudhani muda pate va, ewith makrane tassa navajati." Son, that Brahmin does not know what is called the head. He is merely a bogus Brahmin who is out to get your money. Neither does he understand the meaning of the head, muda, nor the factor that can cause the head to split asunder, mudhadhipita. Then Bavari said, "Mother, if you know what is meant by the head and the factor that can cause the head to split asunder, may I know them?" The goddess said, "Son, I do not know these things. Who in this world knows them? Please direct me to that person. There is the all-knowing Buddha, Lord of the 3 worlds." When the word Buddha was heard, Bavari was extremely delighted and all worries left him. Where is the Buddha now? The Buddha is residing at the Jetavana monastery in Savatthi. Early next morning, Bavari called his 16 pupils and said, "Men, the Buddha is said to have appeared in the world. Go and verify the fact and let me know. I mean to go to the Buddha myself, but at my advanced age, I am expecting death at any moment. Go and see the Buddha and put these 7 questions to him." The questions arranged in verse known as the head breaker, Muda Falana, which is also known as the destruction of the head, Mudhadhipita, were then taught them in detail. Note that it was on the 8th year of Bavari's settling down by the banks of river Godhavari that the Buddha appeared in the world. Then Bavari pondered thus, "All of my 16 pupils are wise persons. If they have attained the ultimate goal of the monastic life, awakening, they might or might not come back to me." And so he said to Pajiya, his nephew, "Nephew Pajiya, you ought to come back to me without fail. Do tell me the benefit of the supermundane when you have attained it." Then the 16,000 followers of Bavari under the leadership of Ujjita one of the 16 pupils, together with their 16 teachers, made obeisance to Bavari and left their dwelling in the northerly direction. The journey to the Buddha. They proceeded on their journey through the royal city of Akamahasati, Ujjini, Ganada, Vidisa, Pavna, Kosambi, Saketa, Savatthi, Satabya, Kapalavathu, Kusinara, Pava, Boga, Visali, and Rajagaha, which was in Magadha country. It was a long journey covering many leagues. As they passed a city, the people asked them where they were going, and when they said that they were going to see the Buddha to clarify certain problems, many people joined them. By the time they passed Kosambi and reached Saketa, the line of pilgrims was 6 leagues long already. The Buddha knew of the coming of the recluses, the pupils of Bavari, and that they were being joined by many people along the way. But as the faculties of the recluses were not ripe yet, the Buddha did not stay in Savatthi to receive them, as the proper place for their awakening was the Sakka shrine in Magadha. By having to pass through more cities to that particular place, the number of pilgrims would have grown larger, and that all of them would benefit from his discourse there, and gain knowledge of the 4 noble truths. Taking into consideration this great advantage to the pilgrims, the Buddha left Savatthi and went in the direction of Rajagaha ahead of the arrival of the pilgrims there. When the big crowd reached Savatthi, they entered the Buddha's monastery and inquired where the Buddha was. At the entrance to the private quarters of the Buddha, the scented chamber, they noticed the footprint of the Buddha, which was left there by the Buddha's will to remain intact till they came there. They were adept at reading the footprints of all types of persons. SNPA PTS 2.544. Ratasa haya kudika pada bhave, dohasa hodi avakahita pada, massa hodi sahas nupataviva kedasa item disapada. A person who is lustful has his or her footprint with a hollow at the middle. A person who is full of hatred has his or her footprint inclined backwards. A person who has much bewilderment has his or her print very markedly impressed at the toes and at the heel. The present footprint is surely that of the all-knowing Buddha who has destroyed all the defilements. By their own learning, the recluses were sure that they had come across the footprint of the Buddha. The Buddha traveled by stages through Satabya, Kapalavathu, and so on and reached the Sakka shrine near Rajagaha, letting a big number of persons follow him. The recluses then left Savatthi as soon as they had ascertained for themselves the footprint of the Buddha, and traveling by stages through Satabya and Kapalavathu, and so on reached the Sakka shrine near Rajagaha. The Sakka shrine was a pre-Buddhist shrine. It was built on a vast rock in honor of a local deity. When the Buddha appeared, the people built a new temple and donated it for the use by Buddhist devotees. The old name, however, was retained. Sakka had prepared sufficient room to have the huge crowd accommodated at the Sakka temple. In the meanwhile, the recluses tried their best to catch up with the Buddha, traveling in the cool hours of the mornings and evenings. When they saw the Sakka shrine, the destination where the Buddha was understood to be residing, they were extremely happy, like a thirsty man seeing water, or like a merchant who has realized a good fortune, or like a weary traveler seeing a cool shade. They rushed into the shrine in all haste, questioning the Buddha. They saw the Buddha delivering a discourse in the midst of many monastics with a voice that reminded them of a lion roaring. Uggesa, the leader of the Brahmins, was greatly delighted on seeing the Buddha emitting the 6 Buddha radiances while expounding the Dhamma, and was further encouraged by the Buddha's amiable words of greetings, such as, "How did you find the weather? Was it tolerable?" and so on. Sitting in a suitable place, he put the first question to the Buddha without speaking it aloud but directing his mind to the verse taught by his master Bavari. Thus, SNP 1024. Adisa Jamana Bruhi, Gata Bruhi Salaka. Mantisu Parami Bruhi, Kati Vasidi Burmayo. May I be told, how old is our master Bavari? What distinguishing bodily marks is our master endowed with? What is his lineage? How accomplished is he in the 3 Vedas? How many pupils are learning the Vedas under him? Bavari had instructed Uggesa to put those questions mentally, and he did as he was told. The Buddha, as expected by Bavari, knew Uggesa's questions and gave the following answers without hesitation in 2 verses. SNP 1025-6. Vi savasasata ayu sotsagotana bavari. Ti salakha agata ti avedana paragu. Uggesa, your teacher's age is 120 years. He belongs to the clan of Bavari. He has 3 distinguishing marks of a great man. He has mastered the 3 Vedas. Lakhai Idihe Ca, Sanagaza Kuba, 1369, Panka Satani Vasidi, Sadham Parami Gado. He has mastered the glossaries, Naiga, the liturgy, Ketuba, the characteristics of the great man, Lakha, the ancient histories, Itihasa. He is teaching the 3 Vedas to 500 pupils who are lazy and dull. Uggesa wanted to know what 3 characteristics are possessed by his master, with reference to the third answer above, and put the following question mentally, SNP 1027. Lakhana Pavakaya, Bavarisa Naratama, Kakakita Pakasehi, Mano Kakiita Ahu. O Supreme Man endowed with the faculty of dispelling doubts of all beings, please specify in detail what are the 3 distinguishing marks of Bavari. Do not let us have any skepticism. The Buddha made the following reply, SNP 1028. Mukha Javaya Chidati, Wasa Bamu Kantare, Kosohita Vatthagaiha, Eva Janahi Manava. Uggesa, your teacher Bavari can cover his face with his tongue. There is the spiral auspicious hair between his eyebrows. His genital organ is sheathed like that of the Chidanta elephant. Uggesa, note these 3 distinguishing marks on him. This the Buddha answered in precise terms. Then the audience, which covered an area of 12 leagues, were amazed, for they heard no one asking questions except the Buddha's prompt and detailed answers. Raising their joint palms above their heads, they wondered aloud, who is the questioner? Is he a Deva or a Brahma? Or Saka, the beloved husband of Suja? Having heard the answers to his 5 questions, Uggesa asked 2 more questions mentally, SNP 1031. Muda Mudhad Hippodan Ca. Bavari Parapakati, Tavayakarohi Bhagava, Kakavanaya no Ise. O virtuous one, our teacher wishes to ask 2 questions. First, what is meant by the head? Muda? Secondly, what is the factor that can destroy the head? Muda Hippada? Kindly answer these 2 questions and dispel our doubts. To Uggesa's mental question the Buddha answered aloud thus, SNP 1032. Avija Muda Ti Janahi, Vija Mudhad Hippatini, Sada Sati Samadhihi, Chanda Viryena Sayat. Uggesa, ignorance, Avija, of the 4 noble truths is the head, Muda, of repeated rebirths. Understanding Vija of the noble path, Mudhad Hippatini, that is associated with confidence, Sada, mindfulness, Sati, concentration, Samadhi, strong will, Chanda, and endeavor Virya, is the factor that destroys the head. Thus you should know. On hearing the exact answers, Uggesa was overjoyed, and, placing the antelope's skin on his left shoulder, touched the Buddha's feet with his head. Then he said aloud, SNP 1034. Bavari Brahmeo Bodo, Saha Sisahai Marissa, Udaga Siddho Samano, paid Vandati Kakama. The Venerable One who has made an end of suffering, dukkha. Endowed with the eye of knowledge, Brahman Bavari, together with his pupils numbering 16,000, being in high spirits, worships at your feet. The other pupils of Bavari joined Uggesa in these words of praise and made obeisance to the Buddha. The Buddha had compassion on Uggesa and wished him well in these terms. SNP 1035. Sukito Bavari Hotu, Saha Sisahai Brahmano, Tvan Kapi Sukito Hohi, Sira Javahi Mava. May Bavari and his pupils be happy and well. Young Brahmin, may you also be happy and well. May you live long. Then the Buddha continued, SNP 1036. Bavarissa Ca Tuha Va, Sabiza Sabasasaya, Kadavakasa Pachavho, Yakinsi Manasikatha. If Bavari or yourself, Uggesa, or any one of you would like to clear up any problem that may arise in your mind, I allow you to ask. When this opportunity was extended to them, all the Brahmins sat down, made obeisance to the Buddha, and took turns to ask. Uggesa was the first to do so. The Buddha answered his questions, and those answers gradually culminated in the realization of awakening. Uggesa and his 1,000 pupils became arahats at the end of the discourse. 1,000s of others also attained the paths and fruitions at various levels. As soon as Uggesa and his pupils became arahats, they were called up by the Buddha into the monastic life. They instantly assumed the form of elders of 60 years standing. complete with monastic equipment which appeared by the supernormal power of the Buddha. They all sat before the Buddha in postures of worship. The rest of Bavariya's pupils asked their own questions to the Buddha, the details about which may be found in The Way to the Beyond, Prayavagga, SNP 5. Here we shall continue only with what is concerned with Venerable Mogharaja and Bavari. Bavariya's pupils, mentioned above, asked questions in turn to which the Buddha gave answers and which ended in the attainment of awakening by the questioner and his 1,000 pupils. All of them, becoming monastics, were called up by the Buddha. Mogharaja was a very conceited person who considered himself as the most learned among the 16 close pupils of Bavari. He thought it fit to ask his questions only after Uggesa because Uggesa was the eldest among the close pupils. So after Uggesa had finished, he stood up to take his turn. However, the Buddha knew that Mogharaja was conceited and was not yet ripe for awakening, and that he needed chastisement. So the Buddha said to him, "Mogharaja, wait till others have asked their questions." Mogharaja reflected thus, "I have all along been thinking of myself as the wisest person, but the Buddha knows best. He must have judged that my turn to ask questions has not become due." He sat down silently. Then after the 8 pupils of Bavari, viz., Uggesa, Tisamediya, Pwaka, Metagu, Dotaka, Upasiva, Nanda and Hemika, had finished their turns, he became impatient and stood up to take his turn. Again, the Buddha saw him still not ripe yet for awakening and asked him to wait. Mogharaja took it silently. But when the remaining 6 pupils of Bavari, Tadaya, Kappa, Jatukai, Bhadravuta, Udaya and Pasala, had finished their turns, Mogharaja was concerned about the prospect of his becoming the most junior monastic among Bavariya's disciples and took the 15th turn. And now that Mogharaja's faculties had ripened, the Buddha allowed him. Mogharaja began thus, SNP 11:22-11:25. Dva Saka Apachisa, Nami Vyakasi Kakama, Yavatetian Ca Devisi, Vyakaroti Ti Misuda. Twice have I put my questions to the Buddha of Sakyan descent, but the possessor of the 5 eyes has not replied to me. I have heard it said that the Buddha answers out of compassion at the 3rd time. Aya loko paro loko, Brahma loko sadavako, Daihai ti nabhijanati, Gaudamasa yasasino. Neither this human world nor the world of Devas and Brahmas understand the view held by Buddha Gautama of great fame and following. Eva abhikanta dasvi, ahi panhina gama, katha loka avikanta, Magharaja napasati. To the one who sees the excellent Dhamma, the knower of the inner tendencies, asaya, supreme release, adhimuti, destinies, gati, and nibbana of the sentient world, we have come to ask a question. How should one perceive the world so that Mara cannot see him anymore? He asks, by what manner of perceiving the conditioned world does one become an arahat, which is liberation from death? To the question contained in the second half of Mogharaja's 3 verses above, the Buddha replied, Sanato loka avakasu, Mogharaja satasato, et nudihayo haka, eva maku taro siya, eva loka avikanta Magharaja napasati. Mogharaja, be mindful all the time, and abandoning the wrong view concerning the 5 aggregates, the delusion of self, perceive the world animate or inanimate as naught, as empty. By perceiving it in this way, one will be liberated from death. One who perceives the world thus cannot be seen by death. The wrong view of a personal identity as oneself, which is the mistaken concept of the present body, Sakaya Daihai, must be discarded, and all conditioned phenomena should be viewed as insubstantial and not self, anatta, and in truth and reality, a mere nothingness. When this right perception has struck root, death is conquered. When the arahat fruition, Arahataphala, is realized, the arahat passes beyond the domain of death. Passing beyond death's domain is a metaphor which means attainment of awakening. This verse has as its main object the attainment of awakening. After hearing this verse, which culminated in the arahat fruition, Arahataphala, Mogharaja and his 1,000 followers became arahats, as did the previous pupils of Bavari. They became monastics who were summoned. Thousands among the audience gained the paths and fruitions at various levels, too. Foremost title achieved. Since he became a monastic by being summoned by the Buddha, Venerable Mogharaja had the habit of wearing only inferior or poor robes that were stitched out of coarse rags, dyed poorly just enough to meet the discipline, and stitched with inferior thread. Therefore, on one occasion, when the Buddha was holding a congregation of monastics at the Jetavana monastery, he declared, Itad aga bikhave mama svakna biknalka savara durna yad ida Mogharaja. Monastics, among my monastic disciples who always wear coarse robes of poor material, poor dye and poor thread, Venerable Mogharaja is the foremost, Itad aga. Bavari, the Brahmin teacher. Of the 16 close pupils of recluse Bavari, the first 15 up to Mogharaja, after putting forwards their questions to the Buddha and receiving the answers, became arahats along with their respective pupils of 1,000 each. All were monastics summoned by the Buddha. Pajiya, the 16th close pupil and a nephew of Bavari, who was then 120 years of age, asked the Buddha this question, SNP 1126. Jayaham asmi abalo vita veo, neta na sudhasavana na fesu, manasa mamyaho antarava, asikadama yam ahavija, jati jaraya ida vipana. Venerable Sir, I am worn out with age, weak and wan. My eyes and ears are failing me. I do not wish to die in ignorance before having the benefit of your teaching. So please show me, here in your very presence, the supermundane Dhamma that can abandon rebirth and aging. Pajiya was very much concerned about his physical deterioration as he had attachment to his body. To gain a detached view of the body, the Buddha taught him thus, SNP 1127.
Disvana rupesu vihamana, rupanti rupesu yanapamata, tasmatu vapigiya appamato, yahasu rupa apunabhavanya.
Pajiya, the heedless multitudes are brought to ruin on account of corporeality. Having seen for yourself how corporeality is the cause of the suffering of those heedless persons, be heedful and mindful and abandon attachment to corporeality so that fresh existence may not arise. The Buddha expounded the necessary practice, paipati, that leads one to awakening by the expression, so that fresh existence, apunabhava, may not arise. The hearer, Pajiya, however, was old and getting mentally slow, so he did not gain awakening at once. He put a further question in the following verse, extolling the immense wisdom of the Buddha, SNP 1128. Disakataso vidisakataso, Uda adho dasa disa ameo, na tuha adihamasudamuda, atho avita kinkanam athai lok, asikadama yam ahavija. 1373 Jati Jaraya Ida Vipana. Venerable Sir, in all the 4 cardinal directions, in all the 4 intermediate directions, above and below, in all the 10 directions, there is nothing whatsoever in the world that the fortunate one does not see, hear, know, or understand. Do show me, here in your very presence, the supermundane Dhamma that can abandon rebirth and aging. The Buddha again pointed to the necessary practice leading to Nibbana thus, SNP 1129. Tadhipan manuj pekamano, santapajate jarasa parit, tasmatuva pajiya apamato, jahasu taha apunabhavaya. Pajiya, the multitudes are afflicted by craving. Having seen yourself how they are worn out and ruined by the relentless process of aging, be heedful and mindful and abandon craving for sense pleasures, for continued existence, and for non-existence so that fresh existence may not arise. At the end of the discourse, which was directed towards the arahat fruition, Pajiya became a non-returner anagami magga, having path knowledge at the 3rd level. While listening to the discourse, Pajiya's mind was wandering. He felt sorry that his uncle, Bavari, had missed the opportunity to hear such a profound exposition, and hence his failure to become an arahat. However, his 1,000 pupils became arahats. All of them, Pajiya as a non-returner anagami, and his pupils as arahats, were summoned as monastics by the Buddha. The question posed by each of the 16 pupils of Bavari and the Buddha's answers to them were compiled as distinct discourses by the reciters at the council, such as the questions of the young man Ujjita, Ujjita Mava Pucca, etc. The background story and the 16 discourses have been given the title of the way to the beyond because they lead to the yonder shore of Sasra, to Nibbana. By the end of the way to the beyond, 16,016 recluses became arahats, i.e. all but Pajiya became arahats. 140 million hearers also attained path and fruit at various levels of path knowledge, having understood the 4 noble truths. The huge audience, on the occasion of the way to the beyond, who came from different places, found themselves back at home at the end of the discourse due to the Buddha's powers. The Buddha returned to Savatthi accompanied by thousands of Arahat disciples, with the exception of Venerable Pajiya. Pajiyu's discourses to Bavari. Venerable Pajiya did not accompany the Buddha to Savatthi because he had undertaken to report back his experience to his uncle. Buddha granted him permission to return to his dwelling. He appeared at the bank of river Godavari by his psychic power, and thence went to his dwelling on foot. As Bavari awaited the return of his nephew, sitting and watching the road, he saw Venerable Pajiya, in the guise of a monastic instead of his former appearance as a recluse with the usual equipment. He rightly conjectured that the Buddha indeed had appeared in the world. When Venerable Pajiya got into his presence, he asked him, "How is it? Has the Buddha appeared?" "It is true, Brahmin. The Buddha has appeared in the world. He gave us a discourse while residing at the Sakka shrine. I shall pass on the teaching to you." On hearing this, Bavari and his 500 pupils prepared a special seat for Venerable Pajiya, showing him great respect. Then Venerable Pajiya took his seat and delivered a discourse consisting of 15 verses to Bavari, which is known as the verses on the recital of the way to the beyond, Prayanugdi, SNP 113045. 1. I will recite the Buddha's discourse on the way beyond, Praya the Buddha who is an Arahat, untainted by the filth of delusion, endowed with vast knowledge which is comparable to the earth, released from sensuousness, barren of the forests of defilements, expounded the Dhamma as he has understood it. Why should the Buddha say something which is untrue? 2. Come, now, I will sing in praise of the Buddha, the one purified of the dirt of delusion, moha, the one purged of conceit, mana, and ingratitude, maka. 3. Brahman, the Buddha has dispelled the darkness of the defilements. He is endowed with the all-seeing eye. He has reached the end of the world. He has passed beyond all forms of existence. He is free of the pollutants. He has exhausted all suffering, dukkha. He has earned the name of the Awakened One. This man, Brahman, is the man I have resorted to. 4. Brahman, like a bird that leaves the lowly bushes of scanty fruit and resorts to a fruitful grove, so also I have left the company of lesser minds, and like a golden swan, have reached a great lake of immense wisdom. 5. Brahman, before the time of Buddha Gautama's teaching, religious teachers proclaimed their views to me saying, "This is how it has always been, and this is how it will always be." They were mere hearsay knowledge, gaining ground as oral tradition. They only serve as sources of unwholesome speculation bearing on sensuality, and so on. 6. Brahman, that Buddha Gautama whom I have followed is unrivaled. He is committed to dispelling darkness. He has a halo around his person and sheds the light of knowledge everywhere. My teacher, Buddha Gautama, has awe-inspiring wisdom. His intelligence is infinite like the earth. 7. Brahman, the Buddha expounded to me the Dhamma which can be personally perceived, which is not delayed in its result, which leads to the end of craving, and to the security of nibbana. That Buddha, my teacher, is beyond comparison. 8-9. Thereupon Bavari asked Pajiya thus, Pajiya, whereas the Buddha expounded to you the Dhamma which is personally appreciable, which is not delayed in its result, which leads to the end of craving, and to security against all defilements, and, whereas the Buddha is beyond comparison, has awe-inspiring wisdom and infinite intelligence like the earth, yet why do you ever stay away from him? Bavari scolded his nephew for not staying close to such a great man as the Buddha. 10-11. Brahman, that Buddha, my teacher, expounded to me the Dhamma which can be personally apperceived, which is not delayed in its result, which leads to the end of craving, and to security against all defilements. He has awe-inspiring wisdom and infinite intelligence like the earth. In fact, I do not stay away from him even for a moment. 12. Brahman, with mindfulness I am seeing the Buddha in my mind as clearly as with my eyes. I am seeing him by day or by night. By night I remember his greatness with reverence. That is why I never consider myself away from the Buddha, even for a moment. 13. Brahman, my conviction, my delightful satisfaction, and my mindfulness, never leave the Buddha Gautama's teaching. Wherever the Buddha, endowed with infinite wisdom, goes, I bow in my mind in that direction in homage. 14. Brahman, it is due to my old age that I am not physically able to go to the Buddha. But I always go to him in my thoughts. My mind is always connected with his presence. 15. Brahman, I was laying in the mire of sensuousness, agitated all the time, while drifting from one island to another, while taking refuge in one teacher now, and then another teacher next. Now I have met the teacher, at the Sakka shrine, who is free of the pollutants, who has crossed over the floods of Sasra. 1375. Venerable Pajiya, having become a noble one, Arya, could address his uncle only as Brahmin and not uncle. On the part of Bavari, he was used to calling his nephew Pajiya and did not mean to be disrespectful to the monastic in calling him by his name. Buddha's delivery of a discourse. At the end of the 15th verse above, the Buddha knew that Venerable Pajiya and his uncle, Bavari, had become fit enough to receive higher knowledge, their 5 faculties of confidence, saddha, energy, viriya, mindfulness, sati, concentration, samadhi, and wisdom, panna, had matured, and he sent his Buddha radiance to them while remaining at the Jetavana monastery in Savatthi. The golden-hued radiance appeared before them. Just as Venerable Pajiya was describing the noble qualities of the Buddha to his uncle, he saw the golden shaft of radiance and, paying attention to it carefully, he saw the presence of the Buddha as if the Buddha was standing in front of him. Look, the Buddha has come, he exclaimed in wonderment. Bavari then stood up and paid homage to the Buddha with palms joined and raised to his forehead. The Buddha then intensified the radiance and let his person be seen by Bavari. Then he made a discourse suited to both Bavari and his nephew, but addressed it to Venerable Pajiya, SNP 1152. Yatha ahu Vakkali Mudasato, Bhadravuto of Gautamo ca. Pajiya, there have been monastics who became arahats through sheer force of confidence in the 3 treasures, such as Vakkali, Bhadravuta, who was one of the 16 close pupils of Bavari, and Gautama of Av. Evam eva tvam pai pamankasusada, gamasasi tva Pajiya maku de yasapra. Likewise, you should place your confidence in the 3 treasures, and by directing that confidence towards Nibbana, cross over from the other shore of Sasra, which is the domain of death. At the end of the discourse, Venerable Pajiya became an arahat. Bavari became a non-returner, Anagami Phala, and his 500 pupils attained stream entry, Sotapati Phala. Venerable Pajiya responded to the above admonition of the Buddha thus, SNP 1153-5. Esa Bayo Pasadami, Satvana Munino Vako, Vivachato Sambuto, Akilo Paibanav. Venerable Sir, the words of the great recluse, Maha Muni, the Buddha, makes me deeply satisfied. My confidence in the 3 treasures is strengthened. The Buddha has removed the roof of Sasra. He is free from the darts of the defilements. He is endowed with elaborate and analytical knowledge. Adhadiv Abhinaya, Sabha Vedi Vero Vara, Panhanantakaro Satha, Kakna Pajnata. The perfectly awakened one, who resolves all problems and who is the teacher of those that falsely claim to be free from doubt, knows the pure ones who are superior to the greatest of devas and humans, having understood through his extraordinary wisdom all factors that lead to purity. Asara Asakuppa, Yasa Nat T Upamakvasi, 1376, Adagamasami Namet the Cock, Eva Ma Darahai Adhimudasita, great recluse, imperturbable, immutable, and beyond any standards of comparison is Nibbana with no trace of existence remaining. And I have no doubt that I am bound for that Nibbana. May the fortunate one recognize me as one who has directed his confidence to Nibbana, whose mind is free from defilements.